Hello, God, I have Tane. Tane, nahi hai bro. Tane is watching Spider-Man, guys. Tane nahi hai bro. Tane is watching Spider-Man, guys. Spider-Man. You. Late as usual. Kahan late, bhai? Hello. Very much on time, bhai.
Official is gonna be different, you know.
PRX are a really dangerous team. Jing and Forsaken are the strong.
Today there are two great matches. PRX Liquid and Loud ZETA.
You can one tap everyone.
PRX Liquid.
I'm pretty
I'm
confident.
looking forward to Breeze. I don't think Liquid played a good Breeze by any means. Their pinning spawn was a cheese spawn. I don't like it. I'm sure PRX can punish it, but PRX will most likely may even decide to ban. Haven will be a map that will most likely be played.
Bounce back for sure.
We'll see how everything goes.
So we might even see Icebox here.
Nossa vitória contra a ZETA.
I'm not too keen on Pearl here.
A gente vê agora que a gente vê
I want more cutthroat action, maybe bind, right? भाई देखो मैंने हेड का मजाक फ्रेंडली में किया था आप लोगों ने तो सीरियसली ले लिया कहाँ लिया भाई अभी तो बाकी है गॉड आइडिया वेलकम तनेश पैनम वेलकम सक्षम काश्मीर क्या बात है
We respect them, but not that
paper
much.
X win this please so you are a paper boy
Chance to go through.
And to be honest, I would prefer Paper X to win over Liquid, depending on the playstyles. I want to see Paper X against, other teams. But you never know with Liquid, because Liquid are very mechanically good. And when they're on song, they're very hard to stop. Same goes for Paper X, but I guess Paper X has more meat.
Better than this. 2 elimination matches, 2 teams that are going to be moving forward here. And Mimi, real quick before we start things off, I mean, looking ahead at that other game, Loud versus ZETA, I mean, after what ZETA went through, man, they have a tall challenge ahead of them, excuse me.
I mean, both these teams are, both these games, having someone be sent home is an absolute tragedy. Consistency for both the squads in the opener. Paper X, the ultimate, self-starter in this year, and the second one are Reykjavik. Two of them are going home.
Could not ask for better matches today, but we can't get this thing moving without activating the champion stage. So let's go ahead, ladder up.
वो था क्या बोला था मैं परसों क्या बात है भाई Let's go guys एंट्री आ गई अब एकदम टाइम पे लाइव किया है कोई एक मैप देरी नहीं कॉल तो हो जाएगा
हेलो
Let's go Paper X चलो देखते हैं आज बैंकाई क्या बन गया Let's see
बैंकाई वर्कआउट
Yup Hello Amir hello Tanay बैंकाई एंट्री yup ZETA Division
4 great teams, 2
Paper
awesome
X
matchups,
Liquid,
but
map
we
Peter first.
focus our attention on our
Let's
first
see.
map. It's now time to dive in to
I
the
think
map
Liquid will ban
reveals
first,
and
right?
see
Or
what
Paper
we
X?
get here. Sideshow.
We
I mean,
haven't
honestly,
played actual prediction
I'm
zone.
curious to see if we end
I'll
up
put
with
down a
any
poll.
shenanigans here from Paper X potentially.
I think you could get shenanigans from Liquid too. You heard Speed talk about it in terms of countering Paper X, and I think that's what this game is going to come down to. That means the maps could go in a different direction in order to enforce something expected from a team.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously for Liquid, they have not shown their Breeze yet, or excuse me, their Pearl yet, and that does go.
See, I told you Paper X will ban Breeze. Haven will be picked, right?
Haven. This is a map that's quite comfortable for both.
Paper X will take
We
bind.
might see Icebox
Is it Paper X has shown 2 different looks already at Champions. One crazy comp with the sky and the rain.
and bind.
Wouldn't
Is what I
expect
said.
to go back to that, but there was kind of that question mark.
Haven,
This surprises me a little.
Icebox and bind is what I was.
That's going to run on the map.
Hello, do you wanna watch it
But I've got to
together?
assume that Team Liquid have great ideas
Justin, yes,
against both
I'm
styles that Paper
already
X
at
could
bleed.
potentially bring out.
वाला इधर
And as the series goes
feel
deeper,
free
it's about trying
to
to
join
offer up
2-1
your
Paper
opponent
X.
a trap to
Yeah.
fall into too. These
They might take Pearl as well, right?
I don't think they'll fall.
against so
I
much
don't think they
comes down to
took Pearl. They
Oh,
took Pearl?
they want
That
to
is
try
bad.
and
That is
turn
bad for
activate.
Paper
It
X.
could well be. Liquid
That
have
is
been playing
very
the
bad for
second
Paper
round
X.
proposal.
Yeah, both
Because see,
Just
you
a-
haven't seen TL's Pearl, right?
It's good that they've been willing
The
to
problem
play
with taking
had
Pearl
some
right now in
up.
such
They were
a
the ones who picked into
heavy
things there. And even though
game,
they lost on this map, I actually
it's called
really
in Venom
liked the way that they
Messenger,
looked. They were playing that fade raise comp. They were
in
kind of
such a heavy
relaxing,
game, the
really
problem
letting
is,
Sage play that
problem
nice
will
It can
always
backfire.
be,
You know, they lost, but
yes,
still
that
had
it can
the
backfire.
idea.
You never
They
know
felt
how
they
much
rushed
Liquid is
Yeah,
prepared
that's
for
the
it.
questions. I don't know even what they're going to be playing. This actually could be a map where they try the Phoenix.
Could be.
You could get value out of the wall on B plants potentially. There's some areas to flash. I'd be surprised. And Liquid, interestingly, getting rid of the bind. I thought they might want to play it after countering EDG so heavily, and you know that they're going to be running the Raze Yoru on the other side of things from Paper X, but instead
Easy for Paper X. Speedy, hello, my love.
Ascent is what they want to land on. Icebox will both these teams uncomfortable. It's been looking pretty solid for Team Liquid, so I'm not surprised they get rid of that one. Paper X, though, have looked pretty much flawless on this map in history.
yeah, I mean, Liquid have managed to push the map pool towards the end, where Paper X have to pick between two good maps. But obviously, Paper X are going to go to Ascent, I think. And that means that the third map
So
here
the decider is
two
Ascent.
maps that
एक ही map
are
आया
relevant.
आपके
It's a
फिर से
map
सर.
where
Yes,
both teams
Saksham.
feel
Let's
hyper
go.
and
Go,
also
go,
Their
go.
TL is
get the Scream Phoenix.
no,
So that would
Paper X
be
is
a
playing
banger. If this series
Breeze,
doesn't go
Cypher,
free,
Jet,
we've been
Omen, and
robbed. We've
Sova.
been robbed.
On
It,
Haven.
it really does feel like it should. And I mean, for the hyper confidence on that third map, both these teams have
क्या?
utterly
क्या बोल
different
रहे हो?
On Haven,
just as effective in his
they're
series.
playing
It's such a
Breach,
cool style.
Cypher,
But to
Jet,
rewind
Omen,
back
Sova
towards
last
the
game.
earlier parts this
अरे
game,
हाँ,
we
they
started
are not playing. They
that
played.
one's gonna be really
They played, yeah.
how comfortable both these
You
teams
also
are.
don't know how much Paper X
This
is
series could
prepared.
really go anyway with these
To be
maps,
honest,
especially with that
a little bit,
strange question.
little idea. I have a little
Yeah,
idea.
I'm really fast.
Hello Vishal, hello
Pearl,
SR3.
so glad we get Pearl. If we get Phoenix on Pearl, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I mean, you could see Scream playing Raze there, absolutely. That would be the most standard pick for him based on what he's played recently. I could see him playing the, maybe even the Neon. I
The
don't know,
interesting
I
map
feel
would
like
be
he might just
Breeze.
decide to
If
send
Paper
the
X
Neon
win
out there.
Breeze,
We've seen other teams
I guess
go
Paper X
Raze
win the
out.
series.
Yeah, and I don't know. For
I think
Paper
whoever
X,
wins
they
Breeze
showed
will
us
will end up
something
winning the
new. Did they
series.
feel like they were
Very
confident in what they went
honestly.
with before? It looked good
Hala
on
Madrid,
paper,
hala
but they
Paper.
always
Wow.
could try to
Like Sing
innovate
tier 1
something.
Breeze तो है,
impact
Breeze तो ban की है.
Team Liquid will always surprise
I
you.
mean sorry, not Breeze.
Pearl,
Pearl.
Phoenix
Pearl.
are in, it's
Yeah,
done and
Pearl.
dusted. We're gonna
Almost
take a
50
quick
years,
break
never know what
before
kind of TL we
Paper
get
X
to
and
see.
Team
Yeah,
Liquid
true.
take
Tanish,
the
that is what I
stage.
said.
Stay
आज
with
बाहर से
us.
गेस्ट आया ना. ध्रुव आज नहीं आएगा. प्लेऑफ से आएंगे. Playoff से we will have. But today I have something special for you. We can get impact rating on the spot after each map ends. TS पे कौन है? Elimination है क्या? Hi Endeavor. Yeah, this is an elimination match. Move me. Move you, move you. Okay, you're
Hello.
Hello. Loud FTW.
Oui. Yes.
क्या हाल है जशन भाई?
भाई बढ़िया, आप बताओ बजाज भाई।
आप बताओ भाई।
चल रहा है 80 FPS पे। हम भी 2-3 बार अनरेटेड खेल लेते हैं हफ्ते में।
क्या हो गया 80 FPS?
पीसी नहीं है यार मेरे पास।
कहाँ गया पीसी?
बेच दिया ना मैंने।
क्यों?
भाई
अच्छा, नहीं
पैसे चाहिए थे।
हाँ।
आज PRX जीतनी चाहिए, मेरा दिल बैठ गया था। एक तो इंडिया भी हारती जा रही है, ऊपर से PRX भी हारती जा रही है।
कायदे से अगर हिस्टोरिकल डेटा देखो, इंडिया कल हारी थी, एलिमिनेट हो गई है।
मुझे भी लग रहा है वैसे।
जशन भाई हेलो, ध्रुव सिंह हेलो, सिद्ध हेलो।
ध्रुव भाई।
डर तो है। साई कृष्णा PRX 20 TL बोल्ड प्रेडिक्शन। जशन भाई यूके में हो?
नहीं, जशन भाई अभी इंडिया में है, जा रहे हैं थोड़े दिनों में।
इंडिया ने तो हक दिया है। या पेपर एक्स इज इक्वल टू इंडिया। डैम श्योर नहीं।
भुवनेश्वर कुमार ने थोड़ा कर दिया गलत।
भाई नहीं भाई, गलती पूरी टीम की होती है।
Easy as fuck TL. Yeah, guys. Today we have a surprise for you. Ominous has prepared a .exe file that will let us extract impact rating of every map as soon as the map ends. So we will do that today. So this is something extra that the others apparently are not doing, and hopefully we can see the impact straight away. .exe. Okay, साई कृष्णा 13-10 15-13 ना सुन के डर लगता है FPS गेम्स में .exe what .exe oh dude what hey Godspeed, how are you? Hi Harman, how are you? 4 second is playing. Wow, what a coincidence. 4 second is playing. Yep. I'm fine, Harman. How are you, man?
क्या लग रहा है Mr. Bajaj, who's gonna win?
Depends on Pearl. I want to see Liquid's Pearl. I think Liquid will be the first team to play Breach on Pearl. This much I can guess. I guess then Heaven TL will come with heavy counter strikes, and if that fails, then 2-0 for paper. Yeah, ML. Since ML has come, I've seen Team Liquid go more towards a counter attack or like a anti-starting profile. Sushant can analysis the counter. Damn, bro. 4 second plus .exe. Sushant is one of the best analysts in the scene. Who's gonna win? XO FTW, no doubt. Lethal combo. Entries. What entries, man? It's an automated machine. I don't believe me. Believe the computer. Yeah, to be honest, yeah, it is all automated. Oh my god. He was like CR7 now. He was great once upon a time, one of the best aimers and all. Pretty washed up right now. Hello Bleachmeat, hello Abhijit. Where are you getting the API? RIB? Doing the gameplay or circle match नहीं करती, he looks innocent. The perks are working at RIB.
रोनाल्डो की celebration करी.
हाँ.
अब आएगा सबसे खतरनाक बंदा PRX का. The power of Roger
Pizza. पूरी chat सू कर रही है.
By the way, Vishal, you can actually contact Ominous if you want to work or if you want to show your projects or something like.
ML was an Overwatch player, right?
Yeah, ML was an Overwatch player. इसीलिए उसका नाम ML OW है.
Oh.
Pizza. Mamma mia.
Oh man, another time.
मैंने भी पिज़्ज़ा ऑर्डर करने की सोच रहा था.
Neapolitan pizza.
No one wants to take
Who's gonna win, horse or T-Rex?
आज के दिन ना लैपिनस पे 1 फ्री मिलता है इसलिए.
Wednesday है ना?
Wednesday Friday.
दिल्ली में रोज मिलता है.
Yeah, Vishal, I actually told Ominous about you. And dude, you can ask for any help you want regarding all these. And Sushant to pura mane sorry, nice bro. Sushant is a very chill guy. All of like serious Sushant, like yeah, everyone is so chill. Even boss.
Not me.
Food poisoning fat. तभी तो मैं bleed के लोगों की बात कर रहा था.
Oh man, I'm cheering for both of these.
I want to work more and more and learn more machine learning before reaching out to all this stuff. Yeah, Vishal, and you can do that. You can actually work on your stuff wherever you find a dead end or you want to help. Maybe you have an interesting idea or something. You can just switch it to Sushant and all.
Throughout this year, they've been steadily improving, finding second place.
Nice, Vishal. And also, you can just take Ominous's VLR scraper. It's there on his GitHub. I'll send you the link if you don't already have it. It's on Sushant's GitHub. It's on his Twitter. You go and check his GitHub link. Just use VLR scraper over Sushant wala. Prediction who will pop up on the first map from both teams. To be honest, first map I can see Jampy popping off. For Paper X, I think it has to be Mind Freak for me. Like if they have to win. Like oh guys, hello Meteor, hello Furious. Trying a data science certification to boost CV internship season online. Let's go. About another American Indian dude working for an NFL team. He's slow. He's moving to Valorant and I'm doing some projects. Oh, you told me about him a few months ago. Hello Paris.
horrendously bad game.
I know how to
but
play
just
Vera,
don't
just
see
can't
how it
stay
could be.
APS and
The
complex
quality
data.
of players and the quality of teams here is very high.
That's an interesting statement though, because it's like
No,
I don't feel that way.
I get it.
I still feel like I said this before. I'll say it again.
So what are your predictions, guys?
I have never in my 300 years of working in esports
Liquid 2.
seen a tournament
Damn.
like
Paper X 2-1.
where
Damn.
every single team
Why, Guru?
is competitive. So I don't necessarily feel like that, but I do
आपके
understand
क्या?
the perspective though, just because of
मेरी?
ये लिक्विड वाला लग रहा है.
To be honest,
मैं तो हर चीज में
to be
लिक्विड.
honest, as I said, stream चालू होते, I would love for Paper X to win because I want to see Paper X against other teams, right? The playstyles right now. But to be honest, it seems like Liquid will win.
यार.
So 2-1, right?
Is that Cruiser Jod? Yeah, that is Cruiser Jod. Hello, Love. Welcome back. Sushanto first
Hello.
round is my prediction. Damn, Abhijit. Liquid 2-1, they won. Not even on call. अरे that is उस दिन का ही छपा हुआ है सुशांत.
So I thought, are they going back to this? Are they going to play the Jet Rainer?
ओ भाई Jet Rainer, no chamber.
Yeah. So this
I
is
think
their
last time इन्होंने
confidence
chamber
comp.
खेला था ना?
This is their confidence comp. So whenever they want to go for all-out battles, this is what they choose. Mindfreak will be very important here. He's one of the only sort of anchors apart. Like Cypher is an anchor, but more of a passive anchor, right? Mindfreak will be more of an active anchor towards C. So it will be interesting to see how Mindfreak tackles Team Liquid.
So this time they dropped the double initiator comp.
And so you've got to start this match. Such a contrast.
उन्होंने chamber drop किया ना?
नहीं उन्होंने breach drop किया है.
I like
breach over drop.
I don't like this comp. I don't like Fade here. But it's just a gimmick because Rage is there, you take Fade, but this is a double game comp. Yep, Mindfreak God Astra, yep. Jing on Reina. Yeah, but see, I can see Paper X struggling against this Liquid comp, to be honest. It just depends on this Haven, Reina Haven, yes. Is there run it down comp? Fade is OP on Haven? Not at all. Fade is very bad on Haven. Fade is very bad on Haven compared to other initiators.
A side especially.
Sky provides so much more value. Sova provides so much more value. Scream on Raze lit.
आपने तो पूरे इंडियन प्रो सीन को गाली दे दी है.
हाँ, तो
मैं देख रहा हूँ.
मेरे को नहीं फर्क पड़ता. देखो सीधी सी बात है. जो opinion है and I can back this by actual मतलब logic. So I stand on my opinion.
Yes, as you should.
Yes.
भाई, please Paper X.
But what make you think that Paper X will struggle against this?
Sorry, this is Cruiser Jod or Cruiser God. If you don't remember him. Okay, मैं खींच नहीं रहा but एक time पे his team was ranked top 10 in APAC rankings. Okay, just like right now Indian teams are ranked top 10. उस समय his team was ranked top 10 in the APAC rankings on VLR.
Thanks भाई.
लोगों को याद नहीं है भाई मतलब.
मेरे को भी याद नहीं था. Just याद आया मुझे भी.
Why you don't like Fade on Haven? What do you mean EG played it? What you Godspeed ऐसे hater average ऐसे chat gonna stand this? What is CSGO Source 2 is a new update? I can't reveal that anyway. I have gotten some information on it, but I've gotten information on it from 3 different people, and all 3 different people have told me not to say anything about Source 2 or whatever. So I cannot talk about CS.
Okay, it's an engine change, वो तो सबको ही पता है.
नहीं, but कब आ रहा है क्या है? I know little bit, but I cannot talk about it.
ये दवाई के पास क्या नाइफ है?
Can you explain a bit why Fade is? Yeah, we will. I will. Once this round is over.
Oh my god.
See, this is why. Overactivity
Yes,
is also
Shri
bad.
Ram.
Overactivity is also bad. Very bad. Okay, that was an important kill. 2v3, Fade has 1 Prowler, Nivera has 1 Aftershock. They know one guy was C boxes, one guy must be side. They don't know back of side. Okay. What does engine change mean? Engine is the software or the engine is the software on which the game is run basically. Cruiser and who? Cruiser and Existence. He's Amaterasu's manager.
अगर Yampi उसको मार देता ना, Mind Freak को round convert था पूरा 100%.
Converted. It's easy. If Liquid think they're gonna play like this, exactly. They can't counter aggression with this sort of aggression. They are foolish if they think so. Explain Fade now. So basically Fade, right? Fade ke Prowlers. Fade ke Prowlers first of all have very short duration. So if you start from C long, it will only reach up until here. So you cannot clear any corners. If you start from here, it can only clear these corners. Okay. If you start from B, you start from here, it can only clear up until here. Very close. If you start from A, you have to use 2 Prowlers to clear entire A. So it's not feasible at all.
But this time they're actually using it to pivot immediately. And you see how Liquid has fallen off into the site.
And whereas Paranoia is not really that important because you anyway play Omen. You have a Paranoia anyway.
Oh.
See, this is so much better from Liquid. They're holding the choke points. That is good. Engine changes something like server change. No.
यार second round garage बहुत अच्छा decision तो नहीं है मेरे ख्याल से.
भाई अनुज भाई को उनका YouTube password ढूंढ के देने को. The game will eventually be same. Yeah, it will be aesthetically very different. Hopefully a lot smoother, but I cannot talk about it. Hello Loliet. Don't make me talk about it, guys. I cannot talk about it. You have to understand, guys. See, a lot of the information that I gain is based on trust. I don't want to use it for views or anything. If I had to use it for views, I could have leaked a lot of information that I know. Not just about CS, but not just about CS, but about Valorant, everything like rosters and everything. But I don't. I respect the people that provide me or feed me that information. Yeah, very easy. It's still convertible. Now it's not convertible. Now it's done. No, now it's not. That smoke is actually the reason why it's not convertible anymore, because now he has to either push through the smoke or just flat out bait his teammate. You cannot talk about it. बोल के leak पे आधा leak कर देंगे. हाँ, इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ मत बात करवाओ मेरे से. ठीक है, अब Fade का recon is so bad on Haven, attack on defense दोनों में. ठीक है, you can easily hide from Fade का recon. ठीक है, not possible. Sova का recon is so much better than Fade का recon. Sky का dog is so much better than Fade का prowler. Okay, अब क्या बचता है? Siege is good if let's say combined with a nade or something, which is why I'm saying कि raise है इसलिए just Fade है, because Siege is the only thing of value. Fade का ult, I think so Breach का ult is better than Fade का ult on a map like Haven, to be honest. So that is why I rest my case. I would rather go for a Sova Breach or a Sky Breach combination. Even go for a Breach KO compared to what they are playing. Even a Sova KO throwback to the old times. ऐसा मैं पूछ रहा था दोस्तों में गेम का पता नहीं अभिजीत.
Second place in Copenhagen, likely not expecting to find themselves in this situation either, right? Elimination still in groups.
See, this is such a bad position from Scream. You know they don't have money. Why would you take these sort of positions? Nevera and Scream, they are brothers and there's no chemistry between them. It's amazing. I feel at lower ranks, Sova is better than Fade at almost all maps. Because breaking Fade's recon is very easy. And Fade's recon is also very short range as well. Sova's recon, you can use so many lineups, you can shoot it from range. There are so many things you can do with Sova's recon that is just not possible with Fade's recon. And
I think Dima bait होने वाला है Yampi के लिए.
This is a very bad round. Whatever happened at B, it's completely Scream and Nevera's fault. Lack of communication, lack of coordination. They're brothers. This should be better from them. Let's go PaperX. Let's go PaperX. I think Liquid has got this now.
Hey Rabba.
Dima will get bait probably.
Decode, I hope not.
If they keep underestimating Yampi like that, there will be an issue.
Not, it's more like Liquid is underestimating PaperX's aggression. You have to understand. Even in the pistol round, they underestimate PaperX's aggression by going for their own form of aggression. They just need to hold. PaperX will give them chances with this form. PaperX will give them fights. You just have to hold choke points. Or create choke points. Hello Z-Blast, thank you for becoming a supporter. Good eco, yeah. Good eco, but only because Liquid sort of screwed up at B. Should have been so much cleaner from Liquid. They need to get cleaner rounds ताकि economy build up हो. Because with PaperX you never know.
And they're waiting out the utility being thrown. This could catch them. Look how far up Yampi is.
And he's got the room to pay for.
Okay, now they have A. Ray should just fall back. Just fall back. Probably try for a C aggressive maneuver now.
So as soon as that flash comes
Oh,
out,
he's still at A.
be okay, but Scream's here, he might want to stay.
They are overcommitting towards A. There's no need for both of them to be at A.
You saw him step just on the outside of that rendezvous range. Now back into it, the flash, and he takes it away.
Okay, he's TP'd. Now it's fine.
Looked like he did a little bit of damage, and then it's gonna satchel to safety.
See, now both of his satchels are spent because of his position.
Falling back from sewers, maybe falling back from long.
There's no need.
You saw they just had to heal for sake.
If the roles were switched, maybe yeah. If Rays would have been long, I would have made more sense of it. Oh, re-aggression. This is so good.
Oh, what a fault line.
Oh, but the cloudburst is so good.
Why would you spam the smoke with a Vandal?
And now Bankai on the swing clears at Yampi, but Scream has not been dealt with yet. The showstopper up top as he tries to get past the Seekers. And it's all
मार दे आसमान में मार दे please यार.
No, they're falling back. They're falling back.
Oh yeah.
They've only got 30 seconds left. They're going to commit towards that C side, and they should get this down. Team Liquid
Rosa.
recognizing that because of the pressure Jing is putting on right now.
It's okay, Vilas. Lost A long and short control at the same time. Yep.
got what he wanted for. Has a chance to get a second. Paranoia. They still have no idea. Oh, they still
Ding
have no
भैया.
Not even rotating, and Jing says, "Yeah, I'm going to just go."
Such a bad run from Scream. I don't know what he's trying to do. This is now 2 rounds in a row where Liquid is actually sort of in a losing position because of Scream's decisions.
Confidence to do that. You heard him in the teaser talk about.
Scream is currently IGLing for the team.
Attendance of the world. Hello, Prateek.
He's kind of like, yeah, I think I can take him.
Nice flash time.
Even though he
Yeah,
responds
maybe
so
Scream
much.
was IGLing. Yampi was IGLing earlier. Now it's
To start
Scream.
things off, and PaperX look much
And
better
I,
right on the
to be honest,
onset.
personally, I would never make a person like Scream an IGL. First of all, he's almost a pure duelist. He's very purist in terms of like mechanical skills and everything and abilities, which is why he prefers playing. He used to prefer playing agents like Reyna. Even Jet, his Jet is not at all clean. His Raze movements may have become cleaner, but his gaming IQ with Raze is still lacking. He would have screamed. Hey, back is proud of you.
A single kill with it.
He would have screamed. Vishal.
PaperX did do a good
Scream
job
of
with the
Phoenix?
fight.
Yeah,
Got the
he
first
live.
shot. Yampi was supposed to
Phoenix
take
is
it
possibly
as he dueled and
almost like a CSGO agent. You have like, let's say, a flash. You have a nade sort of nade in the form of the molly, right?
Smoke.
From Team Liquid, but PaperX's response,
Smoke.
which we already saw
In the
this
form of wall.
aggression is solid.
Smoke.
Like to create cover.
Not only were they already running away, by the way, from the showstopper.
I like hearing with the story of Team Liquid makes them deserve a 1 year. Hi, Profexy. I mean,
Looks like we have a delay here.
yeah, maybe, but
As soon as we figure out what it is,
I don't know. I don't like.
But again, tied 2-2.
I don't like Liquid's
exceptionally well.
approach.
We've already seen
KO
Arena
भाई.
make plays.
हाँ, तो
with
इसलिए
Zeta, just mentioned, and
see
Zeta
when
as
KO
well,
came,
do some
very
outrageously dirty things on
light-hearted
Zeta
comment
and
was
Chris online. We'll see if he chooses to
KO
use it here soon.
will be very good for people who used to play CS:GO and who were support agents, support players. Support CS:GO players, KO is probably one of the best agents.
And we are back into the game.
That is why we, like when I was in Reckoning the first stint, we were the first team to play KO on Bind and Haven, and we were absolutely successful with it.
Trying to find the space.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा game sound please. 8-9 इससे ज़्यादा game sound करने से फिर हमारी आवाज़ नहीं आएगी.
First round, the last round.
शुरू कर दिया.
They're just trying to find out where PaperX is and going right to them. And I think that might be an okay approach, given that if you can burn the utility out for PaperX here. because they
See,
have
look at the
duelists,
setup. I get
you're
it.
not gonna
It's
have
an
as much
ego,
later
but
on to execute, but this one's much faster for Forsaken.
Paid solo
look at the
A.
Soulcast here.
I don't know.
And PaperX
A
might
side
have
तो free है.
Yeah,
But he
difference
has a stinger.
Can that be a problem in a 3-side map? It's not just a 3-side map. 2 duelists always a problem, especially when the 2 duelists are Jet and Reyna, very self-minded, not a lot of team utility to contribute towards the team. So the other 3 agents or the other 3 players have to contribute more in terms of team play and team utility. They can only contribute in terms of their body or in terms of damage, right? Which is why Jet Trainer comps are not
Maybe
preferred.
trouble here. Oh, but Mind Freak on the swing.
KO is where I find comfort, very much so. A lot of people do.
Yumpy from up top, but the Cosmic Divide is going to provide some trouble.
Is there a gap from the
He's a
peak?
god.
There
Oh,
is!
there
Yeah,
was.
he's a god.
I thought it would be too narrow. Forsaken tries to go up 6 HP. Oh, you heard the Empress use from Jing.
Okay. They have a lot of time. They can easily wait for the wall, I guess.
Side, you see this, the knife out there from Yumpy. We've seen that happen way too many times.
They
Wise
faced it.
too.
This is
Yeah.
really
Jing
bad
का
for
1
Jing.
किलो round confirm.
Too many targets, way too many targets.
हाय रब्बा.
4 seconds is also 1 HP.
अरे बेनकाई के पास गन नहीं है.
Good retake.
Yeah,
Good retake.
he didn't buy a gun. He didn't buy a gun.
Yeah, good retake. Good retake.
That is now another.
Yampy को क्या हो गया यार?
try from Liquid
I
to
told
pull
you.
out and win
I told
against
you
the
भाई
Valorant
हेवन में
PRX.
यैम्पी इधर रहेगा और माइंड फ्रीक उधर. अगर लिक्विड को जीतना है तो यैम्पी हैज टू फायर ऑन ऑल सिलेंडर्स. अगर पेपर एक्स को जीतना है देन माइंड फ्रीक हैज टू डिनाई TL on when paper X come on
They
defense.
kind of figured out potentially Soulcast is going to be here alone.
माइंड फ्रीक का तो डिफॉल्ट ही सी रहता है.
सोल कैस ने बहुत ज्यादा वो किया है अपना टाइम बाय किया उन्होंने तो उसका स्मोक्स वगैरह में रह के.
नहीं but the setup is not at all good. I don't know. 15 how is Champy getting these kills?
Insane in front of that Cosmic
As I'm
Divide.
going to
He's
please
got the
paper X win. It's going to be very difficult on this map with this comp against such a comp.
You mentioned the op in the hands of Yumpy, sure enough.
They need at least, I would say, 8 rounds on attack, paper X, right now.
Early on, and it does not look like that's where the push is headed. Vi, spots ahead of Nivera.
They've now spotted 3 people. Paper X, easy pivot to A. They just have to tackle the case of Chamber.
Process of elimination.
क्या लगता है एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे?
हाँ, expect करेंगे, definitely expect करेंगे.
कर रहे हैं. एक मार देगा बट मुझे लग रहा है.
नहीं और
नाइस शॉट.
बोला था ना.
Soon as the cage goes down,
होली.
Yampy man, Yampy.
the Lear out
क्या
and Yumpy
कर rहा है?
भाई
ओए
Yampy
रब्बा.
on just
before him and he lands it.
clean
ओए
on
रब्बा.
He
ball.
was his talent just got wasted in CS just because of
No, it didn't.
down when they're going back and forth.
Let's not
Well,
talk
he-
about it. He was rightly banned for right reasons.
Ridiculous half from Yumpy.
It's okay.
So far, it's been monstrous. This again has been the most pivotal change. In my
But see, it's
mind.
almost like if you remember, there's a team called Heroic.
But Yumpy moving to
There's a
full-time
team called
operator,
North,
full-time
if you
chamber.
remember.
yeah
It's
North
been
North.
so
And North had an IGL called
We're
MSL.
finally committing to it.
MSL and Inferno used to do this a lot,
And
where he
the
put his
great thing
opper
about it
on
is
Banana
he is
aggressive and played 4A.
playing an entry role side by side,
What do you have, Paper X
especially when it
over
comes to
damn.
these defensive sides. They're sharing their load
Still
completely.
easy for Paper X, just chill,
Yumpy's
Paper X win.
success
It's
so
very tough. It's
good.
going to be very tough. I think they should start targeting B.
13 and 3 start.
Purely because they found success the first time around, even though the 2 players were there. And now with the setup that Liquid is playing, I guess they can at least get the plant down, and then they can sort of rely on their aggression to push them back as much as possible. With
And just obliterates
Astra playing post plant.
round for Paper X, right? Like that was not a pistol round.
See, the thing is, they have nothing for post plant as well. They have Astra pull.
In the economy too, as Paper X
Apart from that, they have nothing else.
sides had to
They don't
proceed.
have anything to deny time or like do anything in post plant. They only have gunfights.
Specifically, though,
Cypher and all. They have nothing.
was talking about how to deal
Hi
with it.
Arpit, welcome.
And you have the Reign of Flash, you have the Trailblazer, but not much else. You have a couple Sky Flashes. You don't have the double initiator tools that Liquid does, for example. You have to take the pace to
So this is more like a
You just
default
saw what happened when
131.
You try.
Gathered information about the sea smoke.
You know, you often see
They'll
rounds
use the
like
Sky
that.
Dog here.
Well, but can he do that again, right? Is he going to be able to consistently land a 4K by himself on A? With the option that
They're not using the Sky
it's
Dog.
on
Do they
these
have the Sky
stages
Dog even?
that players like
Yeah, they
Yumpy
have the
really
dog.
managed to do so consistently. So you're right. Do you really want to go at that again? Scream with the satchel through the smoke, feeling some pressure. A really good paranoia.
Oh, nice
And
one.
everyone.
Nice one, Dima said.
Where Dima has to get out of there.
They couldn't capitalize on it. अब हो गया.
We'll get knives actually.
Almost
online
every
here
player
for
playing on
Forsaken,
some
so
sort
this
of
is a very
expanded
good
resolution.
round
Yep.
with the time pressure.
Really nice nightfall. Forsaken has to go big here. He's been very quiet
He's
in
gone.
this round so far in this map, and he continues to get out of every round with nothing but a whimper.
It's going to be very tough to
Yumpy
deny
still
this
holding
retake.
it up. Understanding
There's no way they can deny this retake.
And there it
हाँ उसकी ऑप लगी है, 2 बंदे वॉच कर रहे हैं, हो गया डिफ्यूज खत्म।
और 2 जन गराज लेके रखे हैं, कोई उन्होंने गराज छोड़ ही दिया। वेरी वाइज डिसीजन। जरूरत ही नहीं है, तुमको पता है वो लोग इको पे है, छोटी जगह जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। 5 मैन रीटेक करेंगे सिटी से, बेस्ट है। एक जन पीछे से गराज विंडो पकड़ लेगा और क्या, ताकि वो लोग पीछे से नहीं आ पाए। फोर्सली न्यूसी इको में फेड और डैम बात है भाई, इको हो या कुछ भी हो, इट्स अ 5v5 रीटेक। दे आल्सो हैव नंबर्स एंड नाउ यू हैव अ टाइमर ऑन योर हेड, यू नीड टू रीटेक। तो वो टाइमर का जो एक विन कंडीशन आ जाता है उसमें यू हैव टू यूज यूटिलिटी। समटाइम्स तुमको ओवर स्पेंड करना पड़ता है। लेट्स गो लिक्विड।
Forsaken बड़ा शांत रहा है यार।
Overall, this tournament, PRX has only gotten 43% of first engagements.
I mean, वो कुछ कर भी नहीं सकता ना अटैक पे यहाँ पे अभी फिलहाल। ओपोनेंट के पास इतनी यूटिलिटी है, वो लोग डंप करते रहेंगे यूटिल, वो लोग फाइट देंगे ही नहीं, देना ही नहीं चाहिए। पिस्टल राउंड में वही तो गलती की, दैट वाज मिस्टेक, दे वेंट फॉर द फाइट। Wait for the other way around, yeah.
Either way, they find themselves.
PRX will be lucky if they get 4 rounds here, to be honest. If they lose this round, they're looking down the barrel at a 9-3.
And there's 3 players.
Oh, beautiful.
Is already here.
And it was all told from the beginning, right? As soon as Mindfreak puts the 2 smokes down on the links, they drop the Rolling Thunder and they just walk right into it. That was such a good read by Liquid.
It is just a trade though, so now PRX is able to spend the remaining time of this round, which is only
Liquid is so good with reach today. Valo बहुत ज़ालिम है, एक इवेंट में मारता है, सेकंड इवेंट में क्या शिट कौन? I mean, this is PRX's tableau com.
Jin might be able to do something here.
This is their confidence com.
Very heads up, but misinformation now because they are going to hit this.
They can't do anything.
Still, knowing exactly where they are, knowing how much time
See,
they have
he's expecting Jing to come.
Relieve the pressure and he can't.
Because इतना टाइम हो गया, ए पे कोई आया नहीं, सी पे कोई आया नहीं, इसका मतलब वो लोग बी आ रहे हैं। वो लोग बी क्यों आएंगे? अभी तो उनको पता था बी 2 जन है, इसका मतलब किसी ने बी क्लियर किया है ना। Very simple logic.
Look at him expecting the Bankai flank for so long. It's not coming.
Does he have a star?
See, they're taking very good retakes, guys. बहुत, I'm very impressed by Liquid here. They're retaking in pairs. See, they're retaking in pairs. As soon as I say this, they almost screwed up. Yep, they screwed up. As soon as I say this, they peaked alone.
Dima's left alone, and Dima falls.
Okay, very important round. This was a very important round.
Good spacing by Jing though.
That decision to be so slow.
No.
अरे वो तो मर गया ना बहुत, या तो वो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे ए पे कुछ नहीं था, सी पे कुछ नहीं था, तो उन्हें पता था बी होना है,
कोई स्पेसिंग
इसलिए तो ब्रीच वहां के खड़ा हो गया कि प्लांट कर मैं अल्ट मारता हूं।
PRX की स्पेसिंग बिल्कुल अच्छी नहीं थी। इट्स जस्ट दैट उनका जो नीचे जो प्लेयर था ना मिडवे, ही टुक द फर्स्ट फाइट। वो जो फर्स्ट फाइट जीता 50-50 जो था, दैट इज व्हाई दे वॉन। इफ ही लॉस्ट दैट फाइट, दे वुड हैव लॉस्ट।
They knew exactly the extremities they needed to hold and they did it.
See, this is why I don't like Fade. ये सीज मारने के लिए इतना आगे जाना पड़ता है. If there's an offer, you're already dead. Just like football commentators, he's jinxed her. Yeah, it's done. We didn't expect the white to stick there. Yep. That's why I was a savior. Let's go. Okay, this is going to be very bad. Very bad. Oh, it's not as bad. Just got one kill.
वैसे तो एक भी किल नहीं होना चाहिए था.
Oh, Jing.
Oh भाई जिंग भाई आराम से हौले हौले.
Okay, suddenly Sova is just what Liquid is missing. Yeah, to be honest. Instead of Fate, it would have been, if it would have been Sova, this would have been so much better.
नहीं यार, प्लीज आराम से खेलो ना.
लाइन अप कर सकते हैं तने, पर वो जब तक गिरेगा तब तक लोग चले जाएंगे. जिंग डज जिंग. बोला ना मारेगा मतलब मारेगा. Jing W.
Finally.
The crossfire was too good.
That just fell apart for Liquid.
Yeah, it did.
There was a setup on long A where Soulcast was trying to hold
पे निकाल सकता है. Ult है.
And Scream's not fighting with him at all. I don't even think
Scream is 1 orb away from his ult. Fade ult है. बहुत आराम से. Liquid just need one more round, I would say. If they get 6, I think they're fine. Especially with this start, they should get 6. अगर यहाँ से 7-5 होता है, then it's bad for Liquid because momentum चला जाएगा.
Inside that cubby. Little bit of miscommunication there.
The Sky with Breach is also broken. Exactly, Sky is also good.
Stop the spike.
Player playstyle greater than logical, tactically proven forms similar to PaperX. Z-Blast, I don't think so. Playstyle is one thing, but you have three agents that are almost giving you nothing in terms of team play on attack. Cypher is just for flanks. Or whatever, like maybe some information gaining with this camera, but mostly for trips, and trips is also information gaining. You can't actually find out exact position. You can just find out the fact that the trip is broken.
With a couple of
Okay.
multi-kills at this point. And sure,
Jet Reina, very much self-explanatory.
They still
I think one can use fade abilities from a shot. No, Abhinav, but if you want to use fade abilities from a shot, you have to expose yourself to pura ye long wala sequence. You have to come here, and then you are prone from this position pura. All of the players. That is bad.
2 in a row for PaperX right now. So it's not
No, a shot is worse. Abhinav. A shot is worse. Because you need seized here, where you used to put Astra. You need seized here. For here, you can't bounce it off. So you have to put it straight.
Cages in front of the upper here. So
Benka used two cages. I think they'll regress.
Are we actually crossing at this point? But he can also put it back up for them to fall out.
And it's not a misinformation this time. They are indeed crossing forward.
मेरे को लग रहा है यहाँ पे के लिए kill free है.
No, but you cannot jump and throw as well. Just try it on the custom and you'll understand. By that time, they will escape, Baba.
Triple peek through eventually.
For second position is so good.
These are tried enough. You don't think these teams try that before doing it? It is not possible.
But what they do is they cut noise and they stay, and Yampi does too. But Navera trades it back, 45 HP, a gravity well at his feet, and he lands a shot onto Devi anyway. Ying on the swing. Soulcast trades it back, he gets a second on the round. Liquid gets to 6.
An odd idea.
Abhinav, these teams have tried those things. It is not possible. It is not feasible. It is not feasible. Tabi they are doing this A-long. Every team does the A-long one only. It is because Scorpion is just not feasible.
Which is getting these rotations.
See, now Liquid have gotten anything more that they get is a bonus for that right now.
And holding. Everybody's here in time. Soulcast is ready to fight. Scream is ready to fight.
And this is how I told you they have to play. Liquid has to play. They cannot go for aggression. They cannot meet aggression with this comp.
So it's unique.
They need to use their looted dumping to great extent. चलेगा भाई अभी अल्ट से मतलब नहीं है अभी Liquid को conversion से मतलब है because that conversion means अभी PaperX is on their last buy. If they lose this round, the last round of the half will be a beautiful run.
Liquid feel like they're 3 steps ahead of PaperX right now.
Hello Hardik. SSR pick up with throwing Astra.
Navera के पास ult भी है अब.
Yeah, Astra will make it definitely.
And we have to
but they don't have Astra.
Forsaken down in this round, Divide down in this round. 2 big tools. Forsaken the space clearing. I know he's not been having a great game so far.
They smoke out the... Oh, gosh, I thought he was going to hit that. Benkai called for where that trap was. Dropped his Mind Freak, drops the smoke on it.
Alive.
Just at the right time.
LOL.
They've invested the wrong thunder.
Oh, he's gone.
HP. Surely, if you can stay alive, and how much more trouble can he cause? How much more damage can he inflict on the opponents? Liquid have already lost 2 members.
One more.
They're just dueling.
It's gotten down to a
How is Benkai still like do or die? Yeah, elimination matches.
30 seconds
but
left.
barely breathing.
It's a 2v2, barely a 2v2 because it's actually should be a 2v1. Yeah, it is a 2v1 now.
क्या कर रहा है
Okay, I don't like this. Why are they separating themselves in a 2v1? Oh, I guess.
Wow.
I respect it. I respect it. Scream patient. Scream shoots the side
Beautiful.
step, and it's not enough.
Although I don't like it because वो A-long भी हो सकता था.
Liquid get the defuse.
In that case, Scream was just giving him a 1v1.
No magic there.
Benkai solo में स्मोक के अंदर क्यों गया? No idea. He wanted to make a play. जैसे वो लोग गोली चलाना बंद करते वो जाके आता. He was desperate. He had to. उसका जो HP था, he could have done nothing of influence. That is a gamble he had to take.
Prowler from Soulcast just destroys them.
तो में needed है या वहाँ पे needed रहता है NSP. He had to make some sort of play because they had raised ult as well.
Very well played out from Liquid. Liquid, and again, they find themselves one round away from half with a lead, if nothing else. You mentioned the buy on the side of Paper X. You're right, it's not great. 2 Bulldogs, a Spectre, and a Stinger. But if we've learned anything in this first half, it's that you don't count any rounds out, especially.
Paper X gave up a lot on this push into Garage early on in the half. Going back to it now, and Forsaken still leading the charge with Jing.
Oh.
Fault line nullifies that Sky Flash, so they can't really peek with it, and Forsaken's inside the Aftershock.
He had to swing out. He had no choice but to go into his Cloud Burst, and he's rewarded for the aggression with 1. Now for the team is still playing alongside Soulcast. Soulcast is falling.
Nice.
The Stinger and the Spectre provide the problem.
Okay, yeah, it's
get this round back.
Let's go. Very poor from Liquid here.
Through the ceiling.
Thank God.
I don't know why. Okay, this is one of the most basic things that some people should realize, should not. But when you are at such an advantage and you know they're desperate, don't just spray through smokes and then go for a reload. Always spray up until you have 15, 14 bullets left, or even 10 bullets left, and then just leave it be. Don't go for a reload in those situations. You never know. You never know how desperate they are, where they might come.
Yampi wins this.
No, that's good. That's a good double peak from Paper
Precarious for a moment, but Benkai is able to nullify it. A 7-5 half for Liquid Ball. It almost felt foreboding. It almost felt ominous whenever we saw the buyout from Paper X.
Shout out to ominous from the caster.
Again, aren't they?
So many of these light buy rounds working out for Paper X, and that's why this game is still so close.
7-5 half in favor of Liquid. Let's throw it down to the desk, see what they think of that first one.
Alright, so we got a little bit of a taste here in this first half, and so far, if you're Yummy, you are having a great time. I think we should talk about him right out of the gate because, Josh, you said that Yummy has the potential to have a god game, and so far, so good. Look at this, man. The stats are out of this
Either
world.
aggression or good crossfires. Very good crossfires. Aggressive crossfires, not neutral crossfires, not passive crossfires. They need aggressive crossfires.
Was lights out at the beginning, and then as soon as he got the operator in his hands, bonkers. Look at the Trailblazer not being able to see him here. He just reads the comp and how they're going to clear him so well, and his aim was phenomenal.
And this round was just absolutely dismal. Paper X does not have any utility to clear him out. They're just trying to take these fights, and he's still alive, still holding on to this space. Rainalier doesn't matter. Yampi gets the kill regardless. It's
Yampi ने बहुत ज़्यादा shutdown किया है for second को.
And it shows such good intelligence and awareness of how his opponents play.
Yeah, I like the way that Benkai was using his side.
There are certain matchups. The Yampi wala matchup बहुत good. It is up to mindset and how he anchors the side.
Yampi's got a great read on how they're going to play.
Yeah, a lot of those moments felt like a
एक breach या सोवा कुछ तो होना चाहिए था Yampi के लिए.
नहीं ये कौन पे ब्रीच है सोवा जा भी नहीं सकते हैं उनको काई चाहिए ना
नहीं अगर रेना हटा दे
रेना हटा
फिर
दे
ब्रीच
जेट रेना खेलना तो स्काई चाहिए तो सोवा
नहीं वो तो है ही हाँ
उसे एंगल से हटाने के लिए तो कुछ चाहिए ऐसा
अगर रीना वाला खेल रहे हैं इनको मन है खेलने का एलिमिनेशन मैच है they wanted to go for their confidence pick. This is their confidence pick. Whenever they are in trouble or something, they pull out this Haven.
Jing got positive by the time.
मुझे तो लग रहा है पेपर लाइक जीत जाएगी.
They're not starting.
So while Jing is still finding those moments, Forsaken really needs to warm up right now.
Saksham
Because
double
they
off
have to get aggressive, have to deny the plan.
No, double off will be very detrimental.
Even to begin, I think.
It can only work for one round maximum.
Those first kills are normally where this team is
Not more than a round.
successful. They struggled thus far in this tournament with getting those openers.
So they can double off, but only for a round will it work. As soon as Liquid realizes there are 2 off, they'll just start rushing.
Deep if they want to try and
Nice
pick off this win
oh,
here against Liquid. Let's send it back
maybe
over
for
to
FPS things
casters.
or
Dug and
something.
ball up.
Sometimes it's also for a confidence. अरे short नहीं लग रहा चलो game
Yeah,
start.
I think you're absolutely right. It's gonna
Common sense. मतलब यहाँ पे जिसके भी 0 फ्राई करते थे इंडियन टूर्नामेंट्स में वो तो भाई करता ही करता था 5-6 राउंड वाला स्टार्ट.
Very quiet first half.
अब करते थे भाई पीसी बंद कर देते हैं सब कर देते हैं.
अभी मैं सोचूं मेरा FPS तो हमारा मेरा ये ऑन था मेरा वो ऑन था. That is दिल को दिलासा देने के लिए. असल में ऐसा कुछ नहीं था.
कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्टर.
तभी मैं सोचूं मेरा VPN ऑन था मेरा एग्जिट लग ऑन नहीं था.
Oh no.
Those are comforters.
Look at this.
Basically warmers.
On the B side. Forsaken's baiting.
मैं कह रहा हूं हंसो मत यहां पूरे. और फिर हाफ टाइम में कोच कंप्लीट कर सकते हैं.
इंडिया में तो लोग रुमाल पकड़ते हैं.
Yes. And guys ये तुम्हारे कोच साहब ने करके दिखाया है. इंडिया में भी मैंने ये चीज लाई है फीचर. थैंक्स टू TEC and Sky Sport. I had complained to TEC कि हाफ टाइम में कोचेस को कम्युनिकेट करने देना चाहिए बिकॉज बाहर कर देते हैं. And after that, they brought it in within a day.
Not landing that first shot. He feels pressure coming in.
3 on the flank.
Triple long.
They're gonna push spawn. Look at this. Mind Freak has to be ready.
Look at Mind Freak's position. This is why I said Mind Freak is very necessary. He knows कि उसको push करेंगे ये लोग, तो he's so more far behind.
What is going on? They have
no idea.
Beautiful run from PRX. Okay, nice.
Team Liquid.
मैं एक सेकंड के लिए भूल गया था PRX अटैक पे कि डिफेंस पे. कह रहा था इतनी देर से साइड पे है.
No, this is the best form of retake. You crunch them. जब Japanese teams भी ये बहुत करती हैं, they crunch करते हैं. Hello. Sushant?
Yeah.
Oh, every time come there, your voice is different.
I'm on phone.
Oh. But yeah. Did you see what happened this round?
It was a bad round from Liquid.
Yep. Sushant and his infield. My mind still can't process. Yep. Balance as all things should be. Yep.
Another thrift incoming.
Might as well. They've left the entire A side.
The story of this map has been light buys seem to work out okay. So they choose to go safe. They choose to just stick with the sheriffs. Maybe this
Again, screen. Why would you go for a solo peek here?
Just gets the kill and runs around in mid, being like, where is everybody?
No, Soulcast is behind them. If they don't clear that out all the way down C long, he could be problematic.
ये ज़्यादा info है.
उसको दिखा नहीं.
Nope.
Okay, Soulcast has managed to evade all eyes.
No, it's just the sheriff, right? But the sheriff could be a problem. It could be devastating for the back line.
यहाँ पे फिर ना मारने लग जाए यार. Yes. अरे नहीं यार. Oh, thank God.
नहीं, Soulcast बहुत लेट है.
But they don't know he's coming from A shot. Wow, Jing. If you so-called headshot machine है. He go around with a solo pick करने से भाई. नहीं भाई. उल्टा ये comp पे you just go. Just send it. Just go 5-man with this comp. You have so much util to down. Why would you not do that?
ये राउंड तो लिक्विड का ही है. 95%.
क्योंकि नेवेरा का अल्ट भी है उनके पास.
वही तो है और गन्स एडवांटेज है प्लस फ्री चल्ट तो साइड तो फ्री होनी चाहिए.
पर उनको ये राउंड क्लीन चाहिए because opponent ने प्योर बोनस पे गए हैं अभी. They haven't bought at all.
बेन का is 0.
Yeah, Penka is the only one that has bought.
स्मार्ट डिसीजन है. अर्ली फाइट्स के लिए जा रहे हैं. पता है साइड रुक गए तो पीछे जाना पड़ेगा.
बट इनके साथ नहीं कर सकते. इनका यूटिल डंपिंग इतना है. आईजेल स्क्रीन वो मारेगा तो सबको स्पेक कर सकता. वो मारेगा तो वाह. अब समझ में आया तू आईजेल क्यों था.
हाँ.
Thing is, they haven't given up any of that space. They're still playing down short, but a prowler's going to spot them again, or at least spot a little bit. They get cleared out. Liquid decide to cut ties with the eastern side of the map and rotate over towards C.
And one of the things that they got there was information about both of the duelists.
Yeah.
And so now they know. Probably going to be the Cypher on the other side of the map, potentially playing.
Every round they have triple stacked and like together. Flanking.
हाँ तो उनके पास यही है ना. यही है उनके पास. जो दो एंकर थे वो उनको वैसे खिलाओ. यहाँ पे इनेबल करो जेट और रीना को with the help of.
साइड की रियलिटी नहीं यूज करी. ये सीटी है कहीं मारेगा या रीटेक के लिए रखेगा.
हाँ रखना. So they want minimal expenditure ना इस राउंड में because ये बोनस राउंड है.
Triple flank.
अब यूज किया बस.
डिले हो गया.
PRX जीते हैं राउंड. हारे उन्होंने बहुत बड़ी चीज डंप करवा दी.
नेवेरा की पोजीशन बहुत अच्छी है.
अरे एक्सपेक्ट तो करना. अरे भाई जी.
Okay, this is a very expensive round for Liquid. Ult used, 3 people died.
There's also a smoke put down.
अच्छा माइक तो दिला. अरे he has a good mic. It's just that उसका कुछ cancellation. He's right now on his phone. Very soon he'll start streaming. You'll see he has a very good.
A big flank from PRX.
They roll deep, bro.
Yep, yep. Nice roast, thank you.
And PRX, while they did win the pistol, they're going for the second round here after winning the bonus as well. But there's a stinger in the hands of Benkai. He's been playing with kill trip, so
Benkai's position is key because he has a stinger. उसको close खेलना ही पड़ेगा कहीं ना कहीं.
This is bad.
Oh, this is bad. This is very bad.
Exactly what PRX seem to be doing is Jin gets chased
What?
down and hunted by a Prowler. And then the
Prowler
from Devera cleans him up.
And you said feast or famine, that was that moment right there.
This is why I said Pearl is a very bad pick from PRX. If they go
PRX
on,
बहुत predictable हो गई है यार.
no, it's because अगर वो heaven हारती है, if they go on to lose this round, and then if they go on Pearl, which is they know nothing about Liquid's Pearl, it will be very problematic for them. ये वाला तो 4 second Jing box में करते हैं. Yes, Kiran, welcome to the stream, guys. Guys, like the stream. Let's head to 50 likes very fast.
That was so
Fast.
important for PRX to try to have a good
Let's
round.
target 50 likes before this map ends.
And now they've like triple flanked with like 3 people. I think Liquid is also reading it.
Yeah. And also, guys, jaldi subscribe bhi karo if you're new. Remember, this is a subscribers only chat. People have told me to do so. I'm just trying it out this tournament. और फिर अगले tournament से let's see subscriber chat हटा दूंगा अगर तुम लोग को दिक्कत हो रही हो तो. But yeah, please do subscribe. It means a lot to me. Target नहीं करते हम अच्छे लोग हैं. क्या बात है. Okay, see now they're playing on their desperation. उनको पता है eco है कहीं ना कहीं push आ सकता है कुछ ना कुछ आ सकता है. बस info gather कर रहे हैं, clear कर रहे हैं corners, ठीक है? चलो उनको पता चल गया एक मार्शल है इधर. 4 सेकंड में उसको मार दिया.
Nice. बहुत huge kill था.
See, this is what 4 second is doing now is more important than the kill. तुरंत position change. उसको पता है कि यहाँ पे मेरे को देख लिया है तो अभी लोग opposite जाएंगे.
Ying is playing
देख लिया.
PRX Asian team में against तो शेरवन की खेलती है. अभी भी शेरवन की खेल रही है. See, look at the rotation. And they're targeting a certain choke point. Which is very good. Very good.
Goes forward, he gets another kill. Now the Empress has been used. Forsaken has to take a step back and he goes up top.
Another flash coming.
Waiting for it. There's the swing and he's gone hunting. Oh, from up top! But the blades don't land. The classic
It's
does.
such a good round from 4 second.
Team is sick. Falls. Another thrifty round win.
भाई 4 second उठ गया. Good morning 4 second.
From both sides.
If I'm Liquid, I'm just rushing C. A C split this round. It's a timeout, nice.
Just to keep him in the game, bro.
Exactly. I mean, the last round that they lost, that one was so important.
भाई क्या ही pressure बनाते हैं वो लोग. W game moment.
And it did force them to go down on the save.
4 second मार रहा है और G मेरी हट गई. Let's go guys. ये मैं opening कर रहा था तो खुद से करता था काफी बार. Guys, PRX is still at 83%. PRX is Team Liquid, even though Liquid is winning. Damn guys. हमारे votes. Call पे कौन कौन है? मैं, Cruiser, God और XZ और सुशांत and Serious. वो लोग हमेशा ही हैं. It depends on whenever they are available. God business studies से chapter 2 का test है मेरा कल. All the best भाई. पढ़ाऊँ क्या मैं?
12th की या 11th की?
पता नहीं. 11th का होना चाहिए. 12th के तो boards अभी तो करते हैं क्या? क्या बात है हर्ष. Let's go Liquid. Let's go Profits. APAC थोड़ी है 83%. हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी फैमिली समझाओ मुझे. वो भाई अभी नहीं समझा सकता HUF.
नहीं लेकिन एक बात है. PRX का स्टाइल थोड़ा पगी स्टाइल है बहुत ज़्यादा.
अरे तो ये कॉम्प ही पगी है भाई. This is like
deals with the support structure and how the top level players on this team get as good as they are.
Now Liquid will be playing for garage controlment. Yep, that is what they should. They should go for a C split, as I said, this round में. If I was there, I would have gone for a C split. Honestly, I would have told timeout में कि ये round C split पे जाओ, ठीक है? You have your ults, you have everything, you have Nivera's ults. Just convert this round. It's more about conversion rather than spending. B पे गए ये लोग. B is normally easier to retake, but ये kill will be easier to
हाय हाय इसको मार देता ना राउंड कंफर्म जिंग ने 2 मार दिया नाइस वेट
Oh my
ओ
god.
पेन गाय
Yampi again left alone.
Are you a full-time coach? Excalibur? Yes, I'm a full-time coach. Looks like PRX is playing more in comfort than meta. They always do when their life is on the line. They always go for this comp on Haven. Over आ गया, let's go.
यार बट वो कंफर्ट जोन में खेलते हैं बट उन्हें चेंज करते हैं वो हार जाते हैं तो ये कोई अच्छी चीज थोड़ी है उनके लिए और अगर वो कंफर्ट पे खेलते रहेंगे तो वो
It's just that when elimination है ना, they want all their players to play their best, right? So they go for this comp. Other belated happy teachers day, I've learned a lot through Watchparty. Thank you, Arpit. That is my goal, man. Hopefully, we grow in number so many more people can learn from all these watch parties. Hello, Susano. Excalibur, yes, I'm a full-time coach. If you want to know more about me, you can go VLR or Wikipedia and search GodspeedxD. And you'll get my results or whatever teams I've coached with. Currently, I'm a part of D. डिफेंस ज्यादा राउंड जीत गए कोच जीत गए तो मैंने बोला था ना डिफेंस में फाइट लेना पड़ेगा
ओ तो भाई
लिक्विड की गलती भी बहुत है ध्रुव this round as I said they should have gone for a C split or a C rush it's a very simple thing very simple thing ये मैंने उनका सेटअप देखने के पहले बोला था जब टाइम आउट ले रहे थे तब बोल दिया था बहुत पहले कैलिबर सीए तो हूं डिग्री से पर दिल से कोचिंग I don't work as a CA. I find more comfort, more of a challenge in working.
तेरी CA पूरी कंप्लीट हो गई थी?
हाँ मैं मेंबर हूँ।
भाई W everywhere.
5-6 साल हो गए 5 साल 6 साल हो गए।
भाई इनके पास 4 अल्ट है। याम्पी वाली छोड़ देते हैं।
This is not the time to go C.
बट ये तो इको है अरे याम्पी 4 सेकंड को पिक करना चाहता है।
This is not the time to go C. They will expect me now because you went for B. That was a desperate call. They now know you're desperate. I let's say see a midway. By the way, it doesn't matter, man.
ये राउंड अगर रेज अल्ट भी यूज हो गई ना थोड़ा ओ नो हो गई पर किल मिल गया ना
See mind freak.
भाई सुबह
3v3 here and they've got to be careful.
ये राउंड लिक्विड का गारंटीड
नेक्स्ट किल पे डिपेंड करता है होपफुली होली शिट यार सारे अल्ट यूज कर दिए
It's because they have to use all their ults.
He has a blind opponent in front of him too. Now off the swing.
याम्पी पोजीशन लास्ट लॉन्ग पे थी
Disciplined, waiting.
Yamping the भाई और
नाइस वन याम्पी
यार ये राउंड PRX का होना चाहिए था
और ये मिल गया ऑफ बिल्कुल
TS ग्रेवल कैसा है फैंटेसी पढ़ने के लिए तो यार एनी बुक इज इनफ टू बी ऑनेस्ट डोंट बी अ बुकिश कीड़ा
3 अल्ट लगी उनके ये राउंड के लिए
फर्क नहीं पड़ता मैंने यही बोला था इस बार ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट हो गया नहीं मैंने यही बोला था कि पिछली बार कर लेते एक
ही अल्ट लगती
और वो एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं करते वो राउंड से नहीं कर रहे थे वो लोग एक्सपेक्ट
ये पता है ऐसा लग रहा है याम्पी एंड फ्रेंड्स वर्सेस PRX हो रहा है
नहीं डीमासिक भी अच्छा खेल रहा है डीमासिक ने स्मोक करके बहुत टाइम बाय कर लिया उनका सीटी से आने का
डीमा ने पहला किल भी तो जिंग का मार दिया था
हां जिंग और इसका बैंकाई का दोनों का किल लिया
ये स्मोक बड़ा अच्छा है यार
वन वे स्मोक्स बहुत इसलिए मैं ओमेन प्रेफर करता हूं हर जगह मैंने
हेवन पे तो हर कॉर्नर पे वन वे डल जाता है
स्प्लिट हो गया वन वे स्मोक्स पर्ल पे भी वन वे स्मोक्स
पर्ल पे भी हां
लोग इतना ओमेन खेल रहे हैं ऑल्दो आई डोंट लाइक ओमेन पर्ल पे
असेंट पे भी जो ए शॉट और बी के जो वन वे स्मोक्स हैं
असेंट पे भी सेम
आप डाल रहे हैं होली शिट देख भाई तेरी कसम एक किल मारना है बस तेरी कसम
11 में भी तो लेवल जीटी बुक है लिक्विड और एपीएस कॉलेज ट्रैक शेयर करते होंगे क्या पता नहीं भाई दोनों जुड़े हुए भाई हैं साथ में बैठ के बनाते होंगे
इनका आईजीएल कौन है लिक्विड का याम्पी व्हाट
याम्पी था लास्ट टाइम
ओह
Let's फटाफट से लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो our goal is to reach 2.5k subscribers today and 50 likes for now let's reach 50 likes they have no idea
मेरे को भी वही लग रहा है मतलब obviously they do बट स्क्रीम सिंगल ड्यूलिस्ट भी खेल रहा है, आईजीएल भी कर रहा है।
हाँ
बहुत टफ जॉब नहीं है ये।
कौन कौन भाई हैं? लिक्विड और वाओ
लिक्विड और
एफपी एग्जाम्पल स्क्रीन इवन फुल
8
तो क्या फॉल समथिंग
ओह नाइस
bro
ट्राई
why liquid win one round do the same once again no info no but I don't know I have no clue man.
इस मैच को ओवर टाइम दो
लास्ट बाय 1 मिनट, अगर ये राउंड पीआरएक्स जीतती है तो फिर लास्ट बाय है लिक्विड का।
नहीं 11
हाँ
हाँ लास्ट बाय होगा।
I asked you to champions
और पीआरएक्स के पास अगला राउंड बाय करने के लिए है। नेक्स्ट राउंड हाँ फोर्सेकन अल्ट है,
लेकिन
ये राउंड इम्पोर्टेंट है।
कुछ नहीं कह सकते,
ये राउंड बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है।
जब शरीफ की बात आती है।
यहाँ पे भाई प्लीज
even without
प्लीज
IPL liquid is getting in if they get Amaterasu in the team easy win existence do the needful aim तो है भाई।
हाँ भाई सब कुछ मैं करके दूँ ना,
तो तू तो मैनेजर है।
मैनेजर ही हूँ।
नहीं
Oh my god, let's go bro.
होली शिट भाई यम्पी।
Like, this is Yampy.
The one benefit for PRX is Benkai died in a position where they can't pick up his weapon.
Oh,
He's getting deep flank here.
this is
ओए
bad.
जिंग के पास बहुत इन्फो है भाई।
Yep.
They're spread around him though.
ओके फॉर सेकंड को देखते हैं उन्होंने।
हाँ
Okay,
क्या
ये
फट
round
गई? ओए स्मार्ट।
Oh my god, so lucky bro, so lucky.
जिंग है और इज ओनली मतलब गुड लेफ्ट इस डीमा यार करने देना।
मैं लक नेक्स्ट लेवल है बिल्कुल।
भाई बहुत कूदा चाहिए भाई ऐसे वॉकआउट करने के लिए। लास्ट मैच याद है लेवाथिन के सामने ये लोग 3 राउंड लगातार ए शॉट पुश किया था बाइंड पे,
भाई ऐसे
तीनों बार पनिश हुए थे।
ऐसे ही प्लेयर स्टार प्लेयर्स बनते हैं जिनको टाइमिंग
हाँ।
हिट करनी आती हो, और नहीं भी टाइमिंग हिट हो रही है तो भी ये ट्राई करते रहेंगे। हेटर्स विल से इको फायर, तू ही हेटर है, तू ही बोल रहा है इको फायर कर रहा हूं, तो नहीं बोला ना मारेगा जिन मतलब मारेगा भाई। ऑनेस्टली
Last by.
लिक्विड ने छोड़ दिया भाई, दिस इज लिक्विड्स मैप टू लूज।
लास्ट बाय
अब दे आर गोइंग
ओह ह्यूज
मैंने जब बोला था तब सीन नहीं गए।
ह्यूज
दिस डन
ओह ह्यूज।
PRX is feeling it. At the end of this game, they have shut everything Team Liquid has thrown down.
ओए बेन का की तार देखना जो डब्बे पे लगी है।
मतलब कॉम्प्लीमेंट किया चैंपियन के स्टार्ट में लिक्विड वाज गेटिंग टू मच हेट, लाइक तुम लोग क्वालीफाई नहीं करोगे इस बार पर लिक्विड
भाई
लिक्विड थ्रो कर रही है। सही बात
दिस
है।
शुड बी अ फुल इको। सिर्फ मेरे ख्याल से स्टिंगर्स या
हाउ
स्पेक्टर्स
कैन
बैक
दे इको, दिस इज द लास्ट राउंड।
ओह या नहीं मतलब बहुत गंदा बाय।
आई थिंक यहाँ पे पेपरएक्स को
अब ये राउंड
ऑब्जन
पे
है,
बीरा
ऑब्जन नहीं करने चाहिए उनको।
जिंग अब ये राउंड पे बीरा से
स्क्रीम का
ओके बाय बाय।
स्क्रीम का एक राउंड एक और पे अल्टा है और निवेरा का भी एक और पे अल्टा है। ऑब्जन है पे खेलना चाहिए उनको।
Match point with his efforts. Oh my gosh. A double spam.
वाओ दैट जस्ट लक ब्रो।
गया एक भाई तो गया।
दैट इज नॉट लक,
दैट इज नॉट लक, दैट्स कैलकुलेटेड। हां कैलकुलेटेड। वो दिख रहा है। हां
तुम लोग भी तो पता होगे वो लाइनअप तो है भाई।
हां वो तो रैंक का सबसे अच्छा लाइनअप है। ओडिन लो और करते रहो हर राउंड।
जिन भाई काली गली के कोने में मार दी, पूरा सिंगापुर सर्वर बैठा है ऑडियंस में।
ये राउंड ज्यादा टफ नहीं होना चाहिए। इन लोगों ने ये चीज फिगर आउट नहीं करी कि ए पे हर बार रीटेक हो रहा था और फोर्सेकन बार-बार सी ऑफ कर रहा था।
नहीं फोर्सेकन बार-बार सी ऑफ नहीं किया, जो
नहीं,
राउंड लोग बी गए ना उसके बाद से फोर्सेकन ने सी ऑफ चालू किया।
हां
और तुमको समझ में आ गया, अब ये डेस्परेट हो गए, अब ये सी टारगेट करेंगे सी पे, फोर्सेकन को छोड़ दो।
ओ भाई गुड नेट। ओह
गेट डिस्ट्रैक्ट।
ये क्या हो रहा है?
Jing has fallen. Benkai still not cleared out. It doesn't feel good.
Oh, Jampy.
Oh my god. Just need to buy time.
Solkas trying to spam, trying to find the blades, and he does. Now retreats into hell as Benkai from up top has to jump down.
Beautiful round.
Let's go, bro.
Fnatic can beat 100 piece. Yep. I think Fnatic will beat 100 piece.
No, 100 is will win. I'm sure.
दवाई ने कुछ भी खा लिया स्क्रीन से.
Right at the final moment.
Oh no. Oh no.
अब इनको सी जाना चाहिए देखो. इनका ब्रीच अल्ट है और फेड अल्ट है.
I thought for sure Divide
अल्ट के हिसाब से नहीं जाना चाहिए.
Solkas as well handling Forsaken.
अब इनको थोड़ा ये राउंड रुक के खेलना चाहिए. गराज में इन्फो निकालो, ए पे इन्फो निकालो.
जंपिंग की पोजीशनिंग.
ये लोग वैंडल से अच्छी तो गार्डियन चला रहे हैं.
No. Fnatic is playing. I don't think they will.
Once again, together, Forsaken and Jing.
Let's.
Oh no.
But it's Yumpy who wins it out. Yumpy who popped off, who pounded.
Double ulted Jing is in the corner. He's so stunned up.
But did they check him? Yes, they do. Solkas cleans him up.
Nice.
यार इसको मार देता ना पक्का राउंड था. पक्का तो नहीं गया.
Let's go, bro. Let's go.
A prime gaming flawless. Liquid take us to overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Guys, अभी भी 85% है हमारा.
2 मिनट.
Unreal performance out from Yumpy at the end there, man. You think about how strong he was in the first half and how it became the Jing show.
Now everything is gone. Now anything can happen.
For him to be the one to give Liquid the advantage.
Unreal.
So good.
अब if I'm Liquid, डिफेंस में तो नॉर्मल जैसे खेलना चलो. अटैक में I'll go B.
In situations that are so difficult to win, and they pull them out so many times.
See the historical records for both of these teams when they find themselves in these situations.
And look at the scoreboard too. The battle of Jing and Yumpy.
It is delivered. Tail of the tape has lived up to the hype. You mentioned the double.
By 3 कर दिया ये तो. Throw नहीं किया. Liquid played well. The 2 rounds.
But Yumpy aggressive. He's standing on star
So
this is so good from Yumpy.
The range of his rendezvous.
Existence to server man.
Expect करेंगे यार.
Oh my goodness.
That was very close.
Divide was seconds away from giving.
Now rotation is coming. Scream ने satchel मार के rotation.
Satchel waste किया है.
Trying to get these first entries.
Because उसके satchel का और कोई फायदा नहीं है.
And it was shutting down Yumpy, who did go for the glass.
पता नहीं कौन से मैप में सैचल बहुत अच्छी यूज किए थे. हां बाइंड पे.
नहीं उसका मूवमेंट पहले से अच्छा हो गया इसमें.
टैकल करने के लिए.
Trip is in an unconventional spot as well. It's going to be
नहीं
where they execute.
थ्रो नहीं था.
I just tagged it out.
लिक्विड पे रीड तो है.
They're starting to take short control. PRX may be in a world of hurt here, Bala. They're all funneled in. The smokes go through. The cloudburst, the flash, the swing, and Yumpy's down.
बहुत बड़ा किल. एक किल मारना है स्क्रीम का.
Does he go unchecked? Oh gosh, he does. Oh gosh, he does.
Let's go.
But for
यार.
अब सोल कैच भी अनचेक जाएगा क्या?
हाँ जाएगा.
Expecting.
Beautiful
Blast है भाई.
Beautiful flash.
ये शॉट है पीछे देख सोल कैच पीछे देख. डॉम
मत देख पीछे.
फर्क नहीं पड़ता. This round is over.
After
Not yet.
breach का. No way PRX wins this.
I know you want to check, you want to find everything you can. He's repositioned. Ember's up top. He's gotten into a 1v1. He's not going to have time for the plan, and the swing never shows
Let's
up.
go Scream.
Liquid take the lead.
That stun was also very good.
Around.
By Nevera.
Mind Freak for a second definitely had time
Trying
to
flash
play
through
there,
B window.
but he expected
Just to
the
show some presence.
swing.
Abhinav.
He just expected it.
भाई Jing 28 kills.
That is crazy. But
Okay, now
Someone said in the chat, Susanto ace in first, like in the first round.
He thought for sure.
Oh my goodness.
Just expecting the flank. Expecting the swing.
Now beat us.
Also, massive props. Nevera and Demasig both used their
चलो भाई कर तो
for
रहे
the
हैं.
2 players who were in sewers.
मान तो लिया बाप एक
That
बार.
PRX did not clear out.
They go B, they win this round.
Jing on the spam, not going to find a free one this time.
E split.
Match point for Liquid.
They go B, they win this
Garage
round.
already. They're spreading the map too, all over the place right
ये
now.
जा रहे हैं. A पे double
Remember, it was for
by
safety.
change करो TL को.
Came online.
Flash क्या था? Omen flash was the biggest play. Exactly.
He's got that glass cannon.
नहीं ये खत्म है ये राउंड. अगर ये लोग A आए खत्म है ये राउंड.
It's a 5.
A आए तो PRX जीत जाएगी ये राउंड.
Cypher double tripper.
सिर्फ डबल ट्रिप की बात नहीं है, they have every अभी आ गया है सब कोई। चले बीच टर्न भी था या बीच टर्न पे उसने पहली बार बीट किया, पर बीच टर्न के अंदर अंदर जेट आई मीन 4 सेकंड किल्ड हिम। देखिए प्रेजेंस दिखा देगा ये चीज से।
नहीं शॉट पे स्पाइक है और सोल कैस्ट पे।
Oh. Right, Jing is in the corner and he finds 2 big ones. Soulcast on trade back, but Benkai still concealed, waiting for the glimmer, waiting for the chance to get a free one.
Benkai को जिंदा रहना है।
ये तोड़ो कैम भाई।
So much delay.
4v3 in favor of PRX. Divide on the swing. Mind Freak follows. Divide cleans it up. Soulcast trying to get it.
Yeah, I told
he
you.
doesn't.
Oh shit.
Benkai को देख लो, कैमरा खेल रहा है।
What a good retake for PRX, but also Team Liquid just not breaking that camera.
Observer Junior भाई बोला ही था मैंने, ये जाने की जरूरत नहीं थी। गराज में प्रेजेंस दिखा दिया, चुपचाप भी चले जाओ।
Liquid had their one chance to break this game and end it right there.
Needs to question his life decision. This is the 3rd time they've used this exact execute, Sushant, in this map.
Yumpy not too far off behind. It's actually crazy. The 2 stars, Yumpy and Jing, are the only ones positive on their teams. Oh, I just lied to all of you. I just lied to every single one of you. Divide.
Cameraman का outfit आ जाएगा। आना चाहिए था, ever T1 से सीखा है, सही बात है।
They're popping off. They're pounding.
Still giving up on any sort of other pressure outside of this A lobby control from PRX. There is the star for them to pivot into a C pop eventually.
They just recalled it.
Yumpy is not topping.
Anyone slipped into cubby or not down long.
नहीं better है, not too
There's a flash here from Navera.
Here's everything.
Beautiful.
Nice. Let's go Yumpy. I fucking love you, bro.
मारेगा जिंग, टेंशन मत लो, मर गया भाई।
That was a solid reclear. Remember at the beginning of this game, Team Liquid was failing on those aggression middle of the round. This time it's going so well.
Oh, they can't see it, man. And look at the utility dump on the side of Liquid Divide, though. He slipped his way in. Backside of the flash.
Oh, what a flash.
So blind. Forsaken's able to take her one, understanding Divide does that there's at least one more there.
दवाई अगर निवेरा को अच्छा never mind.
Awaiting the pressure. Yeah, it takes a good bit of damage. Now he's got satchels thrown his
way.
Whoa!
That is good.
Forsaken now choosing to use the blade storm. Oh, fight taking away, and the kill does not
almost
come through.
Nice.
Liquid hold the line yet again.
Serious को serious कुछ नहीं बोल रहा भाई।
Maintain space on that site.
Serious
नहीं। Wasn't planted for the A lane.
इस बार इतना utility डम दिया पर कैप्टलाइज करने के लिए कोई था नहीं जब तक अंदर आए। हाँ वही बात है। भाई ये लोग पक्का TL को पैसा लगा के बैठे।
That opened up the round here for Team Liquid. The flash.
Existence, हाँ भाई existence.
Really good setup.
TL fan for life.
My goodness.
नहीं भाई मेरे को नहीं लगता। तुम लॉजिक बताओ, अगर लॉजिक अच्छा हुआ तो मैं फिर भी सोचूंगा। I don't think so.
Okay. Good.
Team Liquid again. Match point.
ये most सबका यही टेक रहता है क्योंकि 3 साइड्स हैं, क्योंकि डिफेंडेंट स्प्लिट होते हैं।
But that is a very bad logic. 3 साइड।
या हाँ लॉजिक वो बहुत गंदा है।
हाँ नहीं।
मैं कह रहा हूँ लोगों का यही लॉजिक रहता है। जिसको पूछोगे ना सारे यही बोलते हैं।
Oh, the recall!
Oh, and the recall, you're absolutely right!
अच्छा, very good, very good. Liquid मजा आ गया।
यार
भाई मेरे को तो पता भी नहीं बैटिंग करते कैसे हैं। And I don't promote betting.
Oh my gosh.
ये नहीं ये। भाई ये गलत है। Oh nice team.
स्क्रीन को शेड है तो काम मिल जाएगा, मस्त हो जाता है, सही बात। Guys, like the stream, let's push it to 50. 50 likes कर दो guys, and do subscribe guys if you're new. Target is 2.5k. Liquid win the first map.
Super happy about that one because remember this situation.
And now Pearl.
They were down 2.
झगड़ा हो गया था इनका, दवाई सुनाया किसी को, I think sadly yesterday ही गई PRX के हाथ से।
It was a close affair.
दवाई आईजी लेने उनका?
If I'm not wrong.
Benkai.
Benkai.
PRX जीतेगा chill 2-1.
We talked a lot about Yumpy.
Easy for PRX.
I want to just very quickly go back to him because the guy had him.
100% PRX वाला ने पैसे खाए हैं।
9 first bloods.
चैट
No one else was
चलो
close.
मिलके एग्जिस्टेंस को निकालते हैं भाई बट भाई
It's
किसी
such a
को
good
बहुत भरा
performance.
हाँ
You see him on the screen.
भाई
there
सारे
popping
पेपर एक्स
off.
यार ये ऐसे मोनोपोली नहीं होनी चाहिए ना
We're just
बीसी में
so
भी
clean. This 4K.
चैंपियंस लीग संदीप महेश्वरी ऑफ टीम क्या बात है
We've always considered him potentially, one of those guys who could push up from top offer in the world. But they just never can.
एलेक्स रीसेट करवाने का झगड़ा राइट
I think this might be one of the few times
एग्जिस्टेंस को रीजन से निकाल दो भाई
rip apart paper
निकाल दो यार
because the aggression oftentimes is so difficult to do.
Okay guys, let's do the team. Okay, let's see the impact rating of this match.
Sometimes struggling with it at Copenhagen, that was certainly
हाँ उसके लिए आपकी स्ट्रीम पे आने दो मेरे को देखते हैं कैसे काम करता है वो
Right, it really feels like Navi was able to weather the chaos of Paper X in ways that other teams haven't, ways that other stars haven't. And as much as the map doesn't go in favor of Paper X, it's a bit of it's bittersweet, right? Because you feel really good about going up against Liquid on Haven in that fashion, right? The fact that you were able to hang on to the lead, get it to overtime, ultimately you weren't able to win it out, but you didn't roll over, and now you've got Pearl on the other side, which should be a comfort spot for them. I think with all of that in mind, Paper X don't feel bad about that one.
No, absolutely not. Again, they brought it back. It was such a deep. I mean, it was a close game the entire time, but for them to hold on and make it to overtime, take that lead, the problem was just basically the same things that were happening over in regulation, right?
Yep.
And yeah, you're talking about Pearl in the future. We've already seen them play.
Hey guys, the
It's
impact is
certainly
here.
something that I think they're comfortable on. Team Liquid has not, and so there's no research on them.
If map 1 was good, hopefully this means map 2 will be better.
So Jampy has the most impact. You have to divide it by the number of rounds. Okay. So Shan, do we have to divide this by the number of rounds? I think so. 28. So
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Register now for your national qualifier.
He's saying doesn't matter for one single map, it will stay the same.
28. Oh, but 6 impact rating दिखा रहा है, I think. Okay. Where is the formula of it? Where do we write formulas? Function, right? Okay. Impact round split into time. Yeah. Dude, I don't know. I haven't used it for such a long time. Maybe I'll just do this. I've forgotten formulas.
I don't know why people are not using the 70TV emotes for YouTube now. Like even YouTube integrates for YouTube too.
Strategic mastermind to get you a little bit over the edge in your games. Maybe you need someone with
I
a
saw
big
it on
galaxy brain. Oh, hi, I'm
Courage
Golden
Stream.
I'm Mimi. And I'm Sideshow. And do you need yourself an accomplished coach, kind of like Doom Bros from FPX?
Doom Bros is a strategic mastermind, the most recent winner of Masters Copenhagen. And people always ask, why is there only one Doom Bro? Well, guess what? There's not.
What? There's more.
There are two Doom Bros. And the second one, Emil from Team Liquid.
Unbelievable. And since Team Liquid has acquired their Doom Bro Emil, they won themselves the EMEA LCQ.
That's so impressive.
But it's unfair that there's only two. Oh, but I have news for you. Turns out they're not just twins. They're non-uplets. They're not of them son of a guns.
What? There's more. How can there even be that many?
I don't know. Their parents got busy. But
Yeah,
stock is
finally
limited,
did it.
so make sure you call
Boomer
now for
moment.
easy payments of $999 today.
There's There's only 7 Doom Bros. May provide the same results. Consult your team owner before purchasing a Doom Bro. Prolonged exposure to non-original Doom Bros may
Yes,
cause
finally
additional
did
side
it.
effects. Doom Bro family is not responsible nor liable for any issues. FDA approved and licensed in at least 3 countries. Call now. Call now.
Finally did it, guys. So Yampy had a impact rating. Hello sir, kya haal hai? Hello Radical. Guys, I was finally able to do it. But yeah, so if we rate it accordingly, Yampy has 2.21, and then you have Jing with 1.82 or 1.83, whatever you want to call it.
Who that salesman was, but
I'm convinced.
Then Davai.
And the lowest is Mindfreak with 0.8.
Everyone. Of course, we're having a lot of fun here, and seems like Team Liquid's
that
having
is
a lot
with
of fun.
Sushant
I
software.
think a lot of players in the field are having fun right
Yeah,
now.
equal to
Take a look at
friend,
the
equal
MVP
to friend,
breakdown
yeah.
because it
So
certainly
involved in
was
it, I
a
forgot
war
equal to friend.
between Yampy and Jing. I mean, look at these numbers.
Rankings are remain the
Just
same.
tells you these guys are coming out swinging.
I mean, it's absurd. Yampy had
But this is like the actual impact rating. That is why I wanted to show. If this is the impact rating that will be used by, let's say, that will come out. This is the impact rating that you see on Twitter and everywhere.
He was holding on so hard to try and make this game winnable.
Yeah, Yampy went 7-2, is that right, against Forsaken?
Absurd.
I mean, that is just bonkers to completely take the PaperX duo
Finally,
out of the
guys.
game. We had thrifties on both sides as well, but I think really the story of the second half and how PaperX got it back to OT was the fact that they were flanking frequently, that they had this idea to be able to set up for retakes pretty often. And we thought they'd be challenging a bit more, but it all starts on a pistol round like this, where Benkai's playing off his kill trips in heaven, and the rest of the team is fast flanking around
Nice one,
behind.
guys.
Look at the rest of PaperX
Managed to
here,
do it.
trying to get in good positions, because they don't have the
Davai
utility
had
to set up
1.3.
for big elaborate
So
retakes.
basically, the
They've
two
gotta get
outliers are
positional
Yampy
advantage.
2.22 and Jing 1.83.
Fight towards spawn, but Spike was never planted for
So
them. And with some
we'll
nice
save
sound
this.
utility and a shutdown for PaperX, they are able to win out on that round. I think there was kind of 2 options of this composition. You either go for those fast flanks and are pressuring behind after you concede that Spike plant, or you're really committing to using that Cypher utility to hold on to site and to fight there. I expected more of the latter, but PaperX tried both, and largely Team Liquid did a great job at adapting against both of those options.
was
In
done.
the latter part of that
You
half,
were able to
Team
do it,
Liquid were
guys.
really shutting down those flanks.
Congratulations to
So
all of you.
for the side of PaperX, they were forced to
I
fight
think
on
it's
the
whole
sides, but
APAC.
it was never really working.
Yeah, as soon as the aggression and the fast flanking
I
got
jinxed
shut
मैंने
down, it felt like
APAC को.
PaperX just had to drop back into normal anchor positions.
Guys,
and
I'll
that's
close
where it
the
stopped
poll
working.
when
So
the new
huge
map starts.
credit
So
to
you
Team
have
Liquid
only
for drawing the
5
game out long
minutes
enough
to
that PaperX ran out of
vote.
ideas.
Yeah, they certainly did. And
No
now
one
it's time
really
for
know
a
how
Rise
it
and
is
Ice Speed
going
moment
on
of the
there.
match. For
Yeah,
this
this
one,
is on
we're going to be
machine
giving it to
learning
Yampy.
model
He's one of the
from-
guys who actually
data from
prevented
4,000
them from
matches and
having any
calculations
new
and
ideas
skills.
because he just kept shutting them
Impact
down
around when I
time and time again. Yampy
इस पे आपको
was
क्या
on
लगता है क्या
fire.
रहेगा?
Yeah, it's
Phoenix
crazy. I mean,
Phoenix
this is
आएगा
the
इस
first
बारी?
time thus far at Champions
But-
Tour
आ गया, sorry.
आ सकता है
non-mirror
Paul.
matchup
Paul
on
पे
this
Phoenix
map
आ
has been able to win, but it was because
From
Yampy was
Liquid.
just insane at the agent, insane.
Cream.
Where he was opping.
Fade
It
तो
really
होगा.
did come
I
down
think
to
I guess fade breach.
versus
I
Aside
think
Dimmer.
Liquid will be the first team to
Normally both these
play
players
Breach in
are very
Champions
similar
on
role,
Pulse.
kind of the star,
Love it.
playing on that off.
If they do,
It's
I'm
very
backing Liquid.
one-sided for
They're all
Yampy
supporting
in
favorites.
this one, and like we
Hi,
were saying,
Saman, I am
a
not.
complete
I
shutdown onto
I just put out a poll.
Yeah, and obviously they're playing it completely different agents and slightly
Okay,
different
let's close
styles
it
as
at
well.
69
But I
more.
think this bears thinking
That's
about
good.
going into our next map of Pearl, because we're expecting Forsaken to be playing Chamber there.
I cannot say
And
that,
honestly,
but it does
just
stuff
think about
like
the form
location
that
of
these
the
players
player
are
on
in.
the map,
Yampy is full of confidence
it's a
right
new
now
back
in
team.
every shot. ACS, DPR, through
Guys,
through
I mean,
the roof
Jamp-
level of this kind of
let's
stuff.
go.
Yampy was an
Forsaken
absolutely
finding it difficult
beast
to
guy.
get trades off.
Yeah.
His
This map.
aggression was getting neutralized. Does he have that same level of confidence, or can he feel the weight of pressure upon his shoulders?
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, look, I think it goes without saying that, you know, both of these players, right, for Forsaken, we're really looking for him to step it up moving into our next map. For Yampy, just keep doing more of the same, brother. It seems to be working out. But here's the thing. If you want to drop into an unrated lobby, and one-tap people from a mile away, take notes and train like the pros. In the AIM Lab shoot-around, here's Demasik. And as a matter of fact, I think it's a great opportunity to talk about him because he's got the fresh face on this lineup. A lot of pressure on him, Mimi, but I think so far he's been playing his role very well.
Yeah, he has. But for this Team Liquid squad in particular, there's a lot of pressure on them. Into the LCQ, we get this rebuild for them. They bring Dima into the occasion. They get a new coach in a mill in the mix, and off that they win. There's such high expectations for this team. At Champions, they've never
that
lost
was
in the
credit to
groups
all the
before.
not just
And for a
Yep.
new squad, that's a lot to
Full moon
contend
is
with.
almost
Yeah, and I think they did an excellent job
I
there
wanted
with
to trade if you
map
could draw
points
inside rather
available
than
for
just the rating.
PRX.
Yeah,
And
Karen,
it
you
takes
can
some
draw
serious
major
grit
insights from this.
to be able to battle back
You can draw a
and
lot
get
of
things to
insights
overtime and then
from
convert.
this.
You know, Liquid aren't a team that have been in some big major finals recently.
Head on to RIV.gg if you want to see more
let
insights
that
based
opportunity
on what we
slip
can
away.
do.
And now we head into just completely unknown territory. I don't know what Agent Dimisic's going to be playing. I don't know what Agent half of these players are going to be playing on Liquid. And who knows whether PaperX even sticks.
Okay, let us
That
guess,
really does put the pressure on paper.
Guess the comp.
Team that's coming in,
Guess the comp.
looking like a clear favorite. They've been so good thus far this year.
Let me guess the
Going
comp
to a
here.
map that
They'll be
people
surely
already
playing Chamber
Liquid
because of
is
I
Yampi.
think-
unknown when we're
I
looking
think
towards
what
Pearl, and it's just the
you
pressure
can
that's got
see
to be on for these
from
guys.
Liquid
They're
is
the hope of
Raze,
their region, riding alone
Breach,
for APAC, and also the hope
Fade.
themselves to continue that upward trajectory.
Yeah, well, if you are just joining us here, of course, map 1 went to overtime. What a game it was,
Chamber.
as we saw Team
Chamber
Liquid
and
with their
Astra.
map pick 15-13.
अगर
There was
मैं
a
कहूँ
point in time there,
Astra और
I was
Viper
convinced
दोनों
that PaperX were going to walk away
Astra
with
Viper
count
is
out
good,
TL
but I
on
think
the
they'll go
Thrifties
for
because
fractures.
they'll scrape those
I
buy
mean,
sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
Breach.
Especially when Yampi's
Breach,
hitting shots like that with
yep.
the Headhunter. But I
Pearl
think
is
मुझे
a
लग
bad
नहीं रहा
defense
Team
side, who will
Liquid's
win?
pick and
So
winning
far,
it
Pearl
doesn't really
looks
mean
like a very
anything for this
defense-sided
series
map
because
for me.
we have no expectations for Pearl. We don't know whether Liquid are good at it, bad at it,
But
whether they've
I don't
scored
feel
yet or,
it's
obviously
yet
they will.
taking
But
shape.
for PaperX,
With the
they're
meta and
0-1
everything,
headed in here.
I think
Doesn't
you have
mean
to
they're
wait
a
for
bad
another
team.
month.
Pearl, they lost to a team that
Maybe by the end of
drilled
Champions?
and disciplined
No, not even
and
by
had
the end of
excellent
Champions.
retakes.
By the end of
We
Champions,
can
you'll
start
have what,
seeing
10 maps of
bounce
Pearl?
back.
That is
Be
inconclusive.
fantastic on this map, immediately
You
sends
can't
out
form a
great.
meta or form
We just
which
have no
sided.
idea.
What sided a map is just based on 10 maps.
Absolutely do. And for Liquid,
But
we've seen a
people
lot
can
of
take a
different
guess on how it
solutions
has to be
this
played.
People are taking a guess even before the map came na.
like PaperX,
Guess तो कुछ भी चलता है, but then हम लोग guess पे नहीं काम कर
We've seen
सकते
really
हैं.
big emphasis on the fade raise. So there's a lot of
Guess is
options
for
for
you
them.
guys
This
to
team
make. कि
stylistically
अरे we think it's defensive, but when we are saying something,
particularly with
we base it on
Phoenix
logic,
and
fact, or
doing stuff
something.
that no one else is doing. So seeing where they head on Pearl.
You need evidence to back it up.
Exactly.
Back to a comment that Mini made, the coach of Fnatic, where he's saying a lot of the EMEA teams are playing no duels.
For me, as long as I'm not convinced by logic or fact,
something that he's played a ton in the past.
I don't back it up. Like I don't back it.
Okay, Prime Gaming
My beliefs are my
select
beliefs.
for Pearl. Team
Okay.
Liquid is up
Agent select time.
1-0 in
Let's
the
go.
series. Let's see
I have
what
tier two and
spanners
tier
might
three
be
data
thrown
to
into the
consider,
works
but I
here.
can-
Mimi,
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
we can see an Astra.
Which
We,
is what I
let's go
said.
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
I
So,
told
yeah,
you
so-
Phoenix.
We're doing it. He
You said
took the
raise.
red pill. He took the
Oh,
red
मतलब
pill.
नहीं, मैं बोला कि we can see
Ah,
Phoenix.
yeah, we can see.
refuse to take your medication,
But
Dr. Josh.
Yeah, I know.
Cruiser is
And
right,
honestly,
the double
the
controller.
doctor doesn't know best
Double
in this
controller is
situation.
better
The doctor
right
doesn't
now.
know anything in
See,
this situation.
best
We
way
haven't
is
seen
double
Phoenix
controller,
anymore,
double
but I
initiator,
agree
and
with
chamber.
Rapid
Right
when
now.
I was
This is
doing
the
this
best.
earlier.
This is the
They
best
could
format.
put Phoenix here. The Phoenix has a wall that could be used in a
No
single
duelist.
The Neon fast lane
Oh
over to
man,
get
great
plants
work,
on
honest.
B.
Are you
So
worried about the
the
patches
biggest
causing a lot of
problem
trouble?
with it is
Because of
that the
shield
wall
ability,
doesn't last for very
any
long, and the
new
Phoenix
data?
doesn't have any gap closing ability, whereas your Jet, your Neon, even your Raze has some of that available.
I mean,
The
this
thing
has
is,
the essence
we
of
just don't know
whatever
enough about this map to know what the
the
counters
other
will
teams
be,
are
and
also
whether or
running.
not
The other
PRX
teams
are
are also
ready for
running
full
Astra
screen.
Viper or Omen Viper.
Maybe
Right?
what you got.
The other teams are running Fade. Fade is, I think, so very quintessential to this map.
But मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये कॉम्प
Still no
इनकम्प्लीट है.
इनकम्प्लीट तो है, ब्रीच नहीं है. Phoenix के लिए ब्रीच होना चाहिए था.
थोड़ा इन्हें I feel कि इन्हें B पे इश्यू हो सकता है.
होगा ही. See the thing.
हाँ.
इसलिए तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, अभी चेंबर का सेंट्रल प्रॉपर्टीज कुछ रहा नहीं, ठीक है? Just use the chamber as the duelist, ठीक है? You have a duelist who has one trap, ठीक है? So he can take control of one entire side by himself. और बाकी जगह you can pressurize mid, you can pressurize the other side very well.
With this composition is the lack
So
of
we
a
have a
fight.
prediction.
It feels to me like the double
No, man,
controller settings with Astra Viper are just
I
the
can
best
make
way
sense
on
of Phoenix
map
on
right
Pearl,
now.
as I said,
And so only having a
also
solo
when
Astra
people were talking
concerns
about
me a little.
Phoenix, I said Phoenix can be cheese pick on Pearl because there are so many corners and the flash is literally unavoidable right now.
Trying to keep the drive alive here. Liquid trying to shut it down. Let's send it back over to your casters. Doug and Ball,
But-
which pill you want? Red pill or blue pill?
More balanced, I would say it is
Thank you so much,
currently
Morpheus. Honestly, I
PRX.
forgot which was
PRX
which.
have gone for the
I don't
quintessential
really
comp,
which is which.
the
So I'm
comp
just
that
gonna
has
check
become the
both
most
screens
popular
until we
right
get
now on
I'm
Perth,
assuming
even
that
with
one was
small
one,
sample size.
right?
Seeing single entity generating data per meaning from
Either way,
every
it
map.
is Phoenix. It is Pearl. It is something
I
that we
think
have
they
not
should
seen.
increase 1 hour per
Furthermore, we haven't
Phoenix
seen
ult.
Team Liquid even play
Do
on
it by
this app.
7.
So,
I'll update the model
so
also
many
when I get
questions.
down for
And
it.
we had
Yeah.
this conversation
वो बात नहीं है
early.
अगर ये मैप 4 सेकंड नहीं चला
Look at Team
तो फिर थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा
I don't know why I have a feeling कि Liquid Point जीतने वाला है. Maybe यार, maybe. I
मेरे को
think
तो है
this is why I said कि PRX should not have picked Pearl because you don't know how Team Liquid plays on Pearl. You can't go with an unknown in a certain match in an eliminator, you know. अभी देखो, they are already farming orbs with.
And they're farming the orb. Not an easy
क्या हो गया
one to
भाई?
get by any means, but look at the wall that they're using. Blocks up the top of A main there.
And double doors and entry into art. Really nice wall.
Good attempt. Yampi just getting one shot off there is optimal, right? He just wants to see if they're coming down, and then he can get all the way back in sight. He can't hold on to that space
Look,
by himself.
they've already congregated towards A. B के तरफ से they're also rotating. This is disastrous. It's going to be so disastrous for PaperX.
Yampi backside trying to keep him back, but it's actually Dima who finds a ton of value. Yampi
नहीं Yampi मार देगा हाँ
around and he swings with it.
पंगा लेने का
Right click.
Let's go man.
Benkai
This guy's so fucking good.
finds nothing. Yampi with 3, he continues right where he left off.
Reject करना बहुत मुश्किल है feeling को guys.
Looking unstoppable.
और अभी तो कुछ भी नहीं है guys. You have Loud and Zeta coming. वो तो और hype होने वाला है.
Right in front of the wall.
और फिर कभी राइन खेलेंगे साथ में खेलेंगे यार लड़के. चैंपी का कुछ करना पड़ेगा. कर लो भाई फिर.
कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
चैंपी का aim is on point today.
It's so much fun to watch Yampi like fully come into his own here.
दिल बैठ रहा है यार.
It's really beautiful to watch too.
इंडिया भी हार रही और APAC भी.
But Scream seems to be really leaning into.
Let's go PRX जीतेगा. Let's go Loud.
नहीं मेरा नहीं.
And that might have honestly unlocked a new level for Yampi.
Heavy stack from PaperX towards A.
ऐसे monopoly नहीं होनी चाहिए ना.
This time, no antics, no nothing.
It's going to be so difficult for PaperX man.
Back for now. Devi has to heal himself. Forsaken.
Defense में Liquid can easily run away with the game. I can see 10 rounds. A 10 round Liquid half.
Really good wall here from Navarre.
Easily.
नहीं.
Easily. If they run away
मेरे को
with it.
मैं first 4 rounds से बता दूँगा बस. Promise.
क्या बात.
The molly is
I'm calling it a 13-0 Liquid.
And the carnage is disgusting.
कौन सी monopoly सब teams lower में पड़ी है भाई.
Literally no way through.
Bro, Liquid always beat the famous teams.
You mentioned the molly and the
now
gravity well. It
PaperX.
was such a nice setup.
Opium.
The orb too as well. And it allows him to get any extra
DRX को
space
छोड़ के.
You can always re-clear the Viper orb.
DRX last Asian hope.
And in Scream, I mean, what are you doing?
No, that is okay for Scream. Because he needs orbs, nah? He needs fights. He needs fights. I won't have any problem with Scream doing this.
But Forsaken trying to dance around in that orb.
You save 4 weapons anyway.
Take the second
And
round.
Scream gets an extra orb. If he killed that guy, he got an extra orb anyway. तो मर गया तो भी extra orb तो मिला. अभी देखो 3 orb हो गए. 3 और orb चाहिए ult के लिए. Simple है भाई. By the 5th round he will get an ult. I think his target is to use his ult thrice.
Also on duty with the Fade Hunt.
Alex भी कह रहा है what are you doing?
Alex not happy with how easy that was for Team.
Imagine how much hate PRX is going to get if they don't qualify for playoffs against Liquid.
Bonus attempt.
I mean, hate is
and it's
consistent.
Scream only has
Don't really care about hate that much because you get hate either way.
in the last round.
If they win now, lose in playoffs, then also they'll get hate.
Oh my god.
Yampi not able to land that shot. As Forsaken wins that duel out. We'll keep an eye on that one again. It was Yampi who
Bajaj?
played exceptionally well.
Sky on this map.
Decent.
Forsaken was just
Yampi was 7 and 2.
Better than Fade.
Not at all.
No. इस मैप पे लाइक काफी अच्छी है. Fade काफी impactful है. Especially जब आर्ट कंट्रोल लेना हो क्योंकि आर्ट पे बहुत सारे एंगल्स हैं.
जो हेड नहीं देगा तो और PRX ही जीतेगा. Damn right now.
भाई जो भी ये कह रहा है तेरे मुंह में घी शक्कर मेरे घर आ कल मिठाई खिलाऊंगा तेरे को अगर PRX जीत गई वरना बताइयो.
Oh my god, what a great season.
कुत्ते के बच्चे.
Another flash. Yep.
नहीं नहीं
अरे दवाई
निवेरा अरे डुबा दिया
दवाई भाई दवाई खिला दिएगा सबको लड़के
यहाँ गॉडस्पीड एनालिसिस दे रहे हैं हम चीयर कर रहे हैं नाइस शॉट ऑफ
ये मैच 4 सेकंड थोड़ा गर्म है बट मैं जिंक्स नहीं करना चाहता
चलो 13-0 तो नहीं हो रहा
हम तो बोले थे
तो बोनस राउंड था ऐसे भी it doesn't matter 0 तो
अब अगर मैं PRX होता ना मैं 8 फाइट करता पता नहीं क्यों
8 वो नहीं ले पाएंगे
फाइट करता जितना हो सके 1 for 1 2 for 2
नहीं
फिनिक्स है ना
उनके लिए गलत है हाँ 8 नहीं
और डबल कंट्रोलर है उनके पास
Is PRX listening to me? अरे बाबा बोलना मत मेरे जशन और एलेक्स में क्या डिफरेंस है
दवाई तो वो देती थी बस भाई ले लिए कर नहीं लिया इसलिए हाल है तेरा
You're going to see that haunt through the little window in art over and over while Jing double satchels up there.
They're comparing it with the slow.
नहीं and look at Liquid how smart they are. उनको पता है 8 चला गया तो वो इधर प्रेशराइज करेंगे.
अगर अब मैं इनकी जगह होता ना मैं वापसी चला जाता अभी भी वापसी चला जाता कोई नहीं पिंच हो रहा है होने दे
Cream is a bit overconfident.
भाई इनने मेरे हेडफोन पहने के और इन्हें हिंदी समझ आती है
नहीं
एक्सपेक्ट कर नाइस
लेट्स गो जंप
डल्ला
अरे जंप ही नहीं
इसीलिए जशन
लेट्स गो
इसीलिए
कंट्रोल है
इसीलिए नहीं सुननी चाहिए थी इनको तेरी
यार तभी एलेक्स उधर है आप घर पे
अभी एलेक्स आएगा तो ओके फ्लाइट पकड़ के बाद 1 मिनट ओके
लाउड
By the way, I want to ask Speed, what do you think about Phoenix from Scream?
नहीं जंप
It's a good cheese.
Benkai cleans him up, spike down at the hands of Mind Freak. A 2v2 here, so gravity was just a bit off. Mind Freak choosing to go aggressive, choosing to push.
Oh, अब उठा लिया मंगाई ने जीत गया पेपर एक राउंड जीत गया
बट वो कितनी देर तक देखता है
नहीं पेपर एक जीत गया था
ओ हाँ इसका एंगल अच्छा है
लिख लो भाई
And he doesn't land the shot, just a bit wide.
भाई मिस करेगा तो क्या ही करेगा
यार क्या कर रहा टीम में यार ऐसे खेलने से क्या है
He's looking for Demasic falls.
It's all because of Jampy. Team के लेने के बाद ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो गया. Should have waited for the plan.
टाइम बहुत कम था उनके पास
आने दो एलेक्स को साला
In fact, it's Benkai who picks it up.
अगर बंगाई हरा तो बजा जाएगा तो गाली. ये तो क्रूजर ने चिल्लाया कुछ सुनाई नहीं दिया.
सॉरी भाई सॉरी मैं थोड़ा रिएक्ट कर देता हूँ हर चीज पे.
अरे मैं बोला कि it's a good cheese. अभिजीत. You won't see this down the line. But अभी के लिए while people are figuring out, throwing in an agent like Phoenix, it gives them an additional item to worry about. Now mousepad heals to city. Just watch it. Shampoo
cream making vanilla ice cream.
Shark shampoo to dolo. Just wash it with your shampoo. Don't use powder like people suggest. It पूरा grip खत्म हो जाता है.
Jing goes aggressive.
Oh, Jing gets tagged.
They're taking it to him.
Oh my god.
ये तो बहुत डम डिसीजन था.
नहीं जंप स्पॉट किया था उसने.
पर जंप स्पॉट करके जब दिख गया तब क्यों नहीं रुका?
नहीं दिखाई नहीं था.
दवाई रेस ओह
नहीं that was good shot by Scream.
Another thrifty possible.
Jing 1 point away from having the showstopper. He needs 1 kill. And he's got a shot at this. Now the Cosmic Divide through Mind.
Nice Nivira.
Pushing forward. Jing,
oh my god, that's a good
nothing found.
कुछ नहीं, this is done. Mind Freak can't win this.
Decayed. No idea.
And they're gonna get a free op. They're gonna get a free op.
Just nothing you can do. Looking for the gun now. Mind Freak only gets
wow,
one, and
so well played by Team Liquid.
They don't want to challenge anymore. What? No round. This is
PRX.
PRX.
भाई ऐसे ही होता है. Welcome. ये वो वाला है क्या? If I don't know how to start with this song, then how could enemy counter start? नहीं अभिजीत. I guess they have prepared some cheeses. You will see on attack. I think they'll go for B-link control a lot. ठीक है? I think they will go for B-link control a lot और B-link लेके फिर वो toilet control की तरफ जाएंगे vents की तरफ. I think they'll first clear off that area with Phoenix.
Aggressively and through art.
Oh, Ying solo art ले रहा है.
हाँ, because he has two stopper.
That's क्या?
What?
Through and he gets two. One of them being the ult. Scream has to reset.
ठीक है.
King on the swing and no Scream stops him. And now the Nightfall to push them back to keep them at bay. But they don't back up at all. They don't give up an
मुझे समझ नहीं आया उसने अल्टी में क्या किया.
उसने अल्टी से
किसको
मारा,
मारा?
डोजन को उड़ाया, फिनिक्स की अल्ट को और एक प्लेयर
को.
फिनिक्स का अल्ट खत्म हुआ, फिनिक्स ने आगे उसको मार दिया.
हाँ.
उसको
ध्यान कहीं और था मेरा.
वो वाइपर की वॉल से डीकी होके आया था और उसने फिर फिनिक्स की वॉल से भी डैमेज खाया बहुत सारा. So he was 1 HP.
हाँ जी अजिंग भैया, हाँ उसको दिखा तो था फिनिक्स ऐसे कॉलर पकड़ के. मुझे क्या, मैं तो ऐसे वैलोरेंट फैन हूँ, मुझे कैसे दुख होगा, मुझे तो अपसेट इम्यूनिटी है. वाओ
भाई बहुत बॉल्जी मूव है यार ये पूरा रीटेक पे छोड़ना.
नहीं, it's not at all ballsy.
नहीं बट
I think
तो
it's
सोच अगर
easier to retake than B.
and that's perfectly fine but अगर इन लोगों ने मिल के एक जगह ले ली.
Look at the aggression.
बहुत अच्छा दिमाग लगा. ओ साउंड आ गई, साउंड आ गई.
There were 3 re-clearing. Scream immediately hears it.
खत्म है भाई ये राउंड.
Back to belong.
ये राउंड खत्म है. Unless
कोई unless नहीं है इसमें.
Unless
Dom's here bro.
Is that going to be enough for Liquid? Can they hold the
नहीं
line
नहीं
without
Dom
their star?
hug दिया.
Soulcast is able to take
Dom.
नहीं मेरा
Niver and Yampi, the only 2 that remain. No. The answer to the original question is no.
Bajaj. 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 Unless
क्या भाई, they should have gone. देखो सिंपल सी बात बता रहा हूँ. They are stupid to not go there. Should have gone here. Should have taken this control. इधर एक जन, इधर के contact पे this guy should have peeked. ठीक है? Simple.
That should have been around here for Team Liquid.
Very sorry, but they are at fault भाई. उनको सब कुछ मिल जा रहा है. PRX is handing them rounds on the platter and they still can't convert it.
PRX just walk inside of this.
Private Mendoza would have won. plus. MP not on side plus on from. Jinx कर दिया game. भाई अच्छा है ना jinx कर रहा हूँ तो.
Device hopping?
Unless cruiser भाई थोड़ा ठंड.
क्या बोल रहे हैं क्रूजर भाई क्या?
क्रूजर भाई थोड़ा ठंड लग रहा कान पे आ रहे हैं मुझे.
यार आई एम सो सॉरी रुक मैं पीछे कर लेता हूँ.
You can't count him out.
हाँ.
PRX इंसान नहीं है so I can count him out. पहला बात तो मजाक कर रहा हूँ. But yeah.
कौन था?
यहाँ पे पीक नहीं करना. अच्छा बच्चा तो.
Consistently tries to get back into back.
He isn't even the one who steps forward. It's Forsaken.
Scream, vanilla scream.
Through from Jing as they try to take the space, and they do. They succeed. The wall up from Device, still holding the op. Aggressive. Up close. Haunt giving some space away. Benkai getting the spike down.
English teacher मत बनो मैं coaching आती है वो करो.
It's really slow here up in heaven.
भाई सक्षम.
And the other players are backing off right now. There's the guy.
मेरे पेपर में ना very good लिख के आता था वापस English के पेपर पे. वापस से बात होगा.
And important that he does die here. Not only economically, but to get that Viper's Pit online next round.
मैं तुम्हें एक ऑनेस्ट अनपॉपुलर ओपिनियन बताऊं. PRX से मैप जीत जाएगी.
Nice. Listen भाई माइक वॉल्यूम लो करो करप से I love you सिंगल में पहले काम कर.
भाई ठीक है यार कर दिया ना. डांट क्या रहा है?
हाँ भाई आप अंग्रेज के अपशब्द हो जाए. क्या हुआ?
मैं समझ गया.
सही है. ऑपरेटर
निवेरा भाई तो लास्ट बन गए.
ऑपरेटर था बिकॉज़ उसके पास सिर्फ एक शेरिफ थी. लेकिन जाके क्या करता है? 1000 रुपए ही मिलते हैं ना सेव करने से.
एक टाइम आउट तो बनता है लिक्विड का.
हां या तो ये अगले राउंड में लेंगे तो ये राउंड
अगले राउंड लेंगे मोस्टली.
नहीं ये राउंड बेटर रहता है. ये मैंने बहुत बार बोला है.
मैं 2 साल तक कंफ्यूज था कि ये अपने हाथ में क्या दबाते रहते थे. मुझे पता ही नहीं था.
वार्मर है वार्मर.
हाँ नहीं अब तो पता है. जब मैंने इंडियंस के हाथ में रुमाल देखा मैं समझ गया, अपने वाले मारुति चला रहे तो सामने वाले मर्सिडीज ही चलाएंगे।
अरे भाई वो मेरे ईयरफोन गड़बड़ चल रहे हैं तो शायद कल तक रहेगा।
ओह भाई,
हेलो ओपन आई, वेलकम। रुमाल गाइस, रुमाल। सच बात है भाई, रुमाल भी लेके घूमता है। मैं तो वो भी नहीं लेऊंगा, मैं तो घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
यार टू बी ऑनेस्ट मैं भी मैचेस में अपने पजामे से ही हाथ पोंछ लेता था।
भाई वो हाथ मेरे गीले होते नहीं थे, मैं बता रहा हूँ क्या होता था। अगर हाथ ठंडे हो रहे थे एसी से तो मैं पिछवाड़े के ऊपर रख के बैठ जाता था।
स्टार्टिंग में होता था, जब पहले स्टार्टिंग में टूर्नामेंट्स खेलने शुरू करे थे ना, सीएस के तो इतने होते नहीं थे। बैलो में जब हुआ था कांपता था मैं।
स्टार्टिंग में एसी उतना नहीं था पहले।
ओह
सीएसगो में आके मेरा चालू हुआ क्योंकि टॉप को तो एसी चाहिए था।
हाँ
सब पैदाइशी रईस बाकी औलाद थी भाई। सीएसगो में 1.6 में किसी को कुछ नहीं, हां ठंडक रह रहा है बंद करो वो में
CS 1.6 में तो लड़के प्लास्टिक की 6 चेयर लगा के बैठे हैं, उस पे चौकड़ी मार के चप्पलों में खेल रहे हैं।
भाई लोग अदनंग खेलते थे भाई यहाँ।
हाँ और वो इंसेन खेलते थे।
भाई 1.6 में मैं बता रहा हूँ, हम स्क्रिम करने जाते थे ना, प्रैक्टिस करने जाते थे। एक कैफे था जिसमें बिना एसी के 10 रुपए पर आवर था और एसी के साथ 15 रुपए पर आवर था। हम 10 रुपए पर आवर में खेलते थे पूरा भर गर्मी।
भाई वो तो विदाउट सेइंग
भर गर्मी में
रहा है,
एक छोटा सा
टप कर रहा है।
एक छोटा सा लंबा रूम, मतलब अलग अलग रूम्स थे ना, 5 पीसी के।
हाँ
छोटा सा लंबा रूम, ठीक है, उसमें 5 पीसी, 5 लोग, हम लोग पूरा एकदम गर्मी में बैठे हुए एक पंखे के साथ।
हाय हाय भाई वर्थ होता था, वो भी दिन होते थे। दिल्ली में तो खैर लैंड कैफे ही नहीं था।
5 रुपए एक्स्ट्रा पर आवर का मतलब है
2 घंटे की जगह 3 घंटे खेल लेंगे,
क्योंकि हम लोग का प्रैक्टिस मान लो 4-5 मैच चलता था, ठीक है। अब उसका मतलब है कम से कम 4 घंटे, तो 40 रुपए की जगह 60 रुपए हो गए। 20 रुपए एक्स्ट्रा क्यों दे, क्योंकि आने जाने में हमारा लगेगा 30-40 रुपए, फिर वहां पे कुछ एक प्लेट चाउमीन है कुछ खाएंगे, उसमें 20-30 रुपए लगेंगे। तो 100 रुपए का बजट था हमारा कि 100 रुपए में अंदर सल्टाना है।
और चैट में जो रईस बैठे होंगे बोलेंगे 100 रुपए ही तो है। अबे भाई तेरे को पता नहीं है स्ट्रगल।
भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ, मैं क्या करता था, मैं मतलब ऑब्वियसली मैं थोड़ा वेल ऑफ था, तो मेरे को घर से 3000 रुपीस पॉकेट मनी मिलती थी, ठीक है,
महीने की,
कॉलेज की। हाँ
कोठी बंगले वालों के चोचले हैं ये।
तो कॉलेज पता भी है, रोज सुबह 20 किलोमीटर दूर जाना पड़ता था 5:30 बजे। जेवियर 6 से 10
मां कसम।
और फिर उसके बाद 11 से 2 ट्यूशन, फिर 2 से 4 ट्यूशन, 4 से 10 प्रैक्टिस, और 11 बजे घर आता था मैं।
तू ये भी तो सोच, तू सीए अभिषेक बजाज है भाई।
अब ना उस समय तो कुछ नहीं था,
फिर भी भाई वर्थ इट था ना फिर।
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ, पर मैंने तो रोया नहीं ना कि भाई मैं 2 ट्यूशन 1 कॉलेज करके फिर प्रैक्टिस करने आ रहा हूँ 6 घंटे।
हाँ वो तो है। मैं तो स्कूल से पहले उठता था सुबह 4 बजे कि 2 घंटे सीएस को खेल के स्कूल जाऊंगा।
भाई तो many people don't know 10 का बोर्ड्स में I played CS 1.6 एक मैप ऑनलाइन, उसके बाद मैं एग्जाम देने गया हूँ सुबह सुबह 10 का बोर्ड्स का मैथ्स का एग्जाम, और मैथ्स में मेरे को 97 आया था।
ये मेरे को पढ़ाई वाले लड़के ही नहीं अच्छे लगते
भाई। मैं पढ़ता नहीं था, मैं सही बता रहा हूँ, मैं कायदे से दिन में 1 घंटे पढ़ता था, ठीक है।
भाई सीए के लिए तो मत बोल, लोग 18 घंटे पढ़ते हैं।
सीए में भी 2 घंटे।
मैं मान ही नहीं सकता,
मजाक नहीं कर रहा
भाई। तू इंसेनली स्मार्ट है भाई फिर।
नहीं, because I used to pay attention in class, वही डिफरेंस था कि मैं स्कूल में भी ना I used to absorb everything जो क्लास में बोला जाता था, तो मेरा घर में जाके मैं 1 घंटे रिवाइज जो करता था ना, खत्म, फिर मेरे को याद नहीं जाता था। सेम हियर, बट मैं फोर्टनाइट खेलने जाता था।
वो बंक नहीं करते थे बेसिकली।
That's the part where you cross the river and hike the hill to reach cafe to play 1.6. Why ominous 1.6 man? It was different passion. I climbed a bridge with my bare foot to return home at 10 o'clock at night.
कुछ भी मतलब दवाई कुछ भी कर रहा है।
ये याद हो गया, बोल रहा पढ़ाई नहीं कर भाई, नहीं करता था मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, बचपन से लेके
भाई,
उसी वजह से मेरा ये फाइनल फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में नहीं हुआ। इफ आई स्टडीड मेरा फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में हो जाता।
लोग पता है क्या करते हैं, 25 साल की उम्र में सीए फाइनल देते हैं और 35-40 साल तक देते जाते हैं, फिर भी नहीं होता भाई।
देखो पता है, आई वुड हैव बीन, मैं भी ये स्ट्रीम में 1-2 बार बोल चुका हूँ इतने महीनों में but I would have been India's one of India's youngest TAs ever. अगर मैं पहली बार में clear कर लिया हो. 21 या 20.8, 21.1
हाँ कसम.
years of age.
मैं 11th और 12th पूरा अकाउंट से फेल हुआ हूँ. मेरे 5 नंबर से ज्यादा नहीं आए. मैं बहुत कंफ्यूज था. सबने मुझे बताया डेबिट जो तुम्हारे पास आता है, क्रेडिट जो जाता है. बैंक वाले कहते हैं डेबिट तुम्हारे अकाउंट से पैसे माइनस और क्रेडिट तुम्हारी जेब में अंदर.
अरे तुम लोग ये सब वही ना, तुम लोग को गोल्डन रूल वो सब करते हो, गलत था भाई. तुमको प्लस माइनस वाला रूल करना चाहिए था. ये सब गलत रूल थे. मैं क्लास 8 से गोल्डन रूल छोड़ दिया था. मैं ये वाला रूल करता था, प्लस माइनस रूल. उससे बहुत हेल्प होता था. वो प्लस माइनस रूल तुम लोग को कॉलेज में सिखाया था. मैं वो 8 से करता था भाई.
मैं तो टेक्नोलॉजी, अब तो आईटी बैकग्राउंड का हूँ, तो अब तो खैर अब मैं कोडिंग में आता हूँ.
क्योंकि उनके ज्यादा लॉयल कोई नहीं होगा. हाँ, there is a girl celebrity almost जिसने अभी CA किया है. She's very vocal about things happening in the CA world. मुझे क्या, मैं तो इंजीनियर हूँ. Yes man, had to do rock climbing daily. Why Tiger? सब कर दिया आपने. League speed turning to memory speed. Yeah, I don't want to brag, but my memory is decent with all these things. I remember many things with all these incidents and that. But to be honest, 1.6 was different, man. I tell you, there was a guy, a 10-year-old kid, जो 20 किलोमीटर दूर से ट्रैवल करके मेरे घर आता था, क्योंकि मेरे घर से 20 किलोमीटर दूर जाना है प्रैक्टिस करने. 10 साल की उम्र. And he is now India's, like, one of India's better players. That's तो नहीं बोलूँगा. His name is Trish, guys. I don't know if you remember Trish.
ये तो दत्ताचार्य.
He was 10 years old. जब वो 20 किलोमीटर अकेले ट्रैवल करके मेरे घर आया, क्योंकि मेरे घर से मैं उसको कैब करके 20 किलोमीटर दूर लेके जाऊँगा जहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिस करेंगे.
And they will get the smoke off, so Sokas has
It is beautiful.
It's all up to Yampi here.
Remember, Scream is very close by.
रेस्ट आयान की सब अच्छा खेलते हैं यार बहुत.
He's been trying to get ahead of the rotations, and there he is. He finds nothing.
Scream.
Yampi still has the ping
See,
there.
this
So
is the ideal
so
plan.
close to the head of Forsaken.
Ui.
Yampi with the second shot.
बहुत अच्छा शॉट मारा उसने.
Oh, Dima
Mind Freak falling, Jing trying to find something with
That
the
is such a
ultimate
crucial kill.
The nade up top to provide some cover as Navera swings out with the frenzy.
Wait,
And it all falls onto Devi with the operator.
अगर याम्पी को मार देगा ना दवाई राउंड है.
अच्छा तो वो खेल गया जशन में.
अरे यार ये मत कर.
जशन के साथ मत कर भाई.
दुखता है भाई.
Wow.
Who delivers the shot?
2-1 to PRX अभी भी बता रहा हूँ. बताओ भाई.
Way out on the pedestal for the triple swing.
क्रूजर भाई टेक्निक ही गलत है. तुम्हारे कान में चिल्ला देते, उनके वो आपको पास कर देते जो. क्या भाई? मुझे क्या, मैं तो इकोनॉमिस्ट हूँ. Everyone has their own struggles, man.
Already won map 1.
I know all minutes was sarcastic, had to lift losses, but it was very true because in 1.6 in India the ecosystem was very bad, right?
Oh yeah.
Their first appearance on the map.
There was no support.
And to go to playoffs immediately.
कुछ नहीं.
CS:GO के स्टार्टिंग में भी कहा था.
But CS:GO के स्टार्टिंग में मतलब सब घर से खेलते थे ना फिर.
हाँ.
But 1.6 में घर से खेलना was impossible.
हाँ. लोगों ने तो भाई कितना स्ट्रगल किया CS:GO में भी यार. एक टाइम पे टीम सिर्फ ब्रूटैलिटी तो अच्छी होती थी और उनको सैलरी मिलती थी, चाहे 10-15 हजार जितनी भी होगी, ऑब्वियसली ज्यादा थी, बट सब कहते थे भाई सैलरी मिल रही है, सैलरी मिल रही है.
सैलरी तो नहीं. छोड़ दो क्या. अगर कूल हो तो समझ लेना. माय गॉड, अगर सच हो तो समझ. ओके. यस अनन्या पांडे. हाँ भाई, मैंने अनन्या पांडे जितना ही स्ट्रगल किया.
सीए में तो सच में, सीए में तो जो तू कह रहा है ना भाई, अगर वो सच है तो भाई तेरा अनन्या पांडे से भी इजी स्ट्रगल था.
सच बोल रहा हूँ. बट फिर सीए फाइनल में आके फिर पूरा चेंज हो गया. सीए फाइनल के पहले हाँ पीपीटी वाले एग्जाम के दिन तो मैं सुबह गेम खेल के जा रहा था. वहाँ पे लोग पढ़ रहे हैं पहला एग्जाम देने के बाद ब्रेक में, मैं वहाँ पे वो कर रहा हूँ, गाने सुन रहा हूँ. मैं एक को नहीं फर्क पड़ा.
मैं मान ही नहीं सकता भाई. यू हैव टू बी इनसेनली स्मार्ट टू यू नो क्रैक सीए.
I don't think so.
तू है.
I don't think so. You have to be smart. Because smart होता तो फिर बहुत different parameters होते. You just have to learn bookish knowledge. I never learned. I understood, which is why I was maybe at an advantage over others, maybe. But yeah. ये ट्रिपल भी क्यों कर रहे हैं सडनली? इनको 1-1 भी करना चाहिए ना? नहीं
लास्ट किल कैसे जीत गए 3v5
बिकॉज़ ऑफ दवाई।
ओए हाँ भाई बातें करते रहो, PRX का लक चल रहा है। मजा आ गया। हाँ भाई कौन कह रहा था 10 to liquid 13-0 liquid, क्या हो गया गाइस? आवाज नहीं आ रहा है गाइस।
10 to liquid मैंने बोला था कि ये जो सेटअप है मतलब इनका जो लाइनअप है 10 to liquid होता है। लीड साइड जैसी आवाज है।
But it just wasn't up for long enough the entire time.
You have to be insane to crack CA.
Exactly.
अरे वो ऐसा ही ये करते रहेंगे लोग, हमेशा ये करते हैं।
ये तो फ्लैश कर देगा। ओ भाई स्मार्ट है यार लड़का, नेड मार दिया भाई सौली।
टाइम में 7 राउंड तो काफी होना चाहिए यार,
बट 8 भी हम माइंड नहीं करेंगे। दवाई पीछे से खेलो।
Scream stays, it just repositions up to heaven, and Yampi is completely rotated. Look at this probably.
क्या बात है
Soulcast just put out in mid. Might call it right back.
एक बंदे ने चैट में लिखा है दिस इज द तारिक वेटिंग रूम।
सही बात है भाई।
हाँ वो आएगा, सारी वॉचिंग खत्म हो जाएगी इसकी। 40-50 हजार रह जाती है, वो 1 लाख हो जाती है उसकी।
जैम्बी को लगा उससे डरेंगे। CA one more I missed it. Nothing. Just talking about CA as a degree and everything.
Tuck back here. They're expecting the flank too. And Mindfreak's gonna find the timing. He is. Oh my gosh, he is. Oh, but the shots don't land initially. But they do now.
Mindfreak. Mindfreak.
Kill lights up.
Yeah, भाई। अरे पर मुझे तो ऐसे सीन में ये सिखाया था कि 1-on-1 ठीक करना चाहिए।
In this 1v5, I thought for sure that was going to be collab. That's all right. A second longer.
This wall causes problems for PRX.
Evergreen. Sakshan के लिए ये joke evergreen है because it's not joke. It's not a joke for
So
him.
late though, Yampi can really wreak havoc here, but he's not able to do it in 8-4 half for PRX.
Guys, come on, 2 more likes to 50. Come on.
PRX look really
अरे
solid.
तो मैं ही कर देता हूँ।
क्या बात है।
मैंने शायद करा नहीं है।
Thank you जतिन जी।
नहीं करा हुआ है, करा हुआ है, करा हुआ है, भाई करा हुआ है।
क्रिंज है भाई, अब मजा नहीं आता। सही बात है। चलो भाई 8-4 हो गया।
PRX असेंट पता है मेरे को, मैं कहना नहीं चाहता बट मेरे को लिक्विड लगता है।
क्या बात है। Mindfreak ने
पता नहीं यार।
नाम को अच्छा चूज किया है। सही बात।
Terrible. Like I stole it from Mimi. Blame her.
Don't kill the part of you that is cringe. Kill the part that cringes. क्या बात है
It was
सच्चा।
very clear from the beginning what the approach was, Josh.
Waiting for the Jing ult on defense.
And I think like obviously a lot.
आपके माइक की आवाज बहुत कम आती है। हाँ मैं जो तो guys I have purchased the HyperX podcast. It is soon coming.
Yeah, at the beginning you can see
along with the new camera as well.
On A, PRX are forced to take these rounds to B so much of the time, and without a Viper wall, things do sometimes get squiffy. But I think Team Liquid, yeah, Team Liquid had moments of success. They won a thrifty round here, but the
मैंने तो
majority
बोला
of
था
the
ना
time
C की
actually
जगह HGNIS कर लो।
still able to get into the B site, find their openings, and overwhelm against occasionally the site being stacked.
And it shows how effective their game plan was with that Sage. The game plan that wasn't really working was the other side of things.
अभी मैं डैनियल्स बन जाऊँ यहाँ पे गोल्ड डाल देता हूँ।
Anything that was justifying the choice for me. Constantly it was these
बहुत
bombs
पुराना
that would
joke
be
है।
long to set up Yampi that were just kind of missing, that someone could walk
यार एक
past.
डोंट
The
नीड
flashes
पेपर
weren't
रेक्स
super effective a lot
Did
of
you
the
work
time.
as a
It
for
felt like
a
there
couple
would
of
have been more
years? I
value to
did
just
work
have
as
a raise in
very
the
briefly,
something
but I
else.
did
And
work.
Scream on top of that individually has been struggling.
अरे
As
भाई
we
क्या
look
एज है
towards the
आपकी
second
मत
half,
पूछ
we need an absolute 180. We need to see why they chose
happen.
this for Team Liquid.
Oh yeah,
I believe.
Yeah, you've taken the Phoenix pill.
I am hardcore Phoenix pilling right now.
Liquid are overdosing on the the Phoenix pill. The
Liquid is
acute
only
Phoenix
team
fever is
who
going to
plays
take them
Phoenix,
because
not
also you've got to
necessarily
think
PRX
this is
does
their
play
game
Phoenix
plan
as
usually
well.
on our third
You
map
saw
as well.
FPX,
So
I
you've
think
got to get value from
FPX
Phoenix
can
here.
play Phoenix
Yeah,
as
this
well.
is the map that they
Who
came
else?
to.
I
No one
think
knows what they're going to
one
do.
more
They have
team
the mystery on
played
their side.
Phoenix.
PRX couldn't have prepared for it, and thus far
पुराना
they
कितनी
haven't
होगी?
showed me that cool counter.
नहीं भाई Furious तीनों से कम है भाई।
Maybe the second half they'll have it.
What a good half though from Forsaken. He has bounced back.
37 का है
Indeed, he has.
Wow.
Let's see what this next half is going to bring us. And by the way, Doug, the blue pill was Jet, the red pill was Phoenix.
4 9 मिल गए हैं।
I suppose that does make a lot of sense, doesn't it, with the colors, right? Fire, red, Phoenix, right?
29 का।
I really should have known. Yampi continues to be a monster.
Yeah.
right? We see him in his first kills, first death. The kill feed across the board. His KD is outrageous. It's through the roof. Even as much of Liquid had a slow first half, there are certain things in life
Hello,
that
Vedant,
comes and
welcome back.
Yumpy and
Did take
friends.
the fight a lot to him, obviously. The Desk touched on that, so
ये लाइनअप अच्छा था यार.
हाँ, but again लाइनअप ने अब कुछ नहीं किया. अब सीज और नेट दोनों खत्म हो गए.
हाँ.
यही नहीं पसंद.
Where is the value from the Phoenix?
For as excited as the death was about it, you're right. It's just kind of been very underwhelming.
His farming orbs.
My deadly के channel का mod था भाई. Damn भाई, बड़े लोग.
How many ults did we see? Maybe 2?
Yeah. None of them really valuable, yeah.
On defense, it's a lot more conditional. On attack, much less so.
Forsaken has not moved an inch.
5 second के लिए मैंने
Once
मना
he
कर
got in
दिया.
this position. He's held the line for so long, and now he's down.
It's such a
बहुत बड़ा kill था.
Yeah. To go on top of that little
I
billboard.
have a clip too.
But Liquid continue to push their way forward.
हाँ, that
And they're
member
not
वाली ID
even
से
trying to
हम
conceal it or
क्या?
hide
हाँ,
it any
जाओ
which
मुझे.
way. Benka trying to take the fight to their lap, though. Look at how far up he is.
Oh.
He's punished for it, but Forsaken and Jinx.
That is a good move from TR.
Super fearful
Even
here.
though it didn't work out, that was good. Hello, Vishwam. Any news on Enigma roster? There is no news on Enigma roster. There might be one change incoming. I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's about it. I don't know anything else.
Oh gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Almost.
That was so close.
Too close.
Good thing that
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Because he's able
My
to
leak
swing
speed is not
mid
available
force
today.
it.
Yeah, I'm not leaking anything.
Long time. That's that crosshair placement I was talking about. But here's the push from Team Liquid. I mean, what? Yeah, I feel you, so guys.
As I remember, तुम अब तो age बता दो. Hello Pratik, welcome. My age is 29. बोला तो किसी ने chat में. ये क्या था?
Either way, PRX take the pistol. They hold the lead.
This is the biggest lead we've had all series long at this point.
It's crazy to think about.
Interesting, you can actually get into the other hole there too.
Chang on the other side. Thor spamming through. Heavy mid-presence from Liquid this time around.
Can Liquid win this round? With their average position.
Soulcast with an angle here.
Doesn't seem plausible.
Ahead of the hunt, could have ended up with something, but
They try to swing out aggressively.
Oh!
Out the alarm bot, and yeah, Navarre's getting netted a kill for it. A fun one.
Hyderabad line delayed. Yeah, give me some leaks, man.
They
Damn,
find themselves outnumbered.
I'm not licking anything. Wow.
Yeah.
he lurks up with the
Yeah, Hyderabad line is delayed to mid-October, guys. This is what
Velvet
Shiva has
almost
said.
goes through. He's chasing him down. He knows his position.
Forsaken turning around.
Oh my goodness.
The headhunter. He's just way too good in that position. Scream with the sheriff. Oh, he's just looking for whatever he could possibly find here.
Most important that he actually does find some kill or death to get this ult online.
Yeah. And he's going to get a shot at it.
It's pretty, I mean.
Oh, come on. Oh, no way. And surely Forsaken heard that.
Yeah.
Scream was not quiet about it at all.
Give me some leaks, give me some everything, give me a chance to play.
So he does get the ult.
Hospital flip floor.
And it is ridiculous that he does have it because, what, he's gotten 2 kills this half?
Why does Scream buy a shield and Sheriff on Eco?
अरे ये क्या हो रहा है यार?
That is Scream. It's like Enigma buying Sheriff on
Part
Eco.
of the appeal.
And it's part of their game plan too, right? You
It's not ideal, but it's what they do.
Funnel that orb into him.
But if you
क्या हो रहा है भाई?
have that as part of your game plan,
डर लग रहा है अब.
you're relying
क्यों डर लग रहा है दोस्त? जीतने वाली है क्या PRX?
most of the
नहीं
time
नहीं.
you can get. The PRX is nullifying that so far in this game. Let's see how it's used.
Liquid with a Viper wall towards B.
He's just gonna be. Oh my goodness! Remember what happened?
No.
ये क्या वॉल है?
Most TikTok thing ever.
Holy shit!
There's an angle.
Oh, he spotted one. The ping.
Oh my god!
And Jinglet gets the kill anyway.
Scream is literally running. He's no clue. I mean, this
Bro,
is an overpass moment.
There's no way you see him. How do you kill him? How do you get him down from that pesky wall?
Spike planted.
Dude, they still have no clue what happened. I mean, they still have no clue.
This is outrageous. They have no idea how many angles he can see. Look at him.
Oh, come on.
Down low, my paper expect per. No, yeah, this is a cheese.
You get the spike down through all of that, the tap through. You see the slow work. Now you see the Molly start to spam everything there. Scream left alone, and well, he's able to take care of Jing. He stopped the defuse, but there were still too many numbers at the end of the day.
Grim by Grim.
That was around.
This was
PRX. Now 7
this
rounds.
wall might get them banned. Yeah. I mean,
Stretching
very
this lead as
underwhelming.
far
Yeah.
as it can go.
इन लोगों ने मैप इसलिए चूज किया था.
Yeah, this might get them banned. But I think he used Satchel now. This is why he might not get banned.
To stay up on it without breaking. Soulcast was actually looking at him.
हाँ पूरी यूटिल यूज हुई है ना. तो नहीं होनी चाहिए बस.
If you incoming for PRX, they might because this does take advantage. You can use ult, you can put the camera over there, but putting a player maybe. But again, the satchel being used maybe will be allowed. Maybe they'll get away with a warning.
Very well could be the biggest we've seen this entire series. PRX looking to just kind of put a bow on this thing and send us over to Ascent.
And Ascent is going to be such a good map. Because at Copenhagen, I know a lot of people are excited about their bind, but PRX was working. The teams
Why should this not be allowed?
The first two teams were Guild and Fnatic
Because it sort of traverses the skyboxes.
Constantly
Sure, yeah.
rotations and flanks off from PRX, which we saw a lot on Haven of.
So yeah, that is what I'm saying. CNC used util, it's allowed. If he didn't use any raise util and still got up there on the Sage wall, that would be troublesome for them. Icebox maybe wall allowed and Medica is fine, I guess.
That's like pixel boosting.
Yeah, that's different sequence. Skyboxes को तुम traverse ऐसे नहीं कर सकते. What's up? You know you have Cotton Factory. Right, here's a rulebook, I guess, with the list of exploits. Yeah, but there are many exploits which are not mentioned in the list as well.
To get Giampi into position up there. And it's for Jing here.
No, there's a very scuffed buy.
No, the Prowler out.
Non-ability boosting is banned, but not just exactly. That is how it's not just non-ability boosting is banned. It's
just a Vandal in the hands of
any boost or any advantage that you gain through like exploitation of skyboxes is also banned. But they can get away with a warning because they use utils. They can argue that since we both used utils, we thought it was fair enough. If
Last map is Ascent, though that is dicey.
I just wall doubled or
somehow
found the kill.
Really just felt like Liquid
yeah, it's a tough fight.
As much as they can and try to apply some pressure, try to find.
But ये मैप का जो ये मैप का confidence है ना, PRX को help करेगा अगले मैप में.
But it's a prime game of flaws that comes through for PRX to get them to map point.
And it looks like we're
But
going
Liquid is good in resetting.
much faster than
I don't know, man.
Liquid अच्छा reset करती है.
Team Liquid. Again, I mentioned at the beginning. This is the LCQ team for EMEA. They were playing a tournament with split in the map pool just 2 weeks ago.
Here. PRX Minecraft खेल के आए हैं लगता है कोई
Pearl and PRX is just pummeling them, punishing them for the decision to go for this map.
Look at that lineup.
This time, no C's nade. It's actually just a slow for Forsaken to take the
Sometimes line is also using
Guardian
ability
finds one onto Jing.
That's what I'm saying, Abhinav.
And the spy is not entirely broken. Forsaken still holding. Not knowing if anyone has swung around and crossed through. He's got Haunt, he's got 2 Prowlers to deal with. Stays about as long as he possibly could. Mind Freak on the flank.
Yeah. There are many things though you cannot, you're not allowed to.
You're not expecting that level of aggression. PRX meticulously dissect and devour everything around Liquid.
And this is a tease.
So much space, man.
What's to come on Ascent?
He cleared all the
They've got
yeah.
a crossfire
and
on the spike in the attacker spawn.
One thing
there is changing pace is good now. Yes, it's very good.
Forsaken is going to sprint as soon as there's contact out through mid and up into this connector.
Oh, that's a nice pinch.
What an angle.
And the stalemate That's just gone in favor of PRX. Forsaken.
GG.
Clean it up.
बोला ना बया था PRX
कोई नहीं, we got this in a cent, bro.
Fighting clubs are insane in this match, man. Yep. किरण भाई अगर PRX miss ना करती मेरी prediction
The
सब
final
ठीक
Southeast Asian
क्या बात है
team
भाई.
does not want
Jesus guys,
to
Jesus,
go out before
like the
playoffs,
stream,
so
guys.
that much is clear.
Let's head to 69 likes now.
I mean, that was a whooping ball.
अब बोल existence.
Our first of these decider matches.
क्या बोलूं?
वो नहीं
We
कर
got
सकते
this.
We're going the distance.
We got this in a cent.
Golden Boy said on the desk earlier on that it feels like every team is competitive in this event. And this is just further proof of that. A 3-mapper to decide playoffs. I can't miss.
One enemy remaining.
You see, Liquid, I mean, they were still able to get a couple of rounds, and Yumpy still had himself an incredible performance, right? Like, as we were mentioning, it is just kind of a constant with Yumpy and the tournament that he's had so far, but really everywhere else across the board, PRX had the advantage. You can tell the preparation was there. They had
Go on highlight. He got duty out. Thank you, by the way. Okay, already present actual VCT team. Hello, Dali. Welcome to the stream. ये वालों का अलग launcher होता है क्या कंपनी में? Yeah, Vedant, there is a different, but इधर तो they are just given IDs. और उधर हाँ, the Valorant Ignition is a different format. It's a different app basically.
Everyone on Liquid.
So if you play any VCT affiliated tournaments online,
it just really felt like they were dissected.
तो तुमको Valorant Ignition मिलता है.
And we're going
I can show you the app basically. See, it looks like this.
Really hope
Same है,
he hasn't
but
lost
Valorant
faith,
or Valorant
right?
Ignition.
Because if that's what they've been prepping, if that's what
Honestly,
they're
maybe
comfortable on,
37.
then they need to go for it. But
How
the
are
other
you?
thing
How
too
are
is
you,
that
Tanvi?
known Liquid can counterpick other teams. So I'm wondering if things will shift up.
Yeah. He has found more success on Ascent, certainly more success on Ascent than he'd found on
Honestly,
World. We'll see if he's able to
13-7,
replicate it on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, dear friends. The last map is going to be a good one.
Yeah, the last map is going to be a good one. Elite Speed Cruiser भाई को बोलो चिल्ला दे अभी चलेगा.
क्रूजर भाई की भी जान अटकी पड़ी आखिरी में पड़ा अभी.
भाई सही मेरी तो जाम है भाई, मैं बोलना नहीं चाहता स्ट्रीम पे गाली वाली देना चाहता, बट मैं कहूंगा मेरी जाम है. फिल इन द ब्लैंक्स आप लोग खुद कर लो.
भाई सबसे शर्म तो सीरियस का नहीं चाहिए. सीरियस एप्पल इवेंट देख रहे हैं इंस्टेड ऑफ वाचिंग वीसीटी.
It's okay, इसका मर्जी भाई.
स्टार्ट होने में टाइम है. आज टैरिक स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहा ना, इसलिए वैलोरेंट वाचिंग बहुत ज्यादा आ रही है.
तेरी नीचे वाला बार बार आ क्यों जा रहा है कंप्यूटर वाला बार? फुल स्क्रीन में तो नहीं आना चाहिए. हाँ, क्या जाम है? ट्रैफिक जाम, मिक्स फ्रूट जाम, नॉन दिया वो. क्रूजर भाई कान फाड़ दो, आपने भरोसा रख के दिखाया किया.
क्या फाड़ दो भाई?
कान.
अच्छा, बोरिंग.
जैसे भाई बोल रहे मैं जिन पार्टी में जाता हूँ वहाँ पे कुछ और नहीं पड़ता. हेलो भाई. What's up? भाई अपने टाइम का सीओसी में
Massive answer back from PRX is going to give him a 13-4 victory on Pearl for map 2, thus forcing us to a map 3 on Ascent. I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi and Sideshow as we break everything down. I think out of the break, we have to talk about just the fundamental understanding that I feel PRX has on Pearl, and I don't think any other team right now is as buttoned up on the map as they are based on what we've seen.
Thank you for playing, man.
Tell where teams stack up against each other when they're in different groups. But after two
I mean,
really good showings on Pearl, we can now say
I want to
think
see
with
PRX
some level
up
of certainty
against
that
other
PRX
teams,
are up towards the
especially in the
top,
playoffs.
if not the team with the best understanding of this map.
Yeah, and it was made very obvious in this one because both these teams.
Possibly, I want to see PRX versus DRX, to be honest. But yeah, let's see. I'd be very interested in seeing PRX versus DRX. But yeah, I mean, Liquid did look good on Haven for the first few rounds, and they did manage to close out Haven. So I don't know, because Ascent is also a legacy map. I think Liquid will be good on legacy maps. So it will be tough.
Liquid is good on Ascent though.
हाँ वही बोल रहा हूँ ना, Liquid is good on legacy maps.
have seen before. Different team Liquid, they basically spotted him out. Jinx took it to him, and you can see it from Soulcast's perspective. He's so confused, just spots the edge of Jing and dies regardless.
The mad part is that Soulcast knew where it was. I mean, they were aware that that was an angle.
Let's check the. You're not checking the impact rating. This map.
Is just smiling to himself.
Let us check.
Watching.
Let us check. Here. Four, 7, 8, 9, 0. This is the workers.
This site is made by Sushant.
Yep.
No, the website, not the bot.
No, website is made by someone. It's run it back. No?
Yeah, run it back.
Okay. How many rounds are there this time? 17
Serious.
rounds. तू तो करा बेचारे सीरियस को नहीं ये बोल रहा था आप सीरियस आपको लिवेंट देगा मैं बोला हाँ भाई तो कुछ अच्छा दिखा देगा आपको लिवेंट में काम का आएगा
क्या समझा नहीं मैं सीरियस आपको
आप एप्पल इवेंट देख रहे हो ना स्टार्ट होने
अच्छा
वाला है।
वो तो
हाँ भाई
10:30 बजे ना।
yep
I think this time
130k people watching on YouTube man
वेटिंग
waiting
अब तो
so
चालू नहीं
कितना
हुआ
watching है
नोप
10:30
10:30 बजे।
ओ ये बोला कि चालू हो गया होगा।
मैंने
no
ट्विटर पर
10:30
ट्वीट डाला ना इन्होंने।
I have a weird flex. मैं सीरियस से मिला हुआ हूँ। I don't know if he remembers.
oh yeah
DreamHack Delhi. DreamHack Delhi.
oh DreamHack
मैं तो
Yes.
सीरियस के साथ नाइट स्टे कर चुका हूँ।
ऐसा क्या हुआ था
भाई
भाई?
ये थोड़ा सा साउंड कर रहा है भाई not
I
really.
was not part of this conversation
ससी ससी
DreamHack पे lol DreamHack I don't remember I did not know anyone at DreamHack so it makes sense
अंधेरी रात में
I thought I met you in Red Bull Campus Clutch
Oh, the one that I won. Okay.
wait
भाई मैं एक ही चीज जीता हूँ भाई अपनी जिंदगी में।
So here
was it
interestingly
did you go to
Janti
the
is-
Delhi one the Delhi Red Bull Clutch
नहीं 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 नहीं।
बस
okay
night stay
okay.
जाना
मैं ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर जीत गया था ना और जब दिल्ली में था तब मुझे कोविड था।
OF
अभी हो रहा है ना दिल्ली में।
is this Spark I don't know I was there last time as an
नहीं मुंबई में हो रहा है मुंबई में हो रहा है रेड बुल कैंपस
नहीं नहीं दिल्ली में भी हो रहा है 10th को।
अरे
जा रहा
हर
हूँ मैं।
जगह हो रहा है कलकत्ते में भी हो रहा है भाई
कलकत्ता पीछे नहीं है भाई फिर।
पिछले बार भी हुआ था
भाई दिल्ली से जीत जाए हम
हाँ।
बेइज्जती हो जाती है वरना।
इस बार गनशॉट लोग नहीं आ रहे ना और
क्यों नहीं आ रहे भाई? मैं उन्हीं की टीम में हूँ।
oh lol who are in your team then Greeny is playing
ग्रीनी नहीं है मैं गनशॉट। चल यार नहीं अभी सरप्राइज है। तू
तो
आजा
यहीं
टीम लेके
लीक
तू
कर
जीत
दो
जाएगा।
यहीं लीक कर दो आज
नहीं स्ट्रीम चल रही है इसलिए चुप हो गए।
यहीं लीक कर दो
गनशॉट भी शायद आ रहा है भाई। मतलब तू आएगा तो भाई जीत जाएगा।
nice I mean you had a good team last time XZ भी तो था उधर
कौन?
Existence
अच्छा नहीं मुझे नहीं पता।
भाई मेरे को ये पता मैं कलकत्ते वाले में जा रहा हूँ देखने
खेलने कब जा रहे हो
भाई मैं तो कह रहा हूँ
खेलने
बजाज
कब
यू
जा-
हैव प्रो पोटेंशियल।
क्या बात है
सही में यार एक आईजीएल कोई फ्रैक्स थोड़ी एक्सपेक्ट करता है। इफ यू कैन रीड देम देन इट शुड बी इजी फॉर यू।
सही बात है
नाइफ लेके जाओगे तो भी एस मिल जाएगा ऐसा है
उम्र चली
भाई
गई भाई अब
अरे
अब
भाई ऐसे मत
कोच
बोल
हूँ,
यार।
बहुत अच्छा हूँ।
नंबर
कोच हूँ मैं बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा हूँ मैं I'm
यार
happy.
इनके इन ईयर्स कितने के आते होंगे?
ये
Indians
6,000
I don't know
हाँ
6,500
यार कोई एयरपॉड्स जितने अच्छे ईयरफोन्स। सॉरी यार मैंने आप बात काट
no
दी
no no
सॉरी।
it's okay अरे
नहीं,
भाई
नहीं।
बोल भाई इधर ये सब
चलता है।
चलता
अरे
रहता है
अरे
भाई-
सीरियस
भाई,
सीरियस
भाई,
ने जो लिया है ना
बोल भाई।
ऑडियो टेक्निका वाला सीरियस ने वही यूज करते हैं बहुत सारे प्रो
मेरे को एयरपॉड्स जैसे कोई वो चाहिए ईयरबड्स या कोई जिनकी एकदम बहुत अच्छी नॉइस कैंसिलेशन हो।
तो यही सीरियस वाला ही ले ले, ऑडियो टेक्निका वाला।
क्या नाम है?
That's not noise cancellation.
नॉइस कैंसिलेशन नहीं है, बट प्रोफेशनल खेलने के लिए
No,
बेस्ट है।
उसको वायरलेस ही है ना, you need wireless, right?
वायरलेस जैसे एयरपोर्ट्स एग्जैक्ट। मेरे को
तब तो
ट्रैवल करने के
हैमर
लिए
हेड्स ले
चाहिए।
लो भाई।
Beats.
बीट्स कौन से?
सुशांत ने भेजे थे, 1 second, let me tell you.
भाई
सुशांत है ना चैट में, I can tell.
भाई
बजट में ना दोस्त।
सुशांत का माइक भी बता दो इसको
ओ
पहले।
हाँ, नहीं उसका मत लियो भाई। नहीं गलत कर दिया वो। आई थिंक रेजर के कौन से रेजर हैमरहेड प्रोस थे ना?
लिख रहा है सुशांत चैट में।
मैं नहीं बता रहा भाई। कल पे मेरे पे आता जी की पैसे खर्च कर रहा थी।
को जशन गेट खटखटा रहा होगा।
भाई माँ कसम, इसने मुझे बोला हम चल रेजर हैमरहेड खरीदते हैं। मैंने इसके चक्कर में हैमरहेड लिया और ये खुद जाके बीट्स ले लिया।
और हैमरहेड अच्छे हैं।
नॉइस कैंसलिंग
मेरे गुम हो गए एयरपोर्ट पे।
अच्छा, ही सेइंग नॉइस कैंसलिंग इज गोटेड बट माइक इज आस।
नहीं यार सब चाहिए यार।
गाइस, ये मैच में ये मैप में सोलकैस का आईआर वाज 0.16।
ये कैसे है? रेजर हैमरहेड ट्रू वायरलेस एक्स।
वो अच्छे हैं।
आई थिंक एक्स इज द चीपर वन, राइट? कितने का है? 3000 वाला?
हाँ भाई 3200 का है, बट अभी 7500 एमआरपी, बट 3200 का मिल रहा है।
That doesn't have a mic.
माइक ही नहीं है।
माइक ही नहीं है। That's the one I bought.
पता नहीं भाई।
अच्छा नहीं भाई फिर तो।
Don't get the X one. X is the cheaper version of Razer.
ओह।
Get the Pro or the normal hammered wireless. उसमें noise cancellation है।
प्रो 10,000 की है।
तभी वो प्रो है ना।
मेरे को एयरपोर्ट से सस्ता चाहिए।
भाई उसके ले ले, क्या नाम है उसके कंपनी का? कौन था शार्क टैंक में?
बोट
अमन
गुप्ता।
अमन नाम था उसका।
कश्ती के, अरे उसका कंपनी का नाम जान।
Hello, this is how I sound like. Now shut the fuck up.
ये तो सही तो है बस।
Exclamation kick.
Your mic is fine.
अरे डिस्कॉर्ड पे थोड़ा ठीक
I don't know, man. These guys, every time I'm on TeamSpeak, they start abusing me. You know that I'm on the phone, come back from PC, and what the hell, man?
सुनाऊंगा मैं, माँ कसम। वो गाने थे ना जो माइक के लिए तेरे भाई, नशे।
मार्शल के कैसे हैं?
I don't know.
Marshall is known for its.
Never heard.
Marshall is mainly
Really,
known for
it's you know it's
speakers.
because a friend of mine, he's a professional music guy, like he's in singing all that. He uses Marshall speakers and everything. It's really good.
वही ना, speakers
but
and
I
all
need
के
the
लिए तो Marshall is
earphones.
recommended. Earphones don't know.
I mean, if the speakers are good, I'm sure the.
नहीं, it doesn't.
ऐसा नहीं है भाई। मैंने एयरपॉड्स प्रो मैक्स पहने थे भाई, मेरी कान से हवा खींच ली सारी, और भाई मेरे को एंजाइटी हो गई। ये क्या हो रहा है?
ना बेटर है।
महंगे 16-17 हजार के हैं यार। सीरियस 6000 देगा तो ले लूंगा।
भाई अभी तो अकाउंट में 4000 पड़े हैं।
4 कर दे।
कल अगर वो ब्लू बैंडल आ गई तो वो लेनी है। उसके लिए रखे हैं।
चले जाएंगे।
अभी जिस हिसाब से मेरा खर्चा मेरे से ज्यादा ये करवा रहे हैं लोग। ये करवा अभी जरा नहीं भाई, अभी हाथों में टाइट रखा है।
सक्षम इज सेइंग मार्शल सप्लाई एविएशन हेडसेट्स एज वेल, जो एविएशन में लोग पहनते हैं, पायलट्स और वो सब।
हाँ
भाई JBL में भाई इतने बुरे।
There's a company called Thrustmaster or something. They make gaming headsets and they supply official headsets to US Air Force as well.
Damn.
You can buy the official headset.
Wait. You can check these AKG, Barrel Dynamics. These are also like good companies.
AKG.
Yeah, and the Barrel Dynamics.
Get Sony. That's good.
Spelling बताना. Can you tell me the spelling? AKG.
Yeah, AKG is one company. The other one is Barrel Dynamics.
Okay, let me see the AKG first.
Shashank. No.
Samsung AKG.
Yeah, AKG recently, like Samsung kind of outsourced their earphones and all, so AKG makes it for them.
Sushant was so passionate. I don't know, man. What the hell, man? These guys tell me this. My mind.
और आ ही गया. He's like फोन से आऊँ जैसे मर्जी आऊँ मैं आके.
हिंदी समझता है?
नेपाली भाई. What do you mean हिंदी समझ?
बेफालतू में इंग्लिश बुलवा रहा है मुझसे.
No, I mean I can understand English, but like Hindi, but my Hindi is like speaking is bad.
No
problem. We are not judging you. We are not judging you. Like I am not judging you.
ऐसी बहुत गाने देता है हिंदी में, मेरे को पता है.
Wait for Sushant to come to Hyderabad. Wait for Sushant to come to Hyderabad. मैं एक हिंदी वाले को पकड़ के तेरा लाइव इंटरव्यू करूँगा सुशांत. Oh boy.
Get Sony's one if you want. Like Sony's are good.
हाँ मैंने भी सुना है सर.
Like
Sony's
देखो
like very well
earbuds
known.
type चाहिए उनको.
You know
है
how I
ना?
learned Hindi, right? So like when I was in
Yeah.
Qatar, I used to queue Mumbai servers in CS:GO.
Yeah.
That's how I learned, you know.
He's
भाई
learned
क्या कहते
from
हो
the depths.
OnePlus Buds Pro.
No. Those are shit. I have those.
Start हो गया.
भाई
PRX a very very aggressive player. चलो.
Get these ones. So Sony WF 1000 XM3.
Sony WF.
Wait, I'll send you the link on Discord. Easy.
अब भेज दो भाई मैं देख लूंगा. अभी मैं थोड़ा Valorant पे घुस गया हूँ.
कोई चाकर नहीं.
यार क्या?
Yeah, Sony is good. I haven't tried those earbuds, but headphones I've tried.
Headphones तो बहुत nuts हैं उनके.
Yes.
ये नीचे वाला बार जाए नहीं का.
Bro, why is PaperX winning? भाई jinx नहीं करा आज
I mean, if you have the money and like kind of want a stable company and can spend, you can try Bose as well. Bose true wireless
Stock
ones.
थोड़ा खरीदने हैं.
भाई
Stable
Bose.
company.
Bose.
तो ऐसे बोल रहे स्टॉक्स खरीदने होंगे कंपनी के. Stable company shit.
No, but Bose is great. But Bose is.
Bose वाले वो ही लेता है ना. गांधी जी मांगता है
तो
वो.
अब कपड़े बेचने पड़ेंगे भाई Bose के.
नहीं फिर. हायर मेकअप तुम्हें क्या लगता है मैं बोसिडी वाला हूँ क्या?
Damn.
Yes. Pantha.
अरे सुशांत, we are not all analysts, bro. We don't make that dough. We don't know how to use Excel. What do you mean?
भाई Forsaken.
Huge actually. And it's important
कोई बात नहीं
30 मिनट बचे हैं.
guys. Now Liquid starts winning.
भाई Apple event watch party possible?
इसमें तो नहीं कर सकते. Allowed नहीं है. But भाई देखने का तो मन है
किसने
मेरा
बोला?
यार. Apple का मतलब.
किसने बोला allowed नहीं है?
अरे म्यूट करके चला लो.
हाँ allowed है. तो चला तो allowed है.
और फिर चैनल कौन दिलाएगा वापस मेरे को?
Bro, there's literally people. I mean, watching porn and having sex on fucking Twitch.
Yeah.
Yes. फिर भी ये तो Apple event है.
लोको पे करते हैं. हाँ लोको पे allowed है. लोको रूटर ये सब पे allowed.
हाँ क्योंकि वहाँ पे Apple भी बोल रहा है कि क्या ही करें मॉडरेशन करके.
बोस के लेने हैं तो 10,000 के रेजर न लें.
सबसे ज्यादा बिजनेस उनको रूटर और लोको से ही मिलेगा. इतने मोबाइल स्ट्रीमर्स है ना.
Definitely.
Unless and until Valorant Mobile comes out. Different story.
Soon.
ये शॉट गिव अप करके खेल रहे हैं.
ऐसे TL ominous.
8-bit owners.
There go the double satchels. Jing, the soul of aggression has just been dropped. Not around any longer.
No, because what Ominous said, for him, mobile or PC doesn't matter. Like,
I saw what gameplay leaks देखा था. उसमें no abilities were changed.
हाँ.
In Agents.
पर ऐसे भी for Ominous तो कुछ भी फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा ना. He's still doing analysis तो वो तो.
But how will he scrape data from a mobile?
And the pop off from the
That's the question.
API होता होगा भाई मोबाइल पे.
Interesting.
Samurai.
You know those app testers, whenever they make an app, they test it on a iPad or something.
Yeah.
Ominous अपना phone लगा रहा होगा कंप्यूटर में. API डालने के लिए.
मोबाइल matter what matter allowed नहीं है. Unbox therapy ने YT पे किया था. 13 lawyers from Apple emailed filed complaint against Unbox therapy. Damn. Lolly. Thank you for taking it.
Ominous South Asia last hope.
Bro, Apple is that one last company I wouldn't want to fuck around with. Okay, so don't do it.
Obviously.
They already crossed 1.2 trillion, bro. How much money do they
right
have?
now under Tim Cook, all they are doing is just going after other people and nothing else.
They're acquiring companies left and right already. Like in last year, they have acquired almost 60 patents already. Insane, Apple. Still making shittiest phones ever.
सबका API होता है भाई.
And these trades are very favorable here for PaperX, obviously.
Team Liquid just fallen off, man.
Oh. Forsaken ने बहुत huge kill निकाल दिया.
Yup.
should
अरे
be
सिखाया
forced
किसने
to it.
भाई?
There's the double
How much?
satchel. There's Jin going forward. Spike just going to show up a little bit behind the door.
All
Goes down,
Sushant
and
stuff
it's gonna
are
be a
of
retake
Apple.
attempt from Team Liquid. The flash
और क्या?
from Jin tried to swing out, but he can't
No,
see
Sushant
anything.
uses an Android phone.
Device
He's
so
part
weak
of the
for
proud
second, he's
Android
210
gang.
HP in a
Yeah, I just
1v3.
have a MacBook, man.
Little sidestep, little shoulder thrown.
And I
personally don't
and I
like Apple.
regret buying that. I regret buying that as well.
Nice.
Cleans up Navera, but Soulcast punches right back. We're tied.
I personally
यार,
don't like Apple. No,
Ascent डिफेंडिंग साइड में आप है ना? ऐसा मुझे लगता है.
थोड़ा सा yes. I guess
अगर
it
अच्छा
would be
team हो तो
53-47 or 52-48 maximum. Shouldn't be more than that.
फ्लैश अच्छा था.
any bloop skin gun is so good. Whether it's Guardian
Hey, everybody is
I
after the
think this.
blue skin.
I mean, it's time people
I
start
hate the
realizing
blue
this. You know
skin.
that I went through like a lot of data like recently, last 2-3 months.
Yeah.
And the thing is, metas have changed so much that map win rates shift from region to region. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can't really say this map is
Exactly.
like it's not the same anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not Counter Strike.
And that is what Riot wants with all these agents and everything.
Timing is so
But
good.
it becomes more diverse.
As soon
Despite
as
Western,
VCT
nothing
gets a
comes
lead
close.
jump
Damn, man.
over the side,
To
soaring
be honest, I can
counter
agree.
with utility
iPads के मामले में like Apple is the best.
No, I've seen the new Samsung tabs. They're pretty good.
But फिर वो they are of the same price range ना. Why would you go for same price range में Samsung instead of Apple?
I don't know. I just feel like it's much better.
The only good thing
To
Apple
go
makes is the
Android.
Bionic chip. Yeah, the new processor chip is also very good for MacBook and everything. The M2.
Fast pace from PRX is all of a sudden stopped entirely.
Lenovo tab is pretty good.
Great setup again.
Lenovo sucks, bro. Lenovo fell off. That's all.
Remember the position
Lenovo fell off.
kill.
The only thing good they have is the aftermarket service.
There was a time when Lenovo laptops used to be like the play. Like everyone wanted to go for Lenovo laptops.
And Scream is baiting for him from stairs and also
Abhi to the hottest PC laptop space is Asus.
just a solid round.
Definitely Asus. Bhai.
They make the best gaming laptops as of now.
Asus
Corsair का
का-
देखा? Corsair का नया laptop देखा?
नहीं.
They launched their first gaming laptop and it's okay. It's pretty good. But still, I think Asus is much better.
भाई Asus Tough series is the goated.
भाई मेरे पास
and
टफ
Zephyrus.
F15 डैश है मेरे पास 3050 Ti और कौन सा i7 11th gen है मेरे
Yes,
पास.
yes, same, the exact same one.
और उसमें 80 FPS आते हैं.
मतलब जब मैं सब कुछ ऑन करूँ तो बंद करूँ तो 140 150 आ जाता है.
तो पाजी before having PC मैं उसी पे तो stream करता था, खेलता था stream and all that stuff.
नहीं यार क्या कर रहे हो PRX वालों, एक मैप जीते हो सीरीज थोड़ी जीत गए हो बहन.
नहीं हो रहा भाई, PRX fell off.
और
Corsair laptop. Yep.
But return fire somehow.
एक kill मारना.
Let's go, Liquid.
No, Lenovo and Acer used to be the budget options, you know, back then.
Acer तो भाई आज भी shit है. Fucking after the Hrithik Roshan endorsement, it fell off.
हाँ सही बात.
They spent all their money on Hrithik Roshan.
Should have used it more on improving their laptop.
I honestly thought he
Yeah, Corsair launched their first laptop. Like अभी I think a month ago.
एक पता है बहुत गोटेड लैपटॉप आया है MSI Katana Sword नहीं MSI Sword 15.
Oh, is it the one that's like 3.5-4 kilos वाला?
बहुत heavy है.
330 watt charger, वही वाला.
हाँ but वो बहुत अच्छा है और वो बहुत सस्ता भी है like 85 या 80,000 में 3060 ऑफर करता है और i5 12th gen.
But i5
i5
Intel is now bad.
नहीं but they say कि
Laptops में तो I think
laptops में
AMD is
Intel better है.
I think
Really?
AMD is better, yeah.
But for AMD expensive side है. Laptop
I mean,
ऐसा
it
कुछ
kind
है
of
मैं भूल
depends
गया.
on the usage as well कि करना क्या है, right?
True.
Laptop पे it's very specific of usage. PC पे तो सब कुछ चल जाता है, कोई problem ही नहीं है.
Asus में mux switch नहीं है.
I used to be an
Oh
Intel guy,
yes,
ठीक है?
that's a big thing. Mux switch.
Literally Intel guy था मैं. अभी भी जब PC बना रहा था मैं Intel ही लेने वाला था जब लास्ट मैंने ये PC बनवाया था. But then someone showed me performance related to benchmarks और मैं और फिर compared to price और मैं हिल गया.
हाँ मेरे पे AMD है.
AMD is better.
अभी तो like PC के लिए तो I definitely prefer AMD as of now. i9 is like shit now. Not worth it for that much.
ये अच्छा है Sony WF-1000 XM3.
I mean, from my experience, they're pretty good.
Best कौन सा है?
I mean, for the price, it's up there. Top 5 best noise cancelling earbuds. Easily. Arguably in top 3. And I'm counting AirPods in this. I think best one would be an Audio Technica version, but that's not available in India. I've just seen reviews of it. Because मैंने भी video देखी थी like for top 3 like best earbuds and this was one of it.
Audio Technica is definitely the best. But problem with Audio Technica is a lot of their models are not available in India.
मेरे को वो problem नहीं है. वो तो मैं ले सकता हूँ.
हाँ तो ले ले फिर.
फिर वहीं जाके लूँगा. मेरे पास अभी तो Skull Candy के normal से earphones है.
Where are you going? Going to Canada?
UK.
Go meet Greeny there.
Jing loves to push off contact the rest of the map, and they're pushing through Cat right now. Demasic almost committed. Just canceled the last second. Here we go.
Jing got deleted.
Spike up.
And Demasic just holding the site.
क्या हो रहा है ये?
अरे पीछे अरे what the fuck?
क्या चल रहा है ये? ना उसने देखा वो भी चला गया.
Lowered is lol.
Just the light by.
This is Valorant.
Couple of weapons forced out. And all of a sudden it's
ये prelude to chaos stinger gives Vandal vibes. I don't know man, prelude to chaos.
This is peak Valorant.
Could have been dangerous with that pick from Forsaken.
Alex, I love Alex का. एक ना ऐसे dedicated लगा दो Alex का reaction.
ये बात तो नहीं कर सकता ना वैसे उनसे?
नहीं, only during tactical timers and pre-game मतलब मैच चालू होने के पहले pick phase में और half time पे.
तो ये जो अभी से जो ये बोल रहा है वो ये अपने आप से ही बात कर रहा है मतलब.
हाँ. कोच अपने आप से बहुत बात करते हैं भाई.
Something in front of him or something completely different.
दुनिया उनसे बात नहीं करती वो अपने आप से करते हैं.
I mean if I have like people like this kind of team, I would also be talking to myself.
Yes भाई there was a video, okay, there was an audio recording of me when during my first time at RG when literally वो सुन के players were like oh my god ये इतना pressure और ये होता है because you know what is going to happen because your player is making a certain movement या some कुछ but you cannot change it. तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. You can just watch him go into that position and then just die.
Spain without the S.
Yep.
I mean it's like Regia says, you know, if I could call in this game, I would never use it.
Yeah.
Oh no, Yampi doesn't get spotted.
What if you fist bump someone so hard that their hand breaks?
Fist bump तक हाथ ही नहीं पहुँचता.
नहीं वो बोल रहा है कि
In general. कर दिया. So is it like a penalty or something? Do you get a penalty?
What a good play by Scream. He gets him.
What if the opponent's fist break? अरे जैसे Benkai.
Then you are allowed to only play with one hand.
No, what if Benkai gives like an old stinky pizza to someone as a joke and they eat it and they get food
I
poisoning?
mean who knows? उसने सैंडविच बनाया था और उसके बाद बहुत दिन बीमार तो हुए हैं भाई.
Sauce. I think it's a conspiracy worth exploring. You know what I mean? I think we found him. Exposed.
Maybe that is why Instagram went poof.
Oh my dog, what?
PRX, it's too early to call.
Nah, PRX fell off, bro.
It's too early to call, but the momentum is in Liquid's favor right now.
Look at this dude. You know the way they show the coaches, it's like they're screaming at each other.
ऐसा लग रहा है उसके मुंह पे चिल्ला रहा है.
वो बीच का border हटा दो मैं बोल रहा हूँ. मजा आएगा बहुत ज़्यादा.
ये PRX इतनी जिद्दी क्यों है side rush पे?
By the way, Godspeed, you know Emil Smith-Rowe, right? The Arsenal young player.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Solkas and him are like best friends. They went to the same school and like they're like childhood friends.
Oh wow.
You know Jing loves to double satchel and showstopper out here.
Yep, that's exactly the setup that he
So at least somewhere in a way, Emil is winning, right?
Jing fell off.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. Navarre's able to get the kill. And now
What should
ये
PRX
big brain
do
था
now?
किस्मत.
Now they got the momentum.
all of the utility being
Jing, come on, yaar.
See, that is the
17 minutes
difference.
to go.
That is the difference between PaperX Fnatic and PaperX Liquid. Fnatic gave them the entire side. Liquid are fighting them on side. During this
But this is the elimination game, right?
During this exact A execute, Fnatic were giving them the entire site every time, and Liquid are fighting them on site. That is the difference. Because Jinx always used to enter solo.
Jing.
चूसर भाई चिल्ला दो, अब मजाक नहीं हो रहा, आप चिल्ला दो PRX जीतेगी।
भाई जी हम बड़ी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, हमारी अंदर की चीखें निकल रही हैं, आपको झूठ ना बोले तो।
बोल रहा कान फटे तो फटे।
अरे अभी कुछ और फटा पड़ा है भाई।
चेल्सी का मैनेजर कौन बनेगा? There are rumors that Graham Potter will be the next Chelsea manager. He has a 17 or some million clause.
बाकी मेरे को आया था फिर मैंने मना कर दिया था तो। Bro, Yampi bro, नहीं sorry Yampi.
Oh my God, Dima
ने कैसे मार दिया? कैसे मार दिया?
Biggie brain.
मैं भी बोल रहा हूँ चिल्ला दो, सब बोल रहे हैं चिल्ला।
यार।
Yampi जिंदा कैसे है भाई?
जीतेगा भाई, जीतेगा, टीम लिक्विड जीतेगा। Guys, everyone cheer for Liquid. What are you all doing?
अरे बोला घर जाना पड़ेगा यार।
अरे तुम्हारी टिकट फाइनल तक की करवाई थी।
अभी तो कबाब शबाब खाना शुरू किया था।
No, PaperX will stay there for a few days. Last time we were अपने expense पे रुके थे।
No, I think Jing is the only one who can afford to stay there.
Who? Jing?
Oh.
Obviously, but there are perks of having your mother there.
What do you mean?
Jing की mom गई है ना उधर उनके साथ।
अच्छा वो।
So Jing's mom is the influencer.
Really?
I mean, not just that, like, you know, the place where we went, right? But Mervin took us, like, he said, I think someone, the other guy, he said that, shit. So he said that she lives close by. And you know how expensive that place was?
The seafood place?
Yeah, that Anubis house and all that.
Don't remind me of that shit, bro. मेरे को मत बोल वो जगह का नाम, मैं रो दूंगा ओमिनस।
यार सैमसंग गैलेक्सी बड्स प्रो कैसे हैं?
They shit.
Wow.
Don't go for
Is this already enough for Team Liquid?
L plus ratio.
Jing mom is also about it, yeah.
As Jing mom spokesperson.
He's been heard here, both Soulcast and Serene.
क्या बोल रहा था ओमिनस? सुनाई नहीं देता था। What were you saying? Ominous if.
No, I mean, I said that they are so rich that, you know, they are staying in that neighborhood.
Really? That's a very good neighborhood, though.
Yeah.
But she owns a Ferrari?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Oh, I thought she just likes a Ferrari. That's what she got.
No.
ऐसे तो हम तो कितने username रख ले भाई?
I mean, then you should have G-Wagon Sirius or something.
Porsche 911 wagon, नहीं Porsche 911 Sirius.
Yeah, currently G-Wagon.
यार PRX को थोड़ी यूटिलिटी डंप करवानी पड़ेगी।
चरण G-Wagon।
अबे तो अच्छा मेरे को देख स्टीरियोटाइप इंसान, मैं अभी समझा G-Wagon कहाँ से आया बीच में। भाई रेसिस्ट, सुशांत रेसिस्ट एक्सपोज्ड।
Oh, like when I came to India, right? I told you, right? First year, all these Indian friends, they made me listen to these Punjabi songs, and all I saw in the videos was like G-Wagon and all this. So like, you know, so I built this impression in my mind that, you know, in Chandigarh everyone has a G-Wagon.
Yeah, everyone has a 1 crore car.
Yes. और मैं ये G-Wagon मेरे को समझना का G-Wagon दिखी नहीं मेरे को घर पे हो गया। फिर मेरे को याद है वो मेरे को खिल्ली उड़ा रहा है। अभी समझा। सही है भाई। मारुति सी भाई, मारुति में मैं तो नहीं आऊंगा, फिर बाकी अपना देख लो।
ये लोग हर चीज पे फिश
मारुति की सारी सीट्स निकाल दो, एक डाल दो, तब फिर भी बात है।
नॉर्मल रहता है भाई, तने नॉर्मल हमारे टाइम पे भी लोग करते थे सीएसगो में। 1.6 में नहीं करता था कोई। 1.6 में कोई करने जाता था तो उसको गाली पड़ता था। गाली दे नहीं सकता मैं, कौन सा गाली पड़ता था? पड़ता था कि भाई
यार 4-8 करना पड़ेगा यार।
अभी वो गाली दूंगा तो कैंसिल हो जाऊंगा मैं।
नहीं होगा रे। टैटू।
यार
मॉडिफाई करवा देंगे, क्या बात।
time to rotate out.
मतलब बिठाना मारुति में ये ठीक है.
So they know there's somebody.
Well, can I want to buy a Thar? Maybe in 3 years, 2 years, 3 years.
Paranoia into tree, and that's exactly where the rest of PaperX are.
India में रहता है भाई Luxembourg में.
But PaperX go aggressive, they go forward. Look at Mind Freak, deep behind enemy lines.
These won't even fit in Omni. What do you mean, bro?
They keep Soulcast back. A 3v3 here.
And to be honest, Omni की जो reputation हो गई थी. अगर ओमनी हम लोग को स्पेटल में भी मिलती थी ना हमको मेरे को डर लगता था चढ़ने में.
But is Omni a car? I thought Omnius की बात कर रहे हो. Lol, I was so dirty-minded.
How is he so far up? How is he playing so aggressively? 2 seconds left on the haunt, and he finally drops down.
Oh, अच्छा तो जो white color की vans होती हैं.
Why didn't Scream push that? There was nothing looking at flank, but the chamber was dead.
Yeah.
What a play!
Miscommunication.
Scream finding one off the flash 2v2
Miscommunication.
Not miscommunication, it's just Scream's own decision making.
It's just Soulcast.
Yeah.
Scream T-base पे spot हुआ और फिर Heaven आया घूम के.
And even if Soulcast somehow takes care of Bankai,
मेरे बिल्डिंग में थी एक उनके पास डॉग था तो कन्वीनियंट पड़ता. Yeah, mostly used for kidnap. I mean the status of previous is not for.
जी वैगन नहीं है सबके पास. वैगनआर होता. वैगनआर नहीं चलाता है. वैगनआर मुंबई में बहुत फेमस है for some reason.
अरे छोटी है ना, एवरेज भी दे देती है.
My favorite car used to be Chevrolet.
See, here you come now, you'll see a lot of like Scorpios, Fortuners. चंडीगढ़ ऐसे like चंडीगढ़ सिरकपुर एरिया, because हरियाणा भी पास पड़ता है ना, तो lot of like Scorpios है.
जीरकपुर पे वो है, एक कॉम्प्लेक्स है ना जहाँ पे वो मैकडॉनल्ड्स वगैरह है पूरा.
क्या है?
जीरकपुर में एक कॉम्प्लेक्स है जहाँ पूरा मैकडॉनल्ड्स, KFC, बर्गर किंग सब है.
Oh, that Dilno Plaza, yeah.
वो नहीं पता. हाँ मैं वहाँ आया वो. शिमला के रास्ते में आता है ना.
Yeah, it's in the main.
चंडीगढ़ हो.
Wait, is that plaza named after AP Dillon?
Dillon
possibly. Who knows? Dilno बोला. Dillon. Mr. Nepali is back at again. No. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? It's like Dillon group is like it's like construction group. Whatever you call, क्या बोलते हैं उनको? Builders group or something. Like they have a few projects around here, so maybe that's why. They used to have a theater there as well, but I think they closed.
Mind Freak versus Demastic decides the round. Oh.
Mind Freak sucks.
Please भाई. नहीं यार.
Bhai, and you guys are forgetting something. चंडीगढ़ हो, राजस्थान हो, दिल्ली हो, हरियाणा हो, स्कॉर्पियो तो मिलेगी भाई.
सही बात है.
People don't fit in small cars here.
अभी तो घर के हैं.
चंडीगढ़ में you might, but not if you go to like Punjab. You won't even find a small.
You will find so many Scorpios.
हाँ, like you won't find small cars in like these areas.
But Chevrolet Cruze was just so smooth, man. It's a 9-3, yeah.
Scream dropped. Mind Freak still playing back, and you've got Bankai down low. They've got it. So good. Can Mind Freak win the round?
Mind Freak ने हाथ ऊपर कर लिया. Oh!
But he doesn't get it enough.
What was that double suck? I did not get it.
हाँ भाई. You block him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
बोलेरो भी बहुत मिलती है भाई.
But Mind Freak with the one.
राजस्थान में बोलेरो भी insane.
Fortuners भी तो होती है.
I think बोलेरो बंद नहीं होगी.
हाँ अब बंद हो गई. पहले बहुत मिलती थी.
वो तो क्रूज भी बंद हो गई.
क्रूज भी बंद हो गई भाई.
कितने सालों से बंद है वो?
शेवरोलेट ही बंद हो गई भाई.
शेवरोलेट गाड़ियाँ नहीं आती अभी.
Obviously man.
I just imagine. just अभी दिमाग में आया कि शेवरोलेट गाड़ियाँ नहीं बनती अभी.
अरे भाई शेवरोलेट क्रूज अभी तक.
Damn, it just clicked me. कि उसकी गाड़ियाँ बंद हो गई. I'll just let you.
Bhai, but Chevrolet Cruze was so
Try to
good,
stay
man.
competitive. Let's throw it down to the desk.
Better than any BMW Mod Cruze. Chevrolet Cruze was
Thank you so much, Doug and Balla, and wow.
I don't even remember which car was it.
That was not going well for PaperX until the end. Way to bookend some big
See,
round
are you
wins
ready?
show because they desperately needed it if they want to stay competitive.
Guys,
on the
like
set.
yes, Vedant, you're correct. Guys, like this stream, let's head to 75 likes now.
How PaperX want to move around the map.
Yes, 7 मिनट में Apple event भी चालू है.
Everyone's waiting
तब
to
तक most probably ये मैच खत्म हो जाए.
me flashbacks to Forsaken.
The most richest area, I think, in like our city is Panchkula. Like every drug dealer, every big builder, every I don't know, like every fucking retired army officer who made like a shit ton of money after retiring, everyone stays at that area.
Basically, that is safe haven.
The spike was already planted.
I guess. But because now, like, if you go to Panchkula, you'll see like a lot of these exotic cars roaming around for no reason.
Panchkula definitely. ज़्यादा जितने भी बड़े-बड़े वो सब है ना, जितने भी चीजें, you will find it in Panchkula, everything.
Like Panchkula is the area, na, because it's not in Punjab, it's not in Haryana. It's like very, I don't know. I don't want to dispute it, but very weird area.
Because PaperX's defensive side is really good and the comp is good here.
Panchkula में तो बाबा राम क्या बात है सर. सीरियस टूर्नामेंट PRX की जीत अपने पास रखते हैं. भाई PRX अगर जीती नहीं तो
PRX ही चलेगा, मैं बता रहा हूँ. PRX हार गया. They're coming back to Singapore. I know. I don't know about Jing.
Jing pressure में है, देखो आँख मार रहा है.
They're not winning. They lost already. They fell off.
On this defense, I don't necessarily mean push aggressive, but you've got to be there to actually attack the choke points. But the next round.
Oh my God! There's a 500,000 people waiting for the Apple event to go live. Lol. And only on YouTube. Imagine someday you get this much viewership on your live stream.
भाई मेरे को उतना 1000 भी आ गए ना भाई.
Team Liquid potentially win the pistol. They could
उस दिन 5 रिटायर हो जाएंगे.
Into the playoffs. A huge opportunity now for PaperX to try and bring this game back. Let's send it back over to Doug and Bala.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, GB. The 2 and 11.
There's 1,000 watching. मतलब there are 1,000 people actively waiting for me or looking at my streams. Looking at what I do.
Oh हाँ, पंचकुला में राम रहीम भी था. अभी याद उसका हुआ था ना, court appearances and everything was in Panchkula.
अब हारे तो Riot can sue serious for leaking the results.
So far at this event has been one of those maps where these comebacks.
अभी तक मैं Benkai will die first, then 2 Liquid
yeah,
members will fall.
Welcome to the channel. Yeah, the loser is out of the competition.
Yes, that means PaperX will be out in next 30 to 45 minutes.
यूटिलिटी डंप कर दी बहुत ज्यादा.
वही सेम पिछले मैप का पिस्टल राउंड रेज फेड.
हाँ. बट तब कोई और कर रहा था, अब ये कर रहे हैं. बहुत स्मार्ट है यार. क्या लगता है बजाज? ओह नो.
Oh my God, that's a nice.
ये मैं समझ गया था.
Scream. और करीम.
स्क्रीन बेट कर रहा था.
एक मारना पड़ेगा यार क्विक सक्सेशन में.
But I bet 100.
KO has entire util भाई. KO के पास पूरा util है. गया खत्म. ये round is done.
Dead.
Went to a broken type of pistol. Yup. Not broken, but yeah, especially if you have aimings का थोड़ा presence. थोड़ा सा presence.
Benkai died first. देखो मैं बोला भाई I can see the future. I know what Apple is launching today. I'm just watching for formality.
नहीं ना.
मेरे को जॉनी आइव का फोन आया था, पहले मेरे को डिजाइन लीक कर दिया सारे.
Unless बोलो क्रूजर भाई जिता दो. ओ स्क्रीन को देखो भाई चिल्ला रहा है. जय माता दी.
यार कर रहे हैं कोशिश. जय माता दी भाई गुरु भाई.
I genuinely want Liquid to win because I want Scream to finally pick a decently sized trophy.
टूर्नामेंट तो जीतने से रही Liquid.
टूर्नामेंट यार PaperX को जितवा दो यार एक बार.
दोनों में से कोई भी टीम टूर्नामेंट जीतने लायक नहीं है भाई.
PaperX ऐसी थी, अगर वो अभी हारी जाएगी तो हाल दे win. क्या बात कर दी क्रूजर.
There is still hope पापे.
There's no hope.
There is hope.
There's no hope. अभी डिवाइ मरेगा 15 सेकंड में. देखना.
15 सेकंड में राउंड ही खत्म हो जाएगा.
In favor of Liquid, right?
Yes. वहाँ से कमबैक स्टार्ट होगा नेक्स्ट राउंड से देख. यार डीमासिक बहुत अच्छा खेला यार ये बात.
They got a free site.
Yeah.
Hotel plant. KO will definitely try to get a kill, but he'll get that. See, I told Davai Marega. I can see the future. What the fuck? और हुआ भी वो कुछ 15-20 सेकंड के अंदर ही. Insane.
It's what
Sign this back.
ये अब तन है.
Why are they throwing the bomb around?
अरे उसको दे रहे जिसको ऑर्ब की जरूरत है. स्क्रीन को देखना एक ऑर्ब चाहिए प्लांट मतलब अल्ट आने के लिए.
So smart.
फाइट ले लेता.
नहीं नहीं. अब
Now
किसी और
Scream
अब बाकियों को फाइट लेने देगा ना उसके पास तो फैंटम है भाई.
हाँ.
बाकियों को फाइट लेने देगा.
अच्छा नहीं क्यों टीम लिक्विड को नहीं चाहते क्या तुम लोग जितवाना? Like you guys don't like liquid?
सही में गाइस ऐसा क्या हो गया मतलब.
Liquid is such a old and prestigious esports organization. You guys want them to lose?
Are they gonna spot them from top mid?
Oh my god. Ying.
Yeah, Jing just found something.
Don't give them. Maro.
Really matter right now.
Last player standing.
Nice.
No, the important thing is they carry both those phantoms into the next round.
Nice.
अरे अभी M4 ने लेस डाला मैं देखा इंस्टाग्राम पे प्लेयर्स का सिलेक्टेड प्लेयर्स.
डैम इसके बाद देखते हैं.
That would have been ridiculous.
Shortlisted players.
Yep.
Team Liquid is matching.
सबके रियल नेम लिखे हैं तो पता नहीं चल रहा कौन है.
हाँ वो बात.
Map 3.
LSMM.
Map number 3, the final map for Group A.
नया बंडल भी आ गया.
हैं?
हाँ नए बंडल की लीक्स आ गए. कोहाकू एंड मात्सुबा.
What? Already?
फैन है. फैंटम ऑपरेटर क्लासिक और जज और सेलेस्टियल फैन जैसा फैन है.
I want to buy. Twitter पे?
Yes, Valor लीक्स पे हाँ.
Valor.
He falls off though.
Lika.
Good recall here.
Nice Jingy.
Shots are missed, thankfully.
Better late than never, I suppose.
That's not really that good to be honest.
Liquid, you saw Scream try to punish.
But I'll buy the knife.
One tap got select हुआ इतना पता है मेरे को.
There you go, first kill actually
Oh.
out from
इसमें?
I don't know his real name, so I can't tell.
One tap god.
Yeah, M42 is open tryout, so-called open tryout kind of.
ओह मुझे पता है वन टैप गॉड. साहिल नाम है शायद उसका. मैं भूल गया.
हाँ साहिल नाम है.
चलो guys,
साहिल
I'll
दुबले
take
नाम
a
है शायद
leave.
उसका.
Apple event is starting.
ओके भाई ऑल द बेस्ट.
I'll go watch. All the best क्या भाई?
ओके
ना
भाई.
मेरे Apple का stocks है ना मेरे Apple का कुछ
All
लेना
the
है.
best भाई, all the best.
ओके भाई ऑल द बेस्ट.
Thank you. Bye. जीत के आएंगे.
I wonder what they're looking for. They haven't garnered a ton of info towards mid or towards B. It's really just
so late.
It's really just Demasic who's holding tree.
They're gonna get the plant down with 5
Yes,
seconds.
why
If
so
anything,
called
if
open to
at all.
So
If they're that fortunate, and you still have two defenses.
Sorry, that is crazy. Serious is that kid who always support the opposite team which is support.
Bond's been destroyed. There's the ult. The ult's been used. Benkai feeling pressure. Starting
Have
to
to
get
commit to the
overwhelmed.
plant.
Yes, to turn around. You're absolutely right.
It's
Into
over.
Vi with the Odin. From the very beginning. Gets the round for Paper Rex.
Just a head scratching round here from Team Liquid.
It just took too long.
Serious है क्या Apple event में serious? क्यों नहीं हो सकता भाई?
Inexperience still a
हो ही
Scream,
सकता है.
but I do love how the rest of the team are
M42
just
A.
committed to it.
M42 से कुछ नहीं होगा ना?
Follow the
नहीं,
call
नहीं,
till the end. 5 seconds to plant. And okay, Paper X on the board. Again, that was the bonus for Team Liquid.
Zakrim
Yeah, sure,
हुआ
they
है.
invested a lot in the
I know
anti-tank
Zakrim,
rifles,
I know
but
Sahil,
they saved those into the
I know Sumit Sahu, I don't know who Swarnendu Mukherjee is. Umesh Dirwani, I think I remember.
Concerning Paper X have a Spectre and a Guardian.
देखते हैं.
It's not a fully fleshed out buy.
Should have written their in-game name though.
Buy is really good for Forsaken though. Top mid against Scream.
Forget what I said about the Guardian being concerning.
Still trying to work the map right now.
ये मैप अगर लिक्विड जीती ना मैं एक गिव अवे करूंगा भाई.
क्या बात है?
बैटल पास का तेरी स्ट्रीम पे जा.
क्या बात है?
PRX जीती तो.
PRX जीती.
Yes.
And he has to cross mid where many of his teammates already died with no help from Yampi.
And you see it, Red X is littering the path that he's trying to get to. Trying to traverse. And then if you somehow manage to get through with no
players को मैप नॉलेज एंड सेटअप पे बहुत वर्क करना पड़ेगा. टीम भाई हमारी टीम को ही मारते हैं. हाँ भाई.
Yampi with the tech.
Today here a giveaway yes Abhinav.
He has no clue.
Oh no. Mind free copying around like a rabbit with a knife out.
Lol.
मैंने क्यों देखा ये?
To book.
Spike expecting some of that aggression. You just heard a satchel go off from Jane. Grabs bait. They've got an aid to delay the haunt there. So
क्यों Forsaken?
Busted this open.
This would be disastrous for PaperX. This was a 5v2. Bola.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
By the way, actual one will announce and produce one. Let's go.
With disaster, but
Very
everything's
decent.
fine.
UK में पढ़ाई इधर
PRX
बटला
get
दिया
another
हुआ
one in. Team Liquid, while they get the spike down, actually, Division has a lot of money here. They definitely, potentially could invest. Yeah, Scream's instant buying here.
Just need to predict which player will end
Definitely
up
going to be a challenge against PaperX, who you mentioned the economy
top
was a little
on
rough
impact
for
rating and
the
assisted
prior
impact
round.
rating at the end of the event.
This is the early round, remember, where it was clearly Team Liquid didn't exactly know what the approach was supposed to be. And here's an early flash. Looks like they might want to
There'll
dive.
be 2 winners
Get
at the
him
end
on
of
here from
1,000
Benkai and
each.
Jingle
Let's go.
really fast into main.
Or at least just to fight for control of the orb, maybe, because he is 1 point away from Showstopper.
Look at the pivot immediately from Team Liquid. Fast up mid.
Yeah, there's no time to think about orbs. There's just going to be a fight at their doorstep before they know it. He's here. Note they have a couple of sheriffs to work with.
Oh, nice movement from Jim.
Pivots are coming so often. They're plenty.
Kevin is supposed to try to
Team
get
Liquid once again going over towards
Yes.
Cat. The thing is, A main, no control for them at all. And you've got Forsaken and Mind Freak here. Oh!
Forsaken looking to find more with that operator. The trademark to provide some cover. Spike hasn't been committed to yet. Yampi trying to play back Jenny. Demasik has fallen. There's the ult. He's going to go up top. He's not. Oh, he is going to get the kill on the Soulcast. As Jin continues to hunt, continues to push, and continues to kill.
Moment to have, moment.
And turns the first
Hello,
half
just a nice
scoreline for
walking
Jing
about.
on its
Welcome
head.
back.
3-11 he was at the half. Now, 5 rounds into it. He's 11-13.
Clearly finding more comfort on this side of the map.
It is just a particularly easier half to play for Jing. It doesn't have to be the tip of the spear in this composition for
थोड़ी
the
देर में
defense.
भर देना means.
He's reacting more than anything. Here's where they're starting to threaten this double satchel play in the smoke that we've seen over
They are
and
जीतने लगे by the way.
There's still money here from Team Liquid.
It's really all in the hands of Yampi, but yeah, you're right. What do they play around? You've got Benkai who's here. You've got a starter help provide
जानता हाँ चलेगा Sennheiser.
Benkai swinging into it, but the
So
prowler
flickered showing.
नहीं यार.
gets it. Now the Nightfall's been used, but I don't think it hit anyone. No, they're all still safely playing back in Spawn. Divide looking for a free one, finds nothing.
Happy down to 4 HP though. No ults to work with here for PaperX. Oh, and the shot from Yampi.
Very important conversion this one.
Save कर रहे हैं.
Rightly so.
Quick call too.
Yeah, it is. Are they just repositioning, maybe looking for exits? At this point, you've burned so much time. I don't know that you can really commit.
And you've given up the space that you want to fight for exits here. Last time Team Liquid went up through spawn, maybe they're expecting the same sort of thing. Grab the op back, that's nice.
Now the save call makes a bit more sense.
जहाँ पे एक HP kill निकाल रहे हैं.
Power weapons still available.
Yeah.
But
Guys, like
Let's go Liquid.
to the end of this group.
हाँ क्या भाई.
End of group
You
A.
remember me nice. I will always remember my people, man.
4 teams
Hi
entered.
Godspeed chat. PRX are I'm very happy.
Benkai को इतना close होने पे नहीं जाना चाहिए था. जानती का कुछ करना पड़ेगा. Interview करो.
हेलो क्रूजर भाई कैसे हो?
भाई मैं नहीं बात कर रहा आपसे. मेरे को आवाज भी नहीं पसंद.
कोई नहीं बहुत लोगों को नहीं पसंद.
भाई.
Healthy buy for Team Liquid.
Kill switch Mad Max.
Meanwhile, the operator that we saw in the end of the previous round in the hands of Forsaken. And he is challenging mid.
अबे ताजा region थोड़ी.
Mind freak off of this site.
Guys, like the stream. 75 likes.
it's a really good cover, and then they can flash out of it if they need be.
And also subscribe to the channel, guys.
Just through the wall.
Kalana chat. Oh my god.
Hey.
Let's go, let's go.
Nice, Nivera.
Sees everyone. Can I get the space he's looking for? Meanwhile, oh my Forsaken. Spidey senses tingling. A really good idea that there's somebody behind him. You see the pings out on the minimap, but the timing not on his
Soulgas पीछे देगा अच्छा बच्चा तो.
They still have a shot. This Spy still has some, they still have some utility to work with from back.
ये क्या timing है?
And he lands the shot. Scream and Dima Sick outnumbered. The spam through is Forsaken, finds another. Can Dima hold him back himself? The new
What I have to do to play in esports? You grind rank first of all. Make a group of find a group of friends, make a team, just participate in all.
Liquid to 3. Super crucial now for them to shrink this even more before
they're using Odin and shit, man. What the fuck?
What a massive kill out from Forsaken. The second one was funner to look at, yeah, but you really, I mean, if not for that first kill on the Soulcast, they don't get that space. He
Oh, nice shot.
Find it through Discord.
Oh yeah, I see him now.
Is that the coach? I mean, you just called the
Godspeed क्या हमारी prediction सच होने वाली है?
Wow.
That's crazy.
भाई ये बंदा liquid jersey पाके PRX को support कर रहा है. इसको निकालो पहले.
The why didn't even use fragment flash. Yep. The most difficult thing to start in esports is not a killer start at city. Yep.
Liquid with some time to think things over. A momentary lapse in the action as they try to figure out how they keep PRX back. Because
Cruiser भाई कैसे यार आवाज थोड़ा
भाई मेरी फटी पड़ी है मैं इसलिए चुपचाप गेम देख रहा हूँ.
For all intents and purposes, eviscerated this lead. This is way
Probably नहीं होनी चाहिए तो
anyone expected. After the first 2 rounds, remember.
अरे भैया फटी हुई है.
And since then, it's been 4 of 5 in favor.
मैंने काफी मिस कर दिया. क्या डिफेंस पे क्या आ रहा था? स्वैप.
R8 था भाई.
ओह लिक्विड अच्छा कमबैक कर दिया मतलब.
लिक्विड का
अच्छा लिक्विड का 8 था.
ये जो माइक वॉल्यूम मेरा माइक वॉल्यूम ठीक है इतना नहीं तो फिर बाकियों का नहीं आएगा. जशन भाई स्ट्रीम अप करेंगे. चैनल नेम भी चेंज कर दिया है.
जशन भाई छोड़ चुके हैं YouTube यूज करना.
वैलो भी छोड़ ही दिए.
वैलो कहाँ खेलता हूँ मैं?
मैं तो रैंक में 2 बनाए 2 फिर हम 3 और नेटवर्किंग करके बाकी के 2 3 होंगे. वैसे करना पड़ेगा.
Follow-up from Team Liquid is going to be continue to push into Jing right now. Waiting for this one way to fade, and it does.
At the same time that they apply a deep smoke into mid, they prowl in main. And yeah, it's counter.
Looking for Forsaken, he's going aggressive. Jing 2 with the recall at the same time. And Scream's getting his ult up. Mind Freak has it all to do right now.
This is very bad. This is very bad.
Mind Freak अगर Scream की अल्टी भी मारता है बहुत बड़ी.
Oh let's go. Come on, let's go. अरे दिख गए. अरे दिखा तेरे को स्क्रीन?
क्या कर रहा है बेनकाई?
मेरी लाइफ स्क्रीन को दिखा. ओ नाइस ब्रो.
दवाई के फ्लैश से
W flash, let's go.
Destroyed on that site hit. Everything. I mean, Jing went for this recalled smoke push.
So aggressive.
It's the type of play you expect from them. But it doesn't work out. Scream versus Jing. And they're 1 round away from doing it. 1 round away from continuing their streak of never missing.
ये तो काहे खत्म नहीं होता है.
Oh, and ball, it's a heavy stack B. Perhaps a mid split. Yeah, you see Cat has been smoked off. Deep mid has been smoked off. That's exactly what they're going to go for. But Forsaken here flashed up, not able to get back to his rendezvous.
That's a very good change of pace from the
TP backside too.
Liquid with Liquid overwhelm everything. PRX have no defenses. They try to stream onto the site and they overflow the paper dam that's left. No defenses around, nothing to be seen. Devi and Jing with way too much.
Let's go, GG.
Now Jing's position spotted, given away.
Chat kalana.
A 5v1 to keep your tournament life alive, to keep the year alive, and nothing is found. Liquid with the prime gaming flawless to survive.
जिंदगी की यही रीत है हार के आगे
I'm so happy for EMP.
यार sad हो गया.
Your final SEA representatives, your final APAC representatives, and the second place person lives on.
What a round, man. And you could see the writing on the wall. As soon as the smokes went up, they took the space. The flash was there. Forsaken not able to get back to the rendezvous. It was clinical. That last round may have been the cleanest one of the half.
And we have to say again, huge props to the coaching staff on Team Liquid. This was
अब सिर्फ PRX उम्मीद है. Yes भाई. अभी ZETA out भी है. Who knows?
And it's great to see.
I think the man that you just saw on your screen there, Bacon, too. So much work behind the scenes for Liquid, and you saw it all on display there.
Let's go Liquid, let's go. Let's go.
अरे आगे serious, I love you. Supporting Liquid. सही बात है, हर बारी Liquid ने बदला लिया bleed की तरफ से.
Liquid, I like Liquid.
I mean, really no reason not to.
I heckin' love Liquid.
For as much as perhaps Liquid fans have been burned before and, you know, betrayed maybe. The truth is, the performance that they just put together, right? Like, take a look at Pearl as the only
impact check, Godspeed.
and you remove that, and it was an incredible performance from beginning to end.
Haven was great. I mean, hey, they even started great on Pearl too.
क्या हो गया? ऐसी शक्लें क्यों बना रहे हो?
Just haven't had the time to play.
Surely no real time to play.
कुछ नहीं.
Paji was invested.
Emotionally invested.
Emotionally, mentally, physically.
ये बंदा Liquid की जर्सी पाके PRX के बूट कैंप में उधर इसको सब पकड़ के धो देंगे अभी.
Quite literally leading from the front.
7 first blood.
अरे विशाल भाई लिख रहे हैं सीरियस. ये सीरियस का जिंक्स काम नहीं किया. ब्लीड तो बराबर हार गए लेकिन टीएल को सपोर्ट करने टाइम टीएल नहीं आ रही.
टीएल जिंक कर ही नहीं रहा था. मैं दिल से चाह रहा था टीएल जीते. What do you mean?
With their record of
क्या भाई?
on the line against the powerhouse that's PRX. Remember, they were the bells of the ball in Copenhagen.
अभिषेक भाई टीम के स्टार्ट से बोल रहा था लेट्स गो लिक्विड हो गया देखो. बोल ही रहा था भाई. मैं भी बोल रहा था.
For them to not make it out of groups.
Super interesting. I mean, obviously, a lot of
शादी में सीखा लगा.
PRX.
Yes.
Hate का jinx कर रहा है.
The best
APAC
performance in VCT.
I don't want to comment on what Saksham said.
लाइक मेरे को लिक्विड की एक बारी स्टार्टिंग से अच्छी लगी है कि द वे दे टर्न्ड इनटू एन ऑर्क वाज एक्चुअली प्रीटी बिग. Like how they started.
सबसे वो करा है. ऐसे बात पे बात.
मतलब उनकी जो डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनी है स्कोर स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ से और उसको बंदा ध्यान से देखेगा हाउ लिक्विड एक्चुअली इतनी बड़ी ऑर्ग बनी है.
अरे अभी भाई चलो बाय बाय.
अभी तो लिक्विड के पास अच्छा है.
उसको जाने दो एप्पल इवेंट में.
एप्पल इवेंट
खुशी मनाने आया था.
Yes.
अच्छी बात है. सीरियस आई सपोर्ट यू. क्रूजर भाई थोड़ी एनालिसिस दे दो
भाई. हट के 4 हो गई है.
In-zone MVP on your screens right now. Scan the QR code, get your votes in on who it was. You got Demasic, Scream, Yumby, and then the Red Pill. Actually, no.
क्या करे आदमी.
Don't encourage this.
ये दुख कभी खत्म नहीं होता है.
अगर पूरे पाकिस्तान भी जीत जाने वाली है. बस थोड़ा सा रह गया.
Since Sentinels won Reykjavik.
What are you doing?
जरूरी नहीं है भाई अभी वैसे.
I'm just saying.
हाँ 10947 चल रहा है. 12 बॉलों में 21 रन चाहिए. 7 विकेटें तो गिर गई हैं.
पाकिस्तान की
नहीं. हाँ पाकिस्तान की. ये
भाई मैं देख रहा था 30 बॉल पे 20 बॉल पे 30 रन चाहिए थे. चल भाई
पाकिस्तान ने 21 रन्स इन 12 बॉल्स. अभी जस्ट उन्होंने विकेट लिया है.
इसको डिवाइड किया है राउंड प्लेट से.
अच्छा राशिद
इंटरवल आ गया. इसको इनटू 10 किया तो इंपैक्ट रेटिंग आ गया 1.43 फ्रॉम निवेरा.
They were insane. Scoo.
1.23 from Jampy, 1.23 from Scream. The three pillars.
Hello guys, I'm gonna go. अब मैं पाकिस्तान और अफगानिस्तान का मैच देख रहा हूँ.
जाओ उधर जिंक्स करो.
अरे तेरी. आता हूँ guys.
Yes.
Bye.
जब मेरा नाम याद रखना ठीक है. अभी किसका मैप है? मैच है सॉरी.
ZETA allowed. कंट्रोल स्पीड करो आज मैं कुछ नहीं. They are design मत बन गया. वो कमांड प्रॉम्प्ट जो ओपन किया था. That is impact rating basically.
सुशांत भाई रिलीज करने वाले हैं क्या?
हाँ करेंगे ना. आलो कर दे मैं जा रहा हूँ आपको. क्या बात है.
वैसे ये completely accurate है या like this is still testing?
Import to generate the IA document. Yes. PRX out last edition team. Yeah. हाँ मैं को डिस्कॉर्ड पे भेज रहा हूँ. क्या?
Just अभी लीक हुआ है 20 मिनट्स में. The new melee in Valorant.
बकवास है.
हाँ सेम ही कॉन्सेप्ट है. जस्ट उसका चेंज ही की है.
Just another बोला ना Omnis का. I don't know if it's public. You can ask him. कहाँ मिलेगा? I think Omnis will upload very soon. Let's see. But I think ZETA allowed will be like Karasuno versus Nekoma third set of loss. Very true, Robert. तब तक आओ गाइस, तुम्हें अपना ही वीडियो दिखाता हूँ. तुम लोगों ने देखा नहीं होगा. बहुत जनों ने. लिस्ट भी देखने वाले थे. लिस्ट में तो सिर्फ नाम लिखे हुए हैं. कुछ समझ में नहीं आएगा. आओ तुम्हें वीडियो दिखाता हूँ. गाड़ी वाले तुम बनो.
गॉडस्पीड नहीं ऑन.
अरे वेंकी तू नहीं ऑन.
हमको बूमर बनने दो. बुढ़े दाढ़ी वाले तुम बनो चिकने.
भाई गॉडस्पीड का ब्रेम इज द बेस्ट ब्रेम इन इंडिया. नो कैप.
सही बात है.
एक्चुअली जब मैं गॉडस्पीड और वैलोरेंट
भाई गॉडस्पीड ब्रेम में था.
हाँ भाई ये तो था. मैं सेटन. बात तो सही है.
ओ ओए क्या करता है.
अरे बहुत फनी वीडियो भाई.
क्या वो चिल्ला रहा है. मैं तो समझ में नहीं आया क्या चल रहा है.
नेट ऊपर.
पंछी बनूं उड़ते फिरूं मस्त गगन में.
होल्ड ऑन.
स्टार्ट ऊपर.
अगेन लैग.
नीड हेल्प.
मैप में कभी बम भी
भाई साहब
जब तक मैं तेरे को हेल्प करना है मैं हेल्प करते.
एक और है शाम के बाद
किधर से निकल के मार
Down A. One enemy remaining. Reloading.
सिटी शावर यूज नहीं दिया
out of charges revealing area
Leg shot machine is back.
Not anymore this time. क्या कॉल है भाई?
यार मैं माँ कसम बोल रहा हूँ मेरे को सुनाई दिया यूएल पे किसी का
मत दे भाई मत दे पता नहीं भाई मैं पागल हो गया क्या बोल रहे
Launching smoke.
I shot
Live VLR. हम सारे बैठते हैं सब मेरे को वेट कर रहे हैं सब मेरे को वेट कर रहे हैं
सब के सब चोर हैं साले
रेज 110
I'll pick
Hey, Godspeed. आपको पता है Satan was one of my first teammates.
क्या बात है भाई मतलब चैट में बोल रहे हैं कि मलव इतना गंदा खेलता है कि उसको दोनों में से किसी टीम में नहीं लिया जी वाले
they asked me but I said I don't want to make it very one sided yes I said it's okay
बोल रहा है मलव इतना वन साइडेड है कि इंटर्न्स और मैनेजमेंट दोनों ने उसको साइड कर दिया
बेकार है भैया मैं तो टूट गया मैं तो अब
गॉडस्पीड आगे था ना यार
चुतिया समझा मेरे को हाँ चुतिया समझा क्या
टेक सिटी कंट्रोल विद दिस
मेरा जैसा मजा आ रहा क्या
मैं मारूंगा उसको रुको
क्या
कैप बैटल
अरे हैक कर रहा हूं
देखा भाई जॉर्ड भी मैं खुलने में पांच बंदों के बीच में निकला
बबले दबा दूंगा उसके
क्या बोला तूने
बबले दबा दूंगा उसके
I need to sneak up
इस पे होंगी हमने यार क्या कर रहा है किस पे होंगी हमने
let's just play 5 spawn
मैं तो बोलता हर जगह शॉट लेके बैठ जाओ
cool 5 spawn
5 spawn yeah we're just chilling here waiting for them to do something and then we're gonna run okay let's just hide over there let's just play 5 here fuck it I'll play that corner actually
हां उधर कोई बैठ
कौन मरेगा सबसे पहले गॉड पे बॉक्स के ऊपर खड़े हो
हां वो आप ही नहीं थे वो तो और बीच में है
कौन है ये लोग कहां से आ गए
आ गया
let's go
500 करते आ
जाओ
टिम्बर हो गया
वो सिटी का ब्रिक साइड
अरे क्या यूटिल है बंदे का भाई
नेट किया मैं
I'm flashing here let's go I missed my flash horribly
close left chamber and breach
गोली क्या खा रही है गोली
गोली क्या खा रही है बग देना था मैंने वेट किया
I'm tapping this. I'm planting. Fuck it. It's not.
I shot Godspeed. Holy.
I shot
Godspeed. X teammates. It's an amazing shot. Can they?
One Jenny.
G. Mala for the kill.
I'm flashing Jenny.
Dash is dead.
One arcade.
Arcade. Tower देखना.
Godspeed going into the raid.
Griff was your ex-teammate?
Yes.
The worst player in the world. And what did he do?
Rebellious gaming में.
He got this. They didn't hear it.
Oh. CS times.
नहीं Valo.
The Satchel, can we clutch this round up? Gets one. He's in the corner.
Yeah, well played, Godspeed.
It was Buster, Strokey, Sappy, me, Glyph, and Jiren.
We are obviously inviting you to Tilcott inside of Satan.
Please come, bro.
We just ठीक है Strokey. Now I remember. You qualified in TEC, right? Those जो का वो चल रहा था क्वालिफायर से जो 4 क्वालिफायर्स
Godspeed knife him Godspeed's got the drop
okay I'll wait
आज मेरा मन कर रहा है आपको बजाने का करो भाई करो
ओ नहीं
हग दिया अब तक तो मुझे लगा सिर्फ पाद रहा है लेकिन ना भाई हग दिया
मैं वो स्किन लेने जा रहा था और उनके कॉलेज में
भाई एज के साथ साथ आईसाइट भी चली गई
भाई मैं वो स्किन लेने जा रहा था मैं सोचा ही नहीं कि रैना के पास भी ऑफ है people can take advantage of you being so helpful. I mean people have a lot, but doesn't mean you stop being helpful. It's like you're giving back to society in a way, and even if the society bites you back, it's okay. You treat it as your pet dog. It's okay. क्या बात है? अरे what else to do? Become honest morning. Okay. Then I'll show you this one. I hope you guys have seen this one.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Spike down B.
No
Player standing.
Okay, guys, let's win now. Let's win.
Let's win, yeah.
10 seconds left.
I thought it was a seed. Listen, we go from here, okay? We open this door, Viper, smoke here, okay? At ropes. Viper, smoke rope, and then let Eraser lurk from rope, and then we crunch side, okay?
भाई आपका knowledge तो कमाल का है भाई.
Can I using ulti, bro?
Yeah. Get 3 kill with your ulti.
0-7. जीतेंगे भाई.
Immediately.
Yeah, 3 kills. Let's go. I'll flash for you.
I will walk.
Ramche, sweet.
Yeah.
There is a call when you want the flash over here.
Flash.
Spike down A.
यार गंदी हालत है हमारी.
Never mind.
भाई वो ब्रिमस्टोन कैसे मार के चला गया?
Oh, he pushed inside smoke. This is my last match for my rank, guys. Okay.
Godspeed अभी YouTube पे जानना how we lost.
मैं कब हाईलाइट में फीचर होऊंगा हगते हुए.
मैं तो असिस्टेंट कोच हूं भाई.
देखते हैं क्या हुआ पेपर एक्स टीएल का टीएल जीत गए ब्रो.
No, bro.
Easy TL.
Coach, you know. I'm not head coach, bro. I'm man head coach. Okay. GG.
Behind you.
Mid-jet. 2.
So what running? That's Spike.
Spike
coming back.
down B.
Oh, chamber low.
Did you hear Twitch is removing the hosting system?
One tube walk in, last alone.
Apparently they are killing Twitch just by removing the best features.
30 seconds left.
Kitchen window.
क्या क्वेश्चन सर पूछ ले भाई पूछ ले. कैसे बटन पूछने पूछ ले. बहुत आगा.
फेक है वो पहला आ रहा है जो.
अबे उसके
मार चुका हूं.
पहले ब्रीच आ चुका है.
तुमसे ना हो पाएगा.
के पास आ रहे गॉड्स.
भाई हक दिया मैंने.
चलो भाई देखो अब मैं क्या करूं.
Might go this.
लैंड करेगा.
Die low. Low. Nice.
One enemy.
One more.
अरे फ्लाइंग के साथ खेल रहे हैं.
30 roll reflex तो है.
One enemy remaining.
राइट लाइन. देख ऊपर देख तू.
मुझे कुछ दिखाई नहीं दे रहा बाप.
Nice, guys. You tip it, bro. You tip it.
अरे what the. अभी कल हमारा on the best just an
Spike down B.
That was a really nice person though.
Yeah.
Like, I know him through Matrasu. But he's a
अरे
very
नीचे.
good person.
That's right.
मेरी किस्मत ही खराब.
One more in your.
Hold on, man. ये दिखा हमारा.
कर रहा है.
Spike down C.
Hello, motherfucker.
ऐसा आवाज आया मेरे को सिर्फ दिमाग में. टक टुक टकक. क्यों ऐसा क्यों हंस रहा है भाई. मेरे को क्या हंस रहा है.
भाई मेरे मुंह से आवाज नहीं निकली मैं.
Hold on. Go to.
आजा आवाज सच बहुत अच्छे. 1 2 पीक.
1 2 प्लान कर रहे हो. 1 2 प्लान कर रहे हो.
कितना गंदा खेल जो सीरियस है आप
Editor is called Chris. This is the editor. That guy is the editor.
Copenhagen, so yeah, they're strong, but we like challenge. We definitely like challenge, and I think especially the crowd, I think it helps us. I feel like I'm personally at least like an entertainer, so I can't wait for the crowd, and I think we're just gonna play much better in front of the crowd than without the crowd.
Yeah, and lastly, before I let you go, a lot of people are talking about you versus Ye. We finally get that matchup, and again, what do you make of Ye as an opponent?
Yeah, I mean, he's super consistent. I think that's one of the maybe he has compared to other players, that he's super consistent. Like, I'm not sure if you have ever seen Ye having a bad game, and he can win on his own, like on his game. But you know, I'm here also, so it's gonna be a nice match. Yeah,
you're on the form of your life, so I'm very much looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Yampi, and we'll see you at playoffs in front of a crowd.
Görüşürüz kanks.
That is it for now for the Liquid match, but we got more Valorant coming up for you. It's Japan versus Brazil, ZETA versus Loud. Stay with us.
ये खा गया सीधा प्ले अप स्टार्ट करूं, मेरा मन नहीं ग्रुप से देखने का। क्या बात है वो? कल कितने मैचेस है? 2 ही है ना कल के? या कल है FPX 2 और 100 Thieves Fnatic।
To tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new
this time they all will playing from the stage, right?
Yeah.
They got negative. We're gonna see Sean Gears.
It's their best unlimited
cool.
price ever. $30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960.
यार सबसे डेट बता दो।
Wow.
परसों से।
Yeah, are you impressed by the performance of 100 Thieves? Like
yeah,
a young roster?
I am. Definitely.
तो कुछ उसका पता चला आपको फ्रेंचाइजिंग का? एक वो जॉर्ज का स्ट्रीम चल रहा था कल, तो लाइक उसके रिगार्डिंग
नहीं, अपने नहीं बात कर सकते उसके बारे में। ये कौन है? इंग्लिश स्पीकर बोल दिया। दैट इज एक्सी।
हाँ भाई, मैं तो इंग्लिश बोलते बहुत कम हूँ।
Me, bro. 5 minutes left, guys.
Let's talk about the maps. What do you think?
ZETA Loud fracture होगा?
Sure.
Maybe Heaven होगा? फ्रैक्चर हेवन आई कैन सी। तीसरा पता नहीं, असेंट हो सकता है।
Think of Breeze. Louder pretty good on Breeze. In bans, I think they'll ban Pearl. Because Zeta's perma ban is Breeze. You don't. I don't. Icebox can be there.
Loud has banned bind 6 times, split 6 times जब split था, and breeze only 3 times.
So Zeta's banned.
Loud का perma ban is not breeze.
नहीं Zeta.
तूने loud बोला.
नहीं Zeta बोला.
ठीक है मेरे
बैक करके देख लो. नहीं I'm pretty confident.
नहीं I'm pretty confident तूने loud बोला इसलिए मैं check करने गया.
वेट मैं चेक कर लेता हूँ एक्सट्रीम रिवेंट करके.
It's okay. It's not a contest.
Zeta बोलो देखो ना. ग्रुप पे बोल रहा है.
Zeta में भी Breeze and Ascent have both been banned 9 times, so it is not their perma ban. Breeze is not their only perma ban, and Bind has been banned 6 times in the last 3 months.
So we might see Icebox too. Let's see.
देखते हैं.
तो एक चीज हो जाता है बताना मेरे को ठीक है कि कैसा कि इनर कैसा हो सकता है चेम्बर का कि उसकी ऑफ में 2 बुलेट्स दें ठीक है वो बट इफ ही किल्स वो गोली वापस आ जाए उसकी चेम्बर में.
नॉट वर्थ इट. रिफ्रेशिंग वाला दोगे तो उसका अल्ट ब्रोकन हो जाएगा.
बट फिर बुलेट्स भी तो 2 ही है ना.
नहीं ना बुलेट्स 2 कैसे हैं वो तो रिफ्रेश होती रहेंगी ना विद ईच किल. और
नहीं एक किल है तो वो एक किल ही रिफ्रेश होगी ये नहीं कि अगर एक किल लगे तो वापस 2 हो जाएगी वो.
अरे पर एक किल की भी रिफ्रेश होगी. देखो पता है ना चेम्बर का अल्ट में तू पैर पे ही मारेगा तो पूरा मरता है.
120 होता है.
नहीं wherever you hit चेम्बर का अगर तू बिना दीवार के डायरेक्ट किसी को मारेगा तो वो पूरा मरता है. इट्स अ डायरेक्ट किल. इट्स अ वन शॉट किल एनीवेयर ऑन द बॉडी. दीवार के थ्रू जाके होता है तो अलग है.
क्योंकि मैं भी चेक कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि तो चेम्बर का 120 पड़ रहा है लेग पे.
अच्छा 0.85 हो गया था मल्टीप्लायर. अच्छा 0.85 हो गया था मल्टीप्लायर. 120 नहीं है 0.85 है.
क्यों तो नियॉन का था ना.
नहीं नियॉन का चेम्बर का था. क्या बोल रहा भाई मैं भूल जाता हूँ तो रिफ्रेश करना पड़ता है.
एक मिनट है बियर.
नहीं इट्स देखो he's not wrong but making him that will completely break the ult. अभी 5 गोली है ठीक है. लोग एक गोली तो यूटिलिटी तोड़ने में खत्म कर देते हैं ठीक है. और उनको पता है कि रिप्लेनिश नहीं हो सकती so they are still at least थोड़ा पीछे होके खेलते हैं करते हैं. Imagine
Valorant Champions Istanbul. I hope you guys had a nice rest because your heart rate even is about to be raised over the next game. Is ZETA DIVISION versus Alliance.
Imagine if you knew that the more you take fights, it will be replenished. It will become basically a jet ult.
Yeah, I feel like you brought me in for a game where I now have to watch one of the 2 teams I've really liked go home. So can I just go back to casting? It's so much easier. I don't have to like. I don't have to analyze teams I like losing.
Should we just get Mitch instead?
We could. It's the better half.
I think he's still asleep.
Yeah.
Well, you better wake up now because we have a really big game coming up. And I spoke about this already, Japan versus Brazil. And both of these teams, Tom, not only do they have the biggest fan base, but they've had like a almost very similar trajectory when it comes to their performances on the international stage.
Yeah, and I think we have a wonderful graphic to display that. I think you did the team for getting it ready. It was sort of well, especially with ZETA and actually, in fact, Loud just not really existing in the early stages. So it was other teams sort of building through. Even the ZETA that you see on the screen for Masters 3 wasn't the same ZETA that we actually have. So both peaking around that Masters 1 form and then not quite doing it at the last one.
Yeah, a lot of dipping happening there. A major resurgence here for both of these squads over at Reykjavik, but we have managed to make it over to the last Masters event, but here they are again. Now they have to start once more.
Ideas हमेशा बोलना is always good, so that you can have a discussion over it.
The question is, Zeta, can they kind of have that redemption, or can they find revenge to take them down?
तो वैसे मैं ये नहीं कह रहा था कि मतलब दो बुलेट्स हैं तो अगर एक लास्ट वाली बुलेट मिलेगा तो दोनों को लाइक कोई पर्टिकुलर
समझ रहा हूँ तो जेट का भी पूरा नहीं रिप्लेनिश होता है आजकल जेट का भी पूरा रिप्लेनिश नहीं होता है तेरे को 5 के 5 वापस नहीं मिलते हैं समझ रहा क्या बोल रहा हूँ मैं बट
कितने मिलते हैं
मतलब
पांचों आई गेस 4 मिलते हैं वापस
यार वो तो मेरे को याद नहीं पर 5 नहीं मिलते ठीक है
आई थिंक मिलते हैं 5 वापस
नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं 5 वापस नहीं मिलते तू 2 मार और फिर तू 2 मिस कर तीसरा मार तेरे को 5 वापस नहीं मिलते इज द क्लाउड कोच फेमस लाइक एन एक्स प्रो मे बी आई डोंट नो वो पहले मिलते थे कि तू जितना टप्पा चलुसर बोतल वो
इतने को ड्रैग करना
मैं ड्रैग अच्छा इनको देखना पड़ेगा क्या करना पड़ेगा यस आई कैन ड्रैग
अबे जेट का नाइफ का ऐसा है कि तू इतने भी नाइफ तेरे एक नाइफ बचा है लास्ट गोली पे भी मारे तो 5 वापस आएगा वो क्या 5 ही आता है ऐसा कुछ वो नहीं है
अभी वापस पूरा 5 का 5 आता है
पहले भी आते थे ये जो कभी चीज की
हमेशा वैसे ही आता है
राइट क्लिक था ना कि राइट क्लिक एक बार गया तो गया
राइट क्लिक पे नहीं आता
नहीं राइट क्लिक पे नहीं पर
बाकी इसमें पहले भी
जेट खेलता हूँ ऐसा नहीं हो सकता
तू तो बोला तू जेट नहीं खेलता अब बोल रहा है जेट खेलता है
यार स्मर्फ वगैरह तो करता तो जेट ही लेता हूँ मैं
अरे स्मर्फ कैसे करता
है
वो
जेट मीन है वो जितना ही झूठ बोल ले वो जेट मीन है जितना ही झूठ बोल ले
नहीं और अब नहीं खेलता
वो जेट के इसमें एक बार के लिए ठीक है क्योंकि तेरे को हेडशॉट मारना पड़ता है ज्यादा करके डैमेज के लिए वो चेंबर ऑफ के साथ तो आई डाउट
कल जिस दिन हम खेलेंगे कभी जेट खेल लूंगा फिर देखिएगा
फुल्ली रिचार्ज एमिनेशन काउंट इफ शी स्किल्स एंड एनिमी ये चेंज नहीं हुआ है उसका मल्टीप्लायर चेंज हुआ है सिर्फ
वाओ
कुछ गिरा नहीं है
ग्लास गिरा है ना
ग्लास के अंदर थोड़ा सा पानी होगा बर्फ का तो वो गिरा
कोनी ना हां पैक नीचे
का अलग ही चल रहा भाई मैं मेंबर्स ग्रुप लेकिन मस्त बना दिया मैंने वो लोग उसी ग्रुप में बात करते रहते हैं क्या तुम लोगों ने गेम चालू कर दिया क्या
मैं तो डेथ मैच कर रहा हूँ
क्या बात है ड्रैग 2 बोलते हैं
Loud overall, they're a more seasoned team compared to Boom. This was their first international event they were able to qualify for, so they're going to have their work cut out for them here once more going up against Loud.
Yeah, on the other side, especially in the series actually facing off against ZETA, I think the player that really impressed me was actually the IDL.
Man, the button that guy to go as a solo liquid fan,
site defense on B, he was just spamming through a lot of his own utility and just denying what was actually a lot of very early
advantages out from Zeta. So the fact
That is almost like going to a United Liverpool match and sitting in the Liverpool stand for me.
Really terrifying squad, no matter which way you slice it, that you're going up against there on Loud. It's just all-star players across the board there for this Brazilian team. And again, just given that they have already taken down, they've already dealt with Zeta, I need to see something very different from Zeta Division in order to really start believing that they're going to be able to close this out.
तने टीम विक्टोरिया से पेपर एक्स में किसको सपोर्ट करा था? पता नहीं भाई. तने से पूछना पड़ेगा.
तने PRX को सपोर्ट कर रहा था.
PRX भाई, hello, W gaming only.
I am the only guy who supports TL, no matter what.
मैं बोला तो मैंने भी था TL जीतेगी.
हाँ बोला था.
पर मैं सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा था किसी को.
आपके हिसाब से सबके आपकी बेस्ट टीम क्या है?
मैं DRX भाई मैं. I'm back Godspeed. Hello Radical.
DRX I like Stacks and RB. माको इस बार माको का परफॉर्मेंस इतना अच्छा नहीं रहा. लास्ट टाइम तो माको का काफी अच्छा था. वो M कंट्रोलर मेटा जो चल रहा था. माइंड फ्रीक माको.
Members of Zeta are just dying, but Laz once again shows up to save the day.
そうですね。最近ずっと強いので、この次の試合も多分パフォーマンス
भाई लाज है भाई.
楽しみにしてますね。
अलग ही लेवल का प्लेयर है.
すごくいい状態だとは思ってます。ただ、まあこの試合でもちょいちょいミスはあったので、次もっとよくできるように頑張りたいと思ってます。でも僕個人としてはプレッシャーかかればかかるほどパフォーマンスが出るっていうのは自分の経験上分かってるので。
दूसरा बेचारा PRX फैन था. दुखी होके चला गया.
土壇場で
वो तो लग ट्रिगर हुए हैं.
解放されるような感覚がありますね。もっとプレッシャーかけてくれぐらいの気持ちではあります。
Oh, it's so hard to root against someone like Laz, but I mean, you guys know this. He's such an emotional person in the past tournaments. When he wins, when he loses, he wears his heart on his sleeve. And Tom, he even plays like the world is quite literally on his shoulders as well.
Yeah,
The son
I think maybe for like
of God.
Seeing him a little bit in Counter-Strike, was never really able to make it to the events because the path just wasn't.
भाई वापस चेक कर लिया अनरेटेड या नहीं तो मैं तो बकचोदी में खेल रहा हूँ सिर्फ शेरिफ ले रहा हूँ एंड में समझा रैंक दिए मैं अब तक कोई बारह नहीं पर
एंड में हारने का था -15
मेरा तो 20 भी जाता है भाई रैंक में अब जा रहा था पता नहीं
This time in an elimination series once more, it is going to be an immense amount of it, so I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to persevere through it.
Well, this is going to be a rematch. Let's see if we're going to get the same maps again as I throw this over to the map, Vitos. Well, the last time these two guys faced each other, we saw Ascent and Fracture. Do you two feel like we're going to get those maps again today?
Considering how good Loud are, जैसे कि एक्स ने बोला, makes sense. Loud banned Pearl, interesting.
हाँ क्योंकि उनका ऑप्टिक के अगेंस्ट बड़ा गंदा ही गया था.
नहीं but जेटा भी बस इसलिए जीती क्योंकि लैज मार रहा था.
यप
बाइंड पर.
बैन क्या पहला बैन क्या था ब्रीज था ना.
Yeah, I was looking back at this, just kind of wondering what the draft was going to look like.
I was thinking bind, but I was not sure what that
June 6th versus the Bluebees.
But it's similar on the other side.
we might go Icebox as well then.
If it's a pocket pick,
Fracture.
It's definitely a time to be saving it for. But I do wonder if this is more.
They will take Fracture, yeah.
Of their opponent than picking a strength of themselves.
Loud will take Fracture.
जेटा तो ले ही नहीं सकती, जेटा तो ले लिया.
हाँ जेटा तो ले लिया ना. Fracture last map could be ace.
16-14 against Bluebees, so not even one of the squads that was in the top 2 in the region. So they have their work cut out.
Loud took a set.
Okay, well, this makes
Ascent भी बहुत अच्छा इनका, but
I think this has always been one of the.
I had hoped कि fracture आएगा.
You've literally already beaten Zeta on within this tournament, although it did actually start quite.
Zeta का fracture काफी अच्छा है. They play double duelist.
I think there were definitely aspects.
दोनों का fracture काफी अच्छा.
And I do think there is always risks of picking the same map again because your opponent can actually work on that.
They play double duelist के बाद नहीं है. It's तू जो बोल रहा है वो पहले का है, हिस्टोरिकल डेटा में तो ये नहीं बोलता दे प्ले दिस। याद है ना आज सुबह तू अभी पहले मैच में बोल रहा था और उन्होंने जेट रहने वाला कॉम गए, तो वही है
वो उनका लाइक कंफर्ट पिक है।
हाँ
फ्रैक्चर बैन
आइसबॉक्स फ्रैक्चर क्लाउड ने
With
फ्रैक्चर
Haven.
बन गए थे। हेवन वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग भाई, अगर थर्ड मैप गया तो इट विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग बिकॉज़ ज़ेटा का हेवन इज गुड इन टर्म्स ऑफ लोकल फिक्सचर्स।
लाइक इन देयर ओन रीजन।
हाँ उनके रीजन में वो हेवन बहुत अच्छा खेलता है।
उधर क्या 3 मेन टीम है ना, वो लोग सीआर
नहीं उधर अच्छी टीम बहुत सारी है, रिजेक्ट है,
हाँ रिजेक्ट भी
आईजीजी आईएसटी थी जिसमें लक्ष्य खेल रहा था।
हाँ ये कौन सा पासवर्ड था? टाना
तो वो ठीक लगा था क्या?
I think they could take that map away. So take
Upper
it to a
side.
fresh place, take it to Haven where they literally lost to Boom the other day. Loud probably feel quite comfortable there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is
क्या दी पापा को?
watch them play this. I mean, they themselves also do have the most recent time that they played Haven. A loss
सुबह क्या खाया तुम लोग?
on that map.
Yeah.
But you got some recent tape on Zeta. You see that they lost to Boom. That was the one that they dropped in that series.
ब्रेक को लॉस हुआ है।
Maybe they just looked at that and they felt really good about being able to counterplay against Zeta's playstyle.
First DDG losing, then Boom, now DRX.
Yeah, I mean the bind is a surprise. and I
Let's
look
see
forward
if
to going
Vishal.
into that, but before
I would say if DRX wins the tournament, it's still okay for me.
right after this.
उसी से हुआ है, ब्रेड पुलाव से हुआ। पुदीना दे देना मेरे को, पापा को आ जाते हैं, मत बनाया कर ऐसा। Red Bull does give you wins, guys. Of course, NA and EMA are better on understanding. मेरा तो मास्टर्स कोपेनहेगन में सेकंड आया, तब से सपोर्ट टू गया, नेवर अगेन कैनन प्रोफेक्सी। इलेक्ट्रल रिंग वो भी दे देना। APAC team should develop now and leave the aggressive gameplay.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions and our final match of today. Let's bring out
PRX
the two
crew
teams
breathe so
fighting
hard,
for
not
spots
only
in
last
our
5
top
round
eight.
mistakes.
It's ZETA
Yep.
Division and Loud.
Come on, let's see them. Let's see their entries.
I mean, these both teams are so good. They should win. Both of them should win playoffs though.
गॉडस्पीड का उल्टा डिफरिंग ओपिनियन है, पर वो सिर्फ क्या है समझ लेने का।
नहीं, इस ग्रुप में काफी अच्छी टीम्स थी। ऑप्टिक तो चलो अच्छी है टीम, but there are talks that Optic will disband or some of the players will leave.
Let's not talk about rumors this up.
Yeah, I heard from the Tarek and on this team.
पूरा सीरियस भाई, पूरा गेम फेस ऑन है। जेटा का और लाउड वाले मस्ती कर रहे हैं।
जैसी बोला तभी आ गए।
अरे ये लाउड वाला तो सॉफ्टवेयर लेके आया भाई इसके जैसा थाईलैंड वाले कौन था चेहरा वैसे ही एकदम कुछ
कैरी जैसा
हाँ ये क्या लेके आया भाई स्टाफ ऑफ लेके आ गए
चेहरे पे हंसी नहीं है ज़ेटा वालों के
वैसे भाई इतना वो लोग का लैंड इतना बड़ा होता है भाई इतने लोग देख ले वो लोग नहीं ये तो सब ऑनलाइन
नहीं हंसी नहीं है पूरा गेम बेस ऑन है भाई उनका आगे भाई
हाँ तो वही तो बोल रहा हूँ वो उतना बोझ है उनपे इतने लोग का एक्सपेक्ट
क्या हो गया भाई
थ्रू वॉल हेडशॉट पड़ा मेरे को किधर से क्या पता भाई
the playoff stage of the biggest Valorant tournament of the year, and it just dawned on me, guys. This is the last time we're going to see one of these teams walk out on a stage this year.
Yep.
We might not see them again. Even
Shall we make some predictions?
Who knows what's going to happen for next year? And now I'm sad.
करो बताओ
2-0 loud
no
cap
I'd say 2-1 Zeta.
And now one of them is going to go out in groups. It feels like that in every single decider game that we currently have in the tournament. There isn't a team that deserves to go home. Unfortunately, we can't just play the groups forever. We eventually have to kick someone out. So
I don't wanna.
I mean, this is
no, neither do I.
Let's not do that.
This has so far been like the most competitive event.
यही टीम में टाको लीला है क्या या वो अलग टीम था
टाको लीला से ले बैठे
हाँ तो ये ठीक है बस फिर भी जीत गया
and they can defeat the mighty lord पता नहीं भाई to be honest I have very weird feelings from this match
Like it can go either way.
वो तो है ही obviously 50-50 ही रहता है it can obviously go either way या तो इधर या उधर
नहीं फिर weird feeling in between.
Weird feeling in the sense कि I feel like it'll be very one-sided जो भी जीते it'll be very one-sided बहुत ज़्यादा
So it's momentum based you're saying.
Not just momentum based because one team will prove that they are just better way better
So it can't be competitive.
नहीं competitive नहीं होगा वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि weird feeling वही है कि it might not be competitive
So my prediction is 2-1 Zeta. आप बताओ
मेरे को तो 2-0 लाउड लग रहा है
हाँ it will be 2-0 either way मैं वो नहीं जानता वो तो पता नहीं अभी बस to be honest मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता दोनों में से कोई भी जीते
नहीं ज़ेटा जीतनी चाहिए भाई
Zeta लाउड अभी तूने लाउड बोला prediction
ज़ेटा जीतनी चाहिए सपोर्ट उनको करो बट लाउड जीतेगी मैं सपोर्ट ज़ेटा को कर रहा हूँ बट मेरा प्रेडिक्शन लाउड है समझ रहे हो क्या जिसको कहते हैं सपोर्ट ऐसा नहीं कि दोगला बन के मैं बोलूँगा नहीं कि टीम लिक्विड को जीतनी चाहिए मैं PRX को सपोर्ट करता हूँ बट जीत ठीक है जो भी है प्रेडिक्शन अलग होता है सपोर्ट एक होता है
फर्स्ट मैप इज कौन था bind yes
especially I believe they're starting on that defensive side so
okay double duelist
basically almost push out on
double
the
initiate
of the map and it
no
puts
chamber
a lot of pressure onto Crow
no
to set up a lot of these plays like the value of that fade is you can sort of clear a lot of these angles more easily but you also have the ability to get a lot of information for free that can be done by Laz, but it's a much tougher task.
I'm really curious to see how they're going to play this starting on the defending side. Are they going to look to take first contact, go for some aggressive pushes?
They have to.
Do that, or do you see the site and then go for a retake? Because this could be a fairly explosive retake as well.
I guess, but I feel like, again, like a Jet on this map, at least on the defensive side, it just screams that you have to go aggressive. On the other side, again, I feel like this is going to be that more controlled meta. I think a lot of the agent picks fit really well for the players, especially Sassy going onto that fade has been an absolute joy to watch so far in this tournament. I like the fact that, again, on the other side, they've clearly taken quite a big risk. The worry I have is the focal points on this map. Aspas, he's not had the greatest tournament for his standards. His standards are like 280 ACS. He's in the like 220s. It's not crazy. But like, realistically, the other side I worry about as well. Like,
भाई अब तो क्या 24 rounds खेल ले.
In opening duels, he is in I think 20% first death, 10% first kill. That's not great if you're that Raze going in, and I don't think Depp is much better. So with both of them on the board, they're going to have much better games because now Laz is in a quite supportive role.
Okay, perfect. Let's see.
Hard carry.
तुम एक बार तो सही हो चुके हो तुम और एक्सी वापस तुम और एक्सी ने गेम प्रेडिक्ट किया
We have 10 exceptional players on stage right now.
तो both mid.
Two more exceptional people at you guys at home. It's Pansy and Hyper.
That's so sweet.
The bribery's paying off. Fantastic. No, thank you so much, Indu, and the desk. And already ZETA cutting quite the aggressive figure with this agent select coming through. But Michael, let's talk above that. Let's talk bigger picture. Give me your prediction. Tell me, expectations.
Last second पे मेरे को भरा भाई ये बंदे ने क्योंकि इंडियन हो क्या बात है
My brain says Loud, and actually coming in here with the composition to say face and credibility, you got to say Loud have the better equipped composition here. But for ZETA, this is almost archaic, right? It relies a lot on just fully invested in what they want to achieve. It's going to be tough. I mean, the desk have touched on a couple of things. And actually, Laz now filling a very different supporting role, right? There's a lack of that anchor, which actually
ZETA
some of ZETA's success.
Yeah, this is going to be a
तो VC चेंज कर लेते हैं
again that fairy tale we saw
हाँ
really
ठीक
hit
है
for ZETA.
चलो बाय Godspeed
बाय
The exception to the rule. However, we already have a good start. 10 are going to get things started, and we want to see a big performance from 10. He needs to have a heated game, especially as you noted, with the composition tailoring towards that. As it stands, first pick, and the tempo gets held.
Spike actually now regrouping towards short, less. Hasn't been given a peek just yet, but depth is unnoticed.
Outer shot control, outer A shot control, entire control.
Second smoke goes up, and actually Sugar Zero able to catch a headshot to Pancada.
How many rotations does this pull?
The thing is, Sardak is down, guys. Sardak was the healer. I don't see if he took a heal or not. He took heal or not, but he was the healer. They still have all three smokes. They still have a Prowler, a Nade, and a Boombot. They need Aspers to win this fight.
Maybe not going to be at least at the forefront of the hip, but the fight comes out well for less. Carve some space and 10's removed, so back to a 4v4. Spike going to be planted. I don't doubt that's going down. Depth though, happy to dive in, put life on the line for this.
Right, no problem.
Boombot there, do they swing this?
Enjoying these films, enjoy
Crow's actually still posted up. He actually gets dealt with. Depp will find his second now though, and actually.
How's Depp standing?
How?
Finally goes down. Pancada the last one there, and a little bit of an up and over from Sugar Zero.
Great run for
They do work this one out. I was amazed that Depp kept his life for that long.
I mean, they played it very cautiously around the Boombot, actually. I was saying the Cloudburst cutting off one of the angles there, but I think Loud are just so scared to dig any deeper.
Yeah.
Crow at this point, unnoted, I think, finally dealt with by Pancada, but great round from Depp, actually. Just getting ahead of this smoke.
Just holding this.
Yeah, completely. Wow. Getting away with murder, actually, coming away from that. Nobody even anticipating the possibility, but a nice opener from 10 here. Immediate.
ZETA was unwanted by any and
really slowed things down.
True.
Good for confidence building too. If you're going to go for a composition like this, you have to play to what it entails, what it means. Those agents do lend to aggression. They don't stand the test of time when they elongate these rounds. So for them, they have to keep being somewhat proactive. We go back in though, and we do see the sheriffs coming out. So no arm behind it, not too much utility either.
There are 4 people assured.
Coming out
और वो उधर showers में presence दिखा रहा है.
Plenty of damage can be achieved with these sheriffs.
Actually, the phantom in hand.
Oh.
Deb.
और अभी घुसेंगे ये लोग.
Back outside showers that fault line as well, but no damage actually comes through.
They crept up so quick to this depths, very aware, and Crow's trying to be in pretty much a complementary position. Maybe get contact and slip CT if he does feel as though he's lost that, but they need to be really cautious on this timing. If they leave this gap open, there's the first spot. One player's ahead. Aspas already there. Depth's in a little bit of danger, but he has full faith in his teammate. Just focuses on what's in front of him, but he finally falls. That spins him down, and that's a 2-for-1 trade out. That
Aspas, beautiful name.
It's an issue anyway. Utility invested now. The spike going down. A 3v3. If they could get their hands on that gun, it would be wondrous. And oh my word, Les, how did you just get to? Now Les, how is he still standing in this one? Les backing away here. This is so dangerous.
Almost. And that is a very expensive. No sentence at all. Yep.
Barely. Mike, I mean, this
will be a very aggressive round. Very aggressive map. There will be a lot of contact plays.
Nothing really to secure.
It will be amazing to watch. This can be the best map for today. I'm calling it.
I mean, even still came down to one. I think actually Lad's taken 2 tags there with the sheriff. Only 40 HP to drag that one across the line. A great round from Loud, actually. Interested to see what
पापा को दी मेरे को भी दे. हाँ. बहुत सा ठंडा पानी में दे मेरे को.
Shake में जान निकाल के तू
दे
Well, that's telling.
This is the one rifle.
Cooler and
Two
low.
sheriffs in the frenzy. So they're going to try and ride this out for round 4. Loud. Keep this clean. Zeta actually looking to get very.
Going very aggressive.
Full commitment behind this too. Flash to follow, and they really want to crunch towards this. Sassy's in a little bit of danger, and Aspas going to try and bail him out, and he does do exactly that. Gets away with his life, but the follow-up flash will keep them tamed, but still.
See, this is why it's so problematic, so expensive. It's so problematic. Hookah push करना ऐसे with 4 people. It's because you have so many evasive corners there कि तुम flash भी करो. You ZETA played it almost perfectly, but वो इतना ये सब जगह है ना यहाँ पे. You can just run here. They can run here. Okay, they can run here. कहीं भी जा सकते हैं, bro.
The swing punished. Asked for it to be clean, and it's a prime gaming flawless here for Loud. Really well handled. Again, these are the sorts of rounds that actually Zeta have to try and pull off, especially if they find themselves at a deficit here on the defense. They have to really take the initiative, take the fight to Loud.
In the interviews, they wanted pressure with Zeta, feeling they thrive under it, but Loud, I feel just somewhat in the same. I don't think we've seen a bad look from Loud yet either. Keep in mind, obviously, this is a rematch already, one of the opening games earlier.
Well, actually, just to double down on that, Zeta are probably going to be feeling as if, yeah, we've got to switch up playstyle, right? If they came away from the first, feeling a little dishevelled, expect big changes on their side.
ये V-long का aggressive control वाला smoke दे दिया है.
Aspas tasked. Clears the hook a little bit. A third player committed towards this B-side hold again.
Showers का पता चल गया है कि there is at least one player there. Oh, that is very bad. That is sugar zero down. उनके पास कोई smokes नहीं रहेंगे अब. Oh, beautiful side control from Aspas.
Pretty much, there is supporting utility behind it, but it is only really him dedicated to this so far. If they get another pick, I mean, Zeta will be in tatters.
Yeah, Patsy coming across now, but he's going to try and act upon. Well, I was going to say a flash from Crow, but with that molly going down, going to prevent any.
ठीक है पहले से.
It's a double stack towards elbow.
यार कैसा लगा?
How disconnected Les is.
Super ratty position, but timing should be
Red pull up हुआ है.
as well. Lovely work from Les, very heads up, keeping control of the longer flank, but also the TP on audio queue. Now, on the other side of things, though, Zeta did finally get a bit of success. Crow to take down Static, and the burst towards the site. One favourable kill, but it's instantaneously traded back. And again, the last 2 players for Zeta already tagged up, and the time being purchased perfectly.
Oh, that was unnecessary.
Still, he's got to get a move.
Yes, he still has it.
Here, slipping away towards long. Flash gonna come out, does not quite find him. They're running out of time, and they're running out of options here, Mike. It's just Laz alive, and it does not matter. Loud.
Nice round from Loud.
Keys to the castle there.
That Aspas kill on Sugar Zero was very crucial.
Pick on towards sight, game on.
And again, just a little caution shown on the side of Zeta as well. As soon as that first player falls, Aspas finds the first blood, and again, the Trailblazer goes through, but there's no real way for them to slow this down. I mean, the paint shell obviously stops things coming out of that smoke from CT, the molly to then follow up.
And see, Aspas does things very systematically.
This retake, to be honest with you. Unless it comes from, Crow and Depp making use of that Blade Storm. Almost locked down before the spike's even making his way onto site.
He kills this guy, then nades here, then satchels here. So the only guy who can kill him is either here, okay, or maybe here, जो कि impossible है because नहीं रह सकता. एक बंदा इधर उसको पता था, spotted था, एक बंदा इधर जाते हुए उसने spot किया. 3 बंदे इस region में तो हो नहीं सकते थे. So did it very methodically.
Actually bounces across to the left. So that got forced into that position, but the pre-fire will remove him.
Dude.
That would look good today. I'm going to be honest. I'm a bit. It's very early in the game, but the indicators I'm seeing from Loud already really very, very, very telling. But Zeta, not much of a purchase this time. It is just odds and ends, so take it for what it's worth. Crow already tagged up. Gonna switch things out. And so much information revealed. This is just Zeta have no way in. There's not even a chance of chip damage just yet. No, not at all.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
This is confidence, but it's not overdoing it. There's a little bit of temper to it. I like this.
See, even in a 5v1, they're not going seeking fights. Even though that was a sort of a bad position. But nobody pushed CT. They could have. 2 kill 3 kill हो गए भाई थोड़ा सा costly हो गया after such a good round round का end इतना बुरा हो गया
Ultimate's coming online though for Zeta. There's an opener again with 10 just showing his positioning. Heads up pre-fire here to catch him.
Ooh.
Yeah, actually on the other side of things, Loud have everything but the showstopper now. And this is the round that you might choose to invest a little bit.
Zeta has invested or Zeta has 3 ults, so they would want to convert by using these ults. देखते हैं. They're keeping B long control, but B long को जा नहीं रहे. Loud का default is very much standard default with this composition, where the B long guy is behind Batman, and Dave goes and takes up थोड़ा सा hookah control, outside hookah control. There are 2 people towards shot, या एक shot रख लो. The Sky just showing Sky or Fade, they show presence towards Charles. This time for them, it's Sky.
Laz's confirmation with a flash, maybe. Crow's got the fault line set up.
Gamble though, and the timing. Laz makes a meal of it. This is. I'm going to be honest.
Beautiful cover from Sky.
Mountain coming in as well. Look who's flying on in. Ashpass. Barely got his feet on the ground before he was left for dead.
Now the Sky ult.
4v3. Sugar 0, 10, and Dep still standing with the plants in, and the ults have already come out. You can see Sussy as well, all ready to go if they need it.
It was very difficult.
Just yet, Sugar 0 warded away.
I don't think they can convert this. It's 4 too loud.
Is there any way back in?
But that maybe another eco now.
You can see as well, Pancada disconnected with this orbital strike, and there's no flank coming through. So the fact that the clock has run down this much already, Pancada just finds a blind one. 10 will fall. That should be the round done now. Whether or not even these weapons are able to be saved as Loud try and challenge back through spawn. The operator, the one you ultimately want him to hold on to, but the flash is good.
Yeah, he's going to be hunted, and he's gone.
Go on, man.
Operator removed. Loud, I've got to say, it felt like it was all banking on long there, Mike.
Yeah, just to note one thing as well, Sadak actually puts a crucial flash to prevent Crow from even following up on his fault line, which, again, you think maybe he's going to find the one onto Pancada at worst, but it's little things like that. In the mid-round, they just don't have a lot of recovery tools, right? And this is where we come back to the composition in terms of what they actually have to work with. The lack of information gathering, you know, you can only play one of these initiators with info tools on one side, right? So if you lose that mid-round becomes really, really difficult for Zeta, and it actually leans them more into playing aggressive in the early round, because they have to find something, they have to discover something they can act upon.
Yeah, tangible, something to really draw away and act upon. And this timeout needs to address a couple of these issues here, because that early game, you've got to say it, Loud has been winning out in several of those areas, be it the shower fight, that now we've seen a couple of times, I think it's 10 kind of being...
This is what I wanted to point out as well, Prenix has pointed out. I wanted to point out after the half end, but Dep was on top halls with no updraft and no blast back use. How did he reach there?
A slip up, but the very nature of Breach's utility, right? It's a committed clear. Again, you can't just post these fault lines and open the fences.
Absolutely.
That's why it kind of relies on a lot of aggression, which goes without saying with this composition, the defensive side being the more concerning aspect of that. But it's definitely something we've got to see Zeta put something into their next buy round to try and capitalize on that.
Because again, if you're just tuning in and maybe you're not noting the score, but look towards the top here, the first 2 rounds were the pistol round. They're the ones that Zeta got as soon as the rifles have come out to play. It's actually been quite clear cut for Loud in my mind. It's not been particularly contested. So at this point, a little bit of a half buy really, Spectres, Stingers and bits and pieces, but it's far from writing home about.
Look at the pinch.
They're trying it, but Loud just spin on a dime. Sassy unfazed by this, very, very cognizant. There's
10
though, gonna find connection, and they're committing behind this. Static still standing, and there's so much damage everywhere. What an unorthodox fight.
Oh.
The problem becomes that it's just...
It had a state of PRX versus Leviathan. Same happened towards A shot, matlab ye area.
Kill would be beautiful.
I mean, Loud almost want to police these guns. They don't want to give 10 any opportunity here, but he's solo HP that...
And Sassy's
Sassy should catch it, yeah.
Well, I don't mind the attempt. I never mind the attempt on those sort of buys. Try something out, out of the norm. Try and bring something into play.
But that is the sort of thing you need to see in the buy rounds.
Yeah, you're right.
For it
You're
to be
absolutely
sustainable here on the defense, that's the sort of thing we need to see.
Actually, even with Loud actually pulling the, hitting the panic button with the orbital strike to make sure that they can buy a little time to actually take these engagements. It's about the owner bonus to come out of that round loss on the side of Zeta.
Gotta get fired up here, Mike. You don't walk in this map with this composition and then play it out in any standard fashion. You simply can't do it. I need to see them stand up to the challenge here.
Yep, I like this recon. Flash, now they know there's belong presence. Octagon presence to be precise. देखो कितना जल्दी rotation आ रहा है.
Carbon copy, Spike not committed yet. This is just
that just shows you how desperate Zeta is.
And it's actually burning up so much util from Zeta's composition.
This really now, and they actually clear it. I like the commitment finally from 10. At least they're going to try and get value for all the utility committed and check on this. But they maybe overextend, maybe a little hungry for it. But Dep's the one to keep this in check. Good trade for V3. Finally advantage.
Great timing on the Seekers as well. For Laz to put that out then and just confirm that. Actually does find Pancada on the back of it. So great work from Laz, actually anchoring a side second onto Les as well.
You could not ask for greater value from Laz, standing tall on his own here. Finally gets taken down by Sassy, but look at these targets. So many, and eventually the one on the left will probably be his downfall. If Depp dares to step further forward, but no.
Loud has the best picks among all the teams in VCT.
So much utility still to play with.
Maybe.
A little bit of time, but not a lot. It's going around towards
30 seconds left.
Now, eventually 10 will turn.
I was going to say, where's that internal clock actually going to...
The second hand ticks and he turns, and now Sassy, he'd have to really outplay 10 here, and he's done just that, clean enough. 18 seconds, going to be able to clear close. Back of the box as well. Breach utility comes in. Buying precious seconds, 10 now remaining. Horn goes up. Does he get anything for it? Well, he knows one, but the cross is being watched, and he predicts it, but the time is dwindling, and as are the bullets in the mag. Crow gets him, and, well, finally, Zeta hold on. But Mike, talk me through that round, because there's some differences here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the sort of thing I'm talking about. Zeta actually scrambled to take this fight on B side. As soon as contact's found, or at least...
Loud को ऑपिक against क्या हो जाता है पता नहीं भाई, honestly.
Talking about the lack of an anchor, Laz still fulfilling that role here. Like I said, perfect timing on the Seekers to actually identify that split coming through from Showers. Isolates Pancada immediately, less actually the freebie on the second. So great play there. And again, I love the commitment. As soon as it come through, the fault line's there. It's a hard clearance this time around. Yep. A little bit safer, playing a bit deeper in Garden actually. But that's the sort of thing we want to see from Zeta. Actually back on this operator, same position again. He's pressured off.
I thought he'd have gone away with that, but you can see Zeta still trying to tend to this. Aspas outdone. Huge impact again and no trade available. That's a freebie. You can fall back from that. I like this play coming out from Zeta. This is a perfect adjustment.
Big tick in the box as well, identifying that more often than not, it's Aspas outside here. It's just a double swing from Hooker.
Here.
To remove him from that position.
Here.
This will be Loud 2-0 Zeta. Looks like, I mean... Let's see, why normal so...
Play with not too much anymore. This is precarious. Why are you out in the open? Les wants it, he gets it. Clutches down Depth. Now the ult gonna come through as well. Buy a couple more seconds and maybe a little bit of an overreach there. Is Sassy gonna punish Crow? Blast on the trade. Sadek on the swing. Can't get
nice
it.
1-0-0.
So hyper aware of it. It's time to run. Pull the plug and get out of there. But Pancada, can you just time? Oh
He's got an operator, so if he gets pinched
here. They're on the TP. He's still alive.
Oh.
But only for a second. And now it's Sassy in a 1v3. Maybe a little more feasible this time. Horn back up in 4. He needs 1 for free. And to be able to keep his life, he needs no trade. Now the paranoia is starting to build. Surely he knows there's going to be 2 here. The timing on this. He's got to know now. The flash goes in, doesn't find it. Spots 1, gets 1. The second
almost.
Not good enough. 10 keeps Zeta in this. I think they want that operator. Going to go back for that. But Zeta are answering back, Mike. We wanted aggression. We wanted considered rotations. We are getting it.
Absolutely. And again, it's a decisiveness here coming out of Hooker, isolating Aspas. Whether or not Loud are actually going to draw an extra player now, just to be conscious of this. This is the sort of thing, we're getting to the point of the half now where actually Zeta probably feeling as if they can disrupt a little bit on these defensive rounds. We're not allowed actually now lead heavier towards a single site in terms of orienting maybe an execute. Now actually, the economy's starting to dwindle, but Loud, a little bit of an offer. Showstopper available for Aspas in 1. Zeta actually tapped out now, but Laz and Sugar Zero back on.
I'm looking at Depth right here. I wonder if he commits.
This round is super important for Loud. Raise that ko salam bhai.
Towards the corner, he's going shoulder shown, but he needs to respect this and back away. What does 10 do with this information now? Does he stick around longer, or does he respect this? You noted there could be even a heavier stack, and there is, leaving just one towards that B site.
Interesting thing, actually, Aspas not reacting upon that. The smoke going to slow things down, definitely in Hookah, but Depp and Crow in tandem make their way back towards B, anticipating Loud, leaning back in this direction. Like I said, still no commitment from the spike. So Loud are just anticipating aggression, looking for this opening engagement, but finally stacking up now. Well, no, actually, Sassy's going to post the Nightfall through here.
Here.
I mean, Aspas has still got double satchel here, so he could get himself onto site.
The timing of the flash, Depp has nowhere to go. He has to stand and fight this for now. Going to dip himself in towards the smoke and try and maybe depend on his teammates for a second. But Aspas did still have that pain shell. Going to isolate Crow. Trade comes out. Depp still standing.
Oh, Depp.
Huge pick towards Sassy, and they're holding at the front lines. Unbelievable, and Sadak's getting surrounded. He's got a player behind him as well. Sadak has nowhere to back to. He has to take the fight now. Oh, he tries to go for 10, but he's outdone him. And this is
Okay, this is now problematic for Loud.
They needed this. This is exactly.
Because now Loud will be on an eco.
Beautiful adjustment from them. And being happy.
See, there are only 2 players who can buy. The rest will be half buys.
They come through, and like I said, Depp and Crow getting themselves towards the side where actually this utility can come to fruition. Really, really well played.
Beautifully played. It's forced the timeout allowed. I'm going to be honest, I was a little worried that potentially ZETA didn't have the options to go to, that they could have just been overwhelmed by it. Very hard to pick yourself up, be aggressive, be proactive, be concise in that sort of work when you've been under the gun a bit, right? When you're losing out in rounds here and there. But they picked themselves up, they answered perfectly. Exactly what you asked for, what we had wanted. Now the question then becomes, does Loud find an answer in these last couple here to maybe try and equalize this up a little bit further, or take it back in their favor?
I think with how some of this has gone, and it almost feels unfortunate for Loud because they almost have to kind of gamble. They can't really hedge their bets here.
Then what do you think would be the tendency from Isha winning into leagues?
Early aggressions from, or whether or not ZETA actually now lean back on one of these.
I guess there are some teams that are almost sure.
Or potentially Laz as well.
You can see in Korea, I think so DRX and Damon should be sure. In Japan,
because I think there are gaps.
Crazy Raccoon and ZETA should be sure.
The previous it was just one. It was Sugar Zero towards.
So there are 4 teams that are sure. The rest, I think, Team Secret. Maybe there's 5.
At least in that round, and pretty much guaranteed
Who else? Global Esports. 6.
Just how brave do Loud feel? Do they dare go for
And then 4
slots?
slots. Depends. I think Korea will get 1 more. So
through here with the light armor as well.
You may see 1 more from there. Maybe Genji or T1.
Again, switch up this time.
Then you have Japan. You may see 1 more from Japan. That is the case. Then 8 is
It's
best.
not without intent. Prowler goes through.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe. You wanted my opinion. I'm just giving you my opinion. I'm not saying it was hard.
Spurs forced off with the flash.
Launching smoke.
I'm just giving you my opinion.
The game. As it stands, filtering back towards that A site.
Set up this time around.
Yeah, I think they'll get it.
Allowed to collapse into this formation. This time around, actually, the fault line and the orbital strike, gambling on finding something with that stun. Smoke behind it. Now, actually, the clock becomes a little bit of a concern.
Certainly does. Walking in blind to this Laz could be standing. Okay, just a shot in the dark. Fair enough. Seeker's going to come out. That confirms everything. He goes back in. A little brazen for my taste into this, but 10.
So they can pick up a gun now. Now it's 4v4. It's a pure 4v4 now.
Pressure coming through on short. 25 seconds, going to try some buy at least a little bit of time, but the Molly not going to really deny too much. Plant's now in 10's position, will at least keep some space here. This post plant won't be all that comfortable.
It really isn't, but even numbers at least. Not a lot of utility to work with as well on the side of Loud. Crow just about got his fault line back up. Tap on the spike, actually doesn't even peak just yet.
What?
10 just flew in, and Pekada makes light work of 2, leaving all down to Depp. Where'd you find a fair fight here? You just don't.
No, back away. Try and hold on to this operator. Again, the economy comfortable enough, but
no, man. I think Global has
giving this over
issues.
to Loud as well.
But I think Eraser is working on that. I have full faith that Eraser will be able to correct it.
The 10 just a little desperate to get ahead of that, and again, and no flash to come through. There's not
Guys,
much
come on,
to
let's
work
go
with
to
there.
75
Fault line
licks.
being the only thing to put into that retake. A slower approach, but like I said, it felt a little awkward. The smoke goes up and now completely freeze almost. And that's to the point where they got there with what, 1 minute and 5 on the clock, and it's just the fault line, the orbital strike, the smoke behind it that buys basically 25-30 seconds.
Now, going forward though at 5 to 6, this is the first answer back for Loud. It was those three that was strung together by ZETA that we were quite impressed with those adjustments because the scoreline was going to look quite drastic. The scoreline's actually still pretty good for Loud, you got to say. Whichever way this ends, just purely from the gun rounds alone. But at this point, let's see what they've got here. Way higher pressure building towards the B side instantly.
I think after the comeback that ZETA have had, they would want more.
Aspas out.
They would want this 6th round. Sir, आप in future मेरे coach बन जाना. क्या बात है रे?
There it is, time on their side. Loud just picking up pace here. This is much different.
Actually, a double flank coming through here. It's Depp and 10. Les is going to have his hands full here. Actually spots it out. Depp goes for the peak, but tagged up. 10 there to pick up the slack on the other side. That's actually both snake bites removed. Whether or not Les was going to rely on those in his post plan.
The gap's getting closed as well. 10 going to be here on the doorstep, knocking on the door. Pancada answers it, greets it with a smile, no problems there.
Orbital strike.
Another chance, and you're right, another key tool ready to go if required. And Deb going to do everything he can. And can he find Sadak? The bomb flash is so good, he sends it to the dark. He's got a surely! He finds it! And he gets flown out. Sadak holds a nerve.
Good end for Loud. At least they're going with the lead after the early start that they had. Or अब pistol round.
Absolutely, but
with the double duelist form that they have,
making this composition work.
Obviously they'll try to go B. Is what I think.
In terms of the timeline,
especially double duelist, double initiator form. I think Breach will go. Breach should go B long. Then you have Sky. Sky should go hookah with maybe Raze or Jet. And then the other duelist initiator combo. So it will be. I think you combine Jet with Breach, and you combine Raze with Sky for.
Tom, Jet, defense bind, yay, nay. What are your thoughts?
I would say initially, nay. Like, I think the initial setup they had, which was basically 10 and Dep on the same side of the map, I was just like, that doesn't make... Like, you've got the utility to set them up, and then you're just going to go, hey, 10, do you want to, like, peek that same angle again and see if you can win the duel? But then a few rounds later, they actually started coming up with a few innovative strats, like having those stack-ups on the B site. You had the Anchor of Laz, which... Okay, Anchor on a Sky is definitely not normal, but they used the Seekers to actually get the information when they needed. So there was some smart stuff coming out of their side. The issue was it took them a little bit of time, and then you have the adjustments from Loud, who on the attacking side, when you have players like Aspas just doing well in the open, it's always going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them scrambling for a bit, for a bit there. Dep started things off incredibly well with that pistol round. It looked like they were going to be in a really, really nice spot, but a lot of the rounds they go straight into that anti-eco. They lose so many of their guns. They're barely able to just recover the Phantom at the end of it all. So it was really rough because the wins that were coming through early on for ZETA were not clean ones, which really offset them. But looking forward, going into the second half, this is going to be a heat map here of ZETA Division where they like to play around on the attacking side.
I think
they really like the sites.
Yes, this is going to be a year collective here, taking a look at the sites. But I mean, widely, it's going to be not that creative. It's just going to be default planting from these guys. It's going to be fairly straightforward.
Might be different though because of the comp, because of the meta, because everything that's happening right now, Tom. So, or they just plant.
It is good.
Win.
It does help on the attacking side if you plant. I agree.
I think that's a really. I think like this is why you're on the desk, Tom.
Honestly, yeah,
I
think they brought me in for sheer intelligence. I honestly, I don't know how
debatable.
people even understand something.
I don't like Neon on
The
bind.
upside to it is that they have gotten plants down on this map, so there's hope.
They had over 70. That's a lot of
How dare you assume Pansy and Hypop won't understand that graphic? Come on, guys.
Interesting.
I wonder which site ZETA are going to hit. Or if they decide to plant when they get there.
Well, it's the big question, Mike. We'll find out.
No, I was 7-1 record on bind in 2022.
Kind of really bring this back now. Let's talk about what this now entails, right? ZETA's composition is aggression all out. It's meant to suit the attacking side. It's meant to look good. Surely they should be able to dip into that now, right? This should be their strong suit, even though I was a little worried about their attack in the previous series that they played against Loud.
I think I have the same concerns, and it's once we get to the point where that plant comes through, if Loud opt for a deeper hold, actually they win out in the utility game, right? Hold that thought for a moment, because Zeta are straight up long here. It's a double stack in hookah. Sugar Zero will be identified.
Okay, so the game with a 4-1 vision strike is for.
Gotta slip away, but he's actually marked here. He's gonna have a lot of pressure coming through. Sassy finds the kill.
Yeah, he hunted him down. There was no escape from that. And with the plant now down, time good, but the positions, it's almost like a flip. Just spin it around. Laz, the timing's everything on this. Who gets it? Okay, spots maybe two there, I'm pretty sure. Flash comes in, gonna buy some time. Needs to fall away and actually leaves Depp to take up that mantle. Depp's still unfazed by this. Can get a little aggressive. The follow-up Flash. So much utility, but no intent behind it yet. Pitch dealt with. Laz turns, takes down Sassy. Zeta holding the line. And Laz will not relent. Gorgeous work from Laz.
Beautiful from Laz. Whether you never told
Between
your
those
favorite
two,
map.
one to hold long, one turns around, catching the push out of Hookah.
Ascent.
That could have all fallen to pieces, and it didn't.
I mean, you see the sorts of problems that Zeta have to deal with, right? If they can get the plant, what's difficult is maintaining control, right? But they actually weather the storm. All of this utility comes through. You notice all it takes is a fault line. There's nobody there to capitalize on the flash, the paint shell, the trailblazer. There's just no space gained on that retake.
Big round for Laz. Confidence builder there. Very aggressive start. You're going to be feeling yourself after that. And this could close the scoreline right back up. 7 apiece if they convert here. And it looks likely considering the purchase. It will be obviously alongside Loud. So
and the setup.
Yeah. Hey, it's a gamble. It is what it is. Towards the side they go. Should be pretty much a free plant. Looking towards the timing on Hookah, maybe. They get caught out on that. 10. Going to be tried to be closed down.
Oh, nice one, nice.
Support system there. Making sure there's no easy fight. And slip out ZT. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. Gets the job done, Michael.
I think you thought he had a Spectre for a moment there, but it's the prime gaming flawless here in round 2.
Together.
5 alive.
You haven't seen
this inventory and good ultimate progress early on for 2 people, Depp and Crow. You want to see actually in terms of. Okay. Once in the highlight reel.
They loved it.
The fans are on their feet. But yeah, just seeing the Rolling Thunder coming
This
close.
round
Obviously the
crucial
Blaze
for Zeta.
potential to have this online.
They somehow managed to convert this. Hello brother, how are you? I'm good, Divyansh. Welcome, welcome. Guys, can we 75 likes? Come on. And if you're new guys, please do subscribe. Go with the most value again.
Be able to this early on adjust and find some sense of security here. But Sadhak to take first contact. He's actually peeking way ahead of the archway.
Deps had to get out of there, but 10 quickly to the case. Less with the trade though, so no quick springboard towards the site. He has to fall away though. Will concede at least site control. You can see that deeper prowler coming out. They're trying to get that information on the other side. But the site is available. Quick TP taken, and Aspas going to take Sugar Zero's life. That's a little bit of this viability in half, but you're right. Does Aspas consider this timing? He was thinking about it because he noted the TP was taken earlier, but it's all a matter of moments. Spike now down, and Laz looking towards CT, and the timing's great. Zeta finds in combination on opposing sides of this post plant. And bring it back to the real situation. HP not pretty though. Depp and Laz low.
We have to fight this one back through actually. Depp position behind here. And Loud just can't find any peaks. Zeta not giving anything away. Want to hold on to this post plant as best they can. Sassy and Pancada both out now. The first falls. The trade comes through. Last player Depp though, he's very low HP, 22.
What does he do with this? Sassy facing his fear. He's holding it
my
down.
God.
He's not gonna stop.
Oh
Sassy.
my God.
Unbelievable, taking his life in the end as well.
Bhai,
That's
kya
brutal
hi
for Zeta. That could have been a big round to pull this one right back forward.
kya hi nikala
Very
bhai.
positive to see. We're talking about commitment with this composition. Immediately they're looking to dive on that first contact. Can't remember who it was that got punished, I believe. Sadhak towards long on Garden. Immediately, as soon as that contact comes through, they're throwing bodies on to get that first blood.
And it's a burden they have to bear throughout this game though. You choose this sort of composition, you cannot ever rest on your laurels. You have to be right back into the action. And well...
But look at the next one though.
I mean, yeah. Who won the loss?
On the side of Loud, actually. Not looking pretty at all. One rifle.
Man, that was round
a
2.
Sheriff, a Frenzy. Expected to round.
Look at Loud's economy now.
The Seekers as well. Again, Zeta lean heavily towards Fountain. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There's 4 people here looking to pressure Sadhak on long. He's going to get caught by the exact same fault line once again, Lauren.
Depp's got in,
Oh
and you're
my
absolutely
God.
right, he does get caught. They've have sliced this map up, and the site's theirs.
Was
Dev's
that
gonna almost
yeah, they'll win this
almost
round most
hold
probably.
CT, but that smoke will at least keep Loud safe for a second as they emerge from the smoke. Dev caught napping. Not good at all, losing out to a frenzy, but 10 right on the case. Aggression brimming. And this purchase was not pretty for Loud. All function and no form. But this weapon deadly as ever. 45 HP though, not much to play with here. Gonna maybe clear towards top of B long, but any further would be highly unlikely.
Gets right every round. Yeah.
Sassy's rifle recovered from the
With a breach and a sky there, it's very tough for him to stay there. As soon as people find out his octagon, he's going to get stunned and flashed.
Dep actually at 4200 after the spike plant comes through. Zeta going to be looking very healthy here. Actually, the next purchase could break Loud's bank, honestly.
See where we go for. See how it looks. I'm impressed so far. I think watching back the initial game with Zeta, I was worried about the aggression, the spacing, the timing, and finding confidence in a game like this when you've already lost to this opponent in a couple of very key areas. Seeing them turn it back here already, very much a tick in the box for me.
Losing to them though, but playing with no fear, right?
Yes.
Committing behind some of
Yeah,
the
now they have the full, sort of full buy, half armor, but utilities are almost.
Full intent.
Oh, another crucial juncture for Loud.
As he learns his lesson now. This hold on B long has been concerning, to say the least. Like I said, there's so many bodies to collapse on it. This time around, doesn't want to die to that same fault line. And for the first time, actually, Zeta looking to explore elsewhere on the map. So you look for what this mid-round looks like for Loud, actually. Trailblazer dealt with outside hooker, so probably going to keep 3 players towards B. But presence shown on both sides of the map here.
Oh.
Sassy actually picked off a little ahead of the curve here.
Huge opener, and you can see Pancada just in panic mode, has to try and slip away from this. You probably have to fall the way to CT here. Zeta have got the site. Crow's gonna get the plant down. There's 4 to try and play back in. What do we have? One smoke, ult. Actually, a little bit of utility still left with Loud, so they do have the option to try and work this one back in. There's the ult gonna come down, but you can already note it. Zeta sitting deep.
Oh, it's almost wasted because nobody is at remote.
The Lapsol actually, the swing from Dep is no good, punished by Sadak.
Yeah, but 10's still here, and 10 likes to turn it up. Turns it only into 1 kill. Quick trade comes out. Pancada still stands, and we got a 3v3. Let's look at those post-plant positions. Any late-game utility. Crow still has a little bit to bring into play. Notes the spike is no longer being committed to. The Molly's in. Crow's gonna try and fight this one out, but it's all down to Sugar Zero.
The Molly's won the round.
At the time, they don't have it. They got a back.
Oh my God, Sugar Zero.
Zeta taking the
नींद भी बहुत आ रही है.
Wow. Just comes down to the one piece of utility. It's something we keep harping on, but Zeta
Still managed to save 2 guns, so maybe they'll buy around those
this
2
is
guns.
just held by 2 members allowed. One of them dies.
Go ahead and go home.
He's faced with a lose-lose situation.
Like to stream, like to subscribe
Try
karo.
and make use of his orbital strike.
Anybody new, please do
Great
subscribe.
awareness from Zeta of exactly how to play this post plant. 0 risk from the orbital strike.
Love that awareness in pressure situations, though. Easy to make a couple of mistakes here and there, lose that little bit of focus in those moments.
The other thing as well, we're not seeing Zeta completely dive the backlines in these post plants, right?
No,
they're not
no.
getting over
Right,
happy to actually slip back into a side hold, but
Hold on.
that's it so
say that.
quickly.
Yeah, the decay's there as well. He's got to be really careful, just trying to keep his life. And actually, Aspas comes out the worst in this, down to 45, and somehow 10's in. A little bit of utility now committed, but it's Sugar Zero to find
What
Aspas.
Sugar Zero is doing is
Zeta once again strangle
party
on this
work.
map. The purchase was pretty brutal coming in, and there's the response though. Orbital strike on the other side, now invested. You see the close coming in, a bit of a wrap here as well, but look at the 2 players deep towards short. That's Laz and Dep, and are they aware of this? Absolutely now.
Laz is posted for it as well.
Yep, waiting for it. It's not an easy way back in now. Nightfall gonna come down, but they need to start this one fast. Good work, but a quick trade. And a better shot from Sadak comes out. Dep and 10 in unison. Sadak has no way in. Look at these positions. Still has a flash. Seek has plenty to play with, but it all feels irrelevant to outcome. As the time dwindles, he's trying to at least cause some casualties. A quick flash over the top, but he is getting out of there. It's going to be double digits for Zeta. And considering we questioned their attacking side, we questioned the composition.
Damn, this is scary for Loud now.
Damn good.
Playing it to perfection though. And actually, just to note as well, the Nightfall comes through so late there from Sassy.
Yeah.
There's almost not an awful.
Can't close into it.
ZETA Dive plus 4-0 on first duel this map.
Wow, I'm really impressed with ZETA so far here on Bind. And actually, even to say, Loud are keeping this within 2 rounds. Interesting to see actually Depp is 4-0 on first duel so far. And that's the win condition. You see the double duelist come out, you see the breach alongside it, there has to be value, and it needs to be numerical value behind it.
Yeah, it's like
that's a good timeout, because what do you do now? If you're Loud, you're doing counted literally everywhere. The best way to maybe play now is the Show's control.
They forced the timeout from Loud here, who've not really had much an impact on this half, Mike. They've been very much
Let's go ZETA.
As everything
ZETA will take every round seriously and take round by round. Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is.
Welcome back, Jasmine. Next
Put it in context, actually.
Vishal.
Actually, look at the money.
What do you do if you're low?
This next round
You
could
Show's control, and then you hit a shot.
Ability-wise, getting themselves to map point, honestly.
Sort of try to bait them into peeking.
Aspas one off the showstopper about.
Enable your Show's guy. With the storm, ZETA is easily getting inside Jaldi.
ZETA honestly could
For 1 minute.
back against the ropes right here.
Process plant हो रहे हैं.
Even so,
Definitely Show's control.
really matter
Is
how
the
many
name of the
get traded
game.
out. This can be a scrappy round as well because they can afford the purchase.
SD, welcome, man. Guys, do like the stream, send her likes, you know.
Loud, actually, seeing how these rounds have gone down. As you said, 5-1 now.
It's interesting to see as well, with how much pressure they felt on B-Long, the Viper's Pit's going to be invested here off the rip. Again, because it's been such a pressure point for ZETA.
And
look at the backstab.
He's found another way in.
Immediately.
Unleashing straight to ZT, overcooks it a little towards
They should
Pangana.
go take V-Long control against this comp.
They're still looking towards A. Depth striding in, and now there's got to be an answer. There has to be some stopping power coming through from Aspas potentially, or that later position.
Okay, they have Show's
Celestial
control at
towards
least.
Shower. Has the Haunt still to invest if he needs it. The plant just tapped, not committed, and the fight
Why
comes out. He
would you peek
draws out
alone?
Sassy into the fight. Crow wins that.
Pick
And
with
now player
Aspas or his
advantage.
usual.
See, Pankala the one to find that, so no shot
Nice one.
stopper just yet, but it's online now. Actually immediately wants
Nice
to rip it
one.
out. Aspas will find the one. This lad's now in a 1v2. Actually, the flank coming through. Does he consider this?
When's he turn? Does he ever turn? He does.
He's turned the wrong way.
Tim, he has
Okay,
no
nice.
idea where Lesson's coming from. A shot in the dark and he goes astray. Loud. After what could have been a horrific start, that entry coming in, flying in, clearing sight, but the overpush towards CT kind of gave it away. But I don't blame him for trying it.
You can't falter. The Viper's Pit gets invested here. You got to assume there's some space between the sites in terms of the setup, in terms of when that rotation is going to come through. So actually, really unlucky for 10 not to get
Don't
much
know why
deeper
PRX
spawn
losing the
control.
game
And then at that
and
point,
losing interest in
Less
this
is
match.
really
True.
feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
But I love it. It's instantaneous decision making from ZETA. They need to be. They can't afford to, slow play these rounds out. Especially with Loud definitely feeling the heat here in the second half. They have to be the ones to ultimately alter the outcome here. As I say that, ZETA will dial it back a little bit. Maybe
Loud get
debate a
first
little
the
bit.
probably of winning on
Xanax
the
flashes on.
Yeah, Naked, I mean, that should increase. If it's not increasing, then there's
Denying
a
some
problem.
information here, and that's key. The Trailblazer got nothing. The second flash, though, will catch Fountain.
Not enough to pull a rotation, though. Still 3 players dedicated towards A.
ZETA are basically doing the same thing, but
Prowler
30, 40 seconds later in the round.
Yeah.
And it's just a Prowler. All 3 players are rotating off A now.
Well, they had contact on short and contact coming in through long as well, so it makes perfect sense. 10, though, going to be the first one forward, trying to make them hemorrhage players, and he does. Finds another. His entry work has been sublime. The farm got so good. Les gets the better, and the spike's not down yet, so this is not as safe as they'd like it to be, but the plant can come through. And Crow's going to hold on to this, and it looks like Loud
he's
playing
dead.
back right now. Paint shell towards the site.
He's
got a
dead,
swing.
he's
Can he make anything of his life? No. And it's just a brutal battle, and Loud come out on top of this. Leaving Sugar Zero in a 1v4. The spike scene just being diffused in front of his face. There's nothing to say. It's 10-10. Louder back in the game.
I think the decision making coming out of the timeout is first time you see somebody, let's send everybody there, clear the site, even prevent the plant from coming through. Just make sure that they can swing control back in their favor. Actually, it's going to force the timeout right back from ZETA as well, because it's an awkward time. I mean, we were talking about ZETA winning a buy round and ultimately looking as if they might go to map point. Now it's tied up 10 apiece. And with the funds here, it's going to be a Blade Storm coming in. Crow does have the Rolling Thunder, so an opportunity to make something work here. It's not going to be a full purchase. a way for this to swing back through as well.
I think I would take elbow control here. Okay. Elbow control, and then elbow ke udhar se I'll use my ult with breach as soon as they enter site.
But stabilized here at a critical time for themselves. Now the answer for them has been found, at least to get to this point. The question then now sits with ZETA. What do you have to bring out? Is there more depth to this? Is there more maybe on the fly calling?
I think this round you can just go
have you learned any sort of traits that you can potentially
on the back of jet ult,
so that's
breach ult and
coming out of this timeout.
base thatcher, but you don't use breach ult for
off the
execute.
back around it, and that's going to be the relatively telling part. Is do they commit everything behind it as well, or at least a fair amount?
And almost you're thinking in this round you want to hold on to this Rolling Thunder for the buy round.
Yes.
Feels a little awkward.
तो मैं breach ult नहीं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ. Execute में breach ult नहीं use करें.
Unless the person's going to be
रुक जाए अगर advantage मिल गया then you can use breach ult to sort of convert the round.
10 actually buys a rifle down to 600 credits.
अभी jet का ult use कर सकते हैं.
And no alteration this time around. Lad's actually a little disconnected here. We're playing outside showers, but immediately the flash from A site can cause a trade out of positions. Pancada actually picks up the backside of A site now, and I'm assuming Sadak's come across here to make use of that flash, but 10 punished immediately. Rifle recovered though, but it's Depp with the Blade Storm that picks it up.
Still looking at where they find entry to this. Steps in, gets towards site. Keep in mind where Laz is in all of this.
No rotation yet.
No.
Happy to give away the plant, potentially.
It feels like they've nothing to fight back into it with, so they're going to have to abscond from fighting towards site. Late Prowler comes in, but the late Lurk, I wonder on the timing of this. Laz could potentially find two of these players if he gets the timing right, maybe not. At this point, he's going to be too late, so this is going to hit towards long. Depth's now gone, as is Sugar Zero. Loud composure is key, and keeping poised. No stress just yet, and the last one alive is Laz. And with zero vision on the spike. So little chance at this. And the bodyguards are on duty. Loud not taking chances. 5 standing. Perfect work from them. And just didn't look phased in that round.
No, and they're sitting much deeper on these sites. Now almost anticipating ZETA, replicating what they were able to in the first few rounds. And immediately here, even after creating the man advantage, they show a lot of respect to ZETA. They actually back away and wait till they have massive numbers advantage, even throwing the Seekers out here. That's something that you could argue with this matchup is quite surprising. I think that's actually dictated by how the first half went.
I think you're absolutely on the money with that. Now, this is the round that the timeout potentially should have been for if you're ZETA. This is the one you've got all your adjustments in mind with. Let's see what they've got here at 10 to 11. Loud on the verge. Stringing together rounds in the final hours of the first map. What does ZETA have to bring out now?
Slight pace changes towards A this time around. 3 players sent down B long, past Fountain, racing towards Market already. I mean, Laz is going to have his hands full here.
Laz, no! The beating heart of this team, Laz will not relent. Goes back in for more. The flash to go as well. Laz is trying to lock this one down, leaving Aspas, Les, and Pancada reeling off the back of this one. Now isolated over towards T side. 2 tucks towards CT.
So that is a good flank.
And Laz can sit on this. The rest of Loud needs to be doing the heavy lifting here to try and find their way back in the timing. No, this could be heartbreak. Laz goes back and checks. Paint shell now committed. Laz has to fall off this. Responds with the flash to try and slow down the roll. Investment of utility. Aspas is drawing the attention. The rest are closing in, but Laz, heart still beating, still finding the kill. That's 3 this round, leaving just Les alive. And ZETA, I can't believe it. They might be pulling this one back to 11-11. It looks likely.
Told you this would be like the best map of the day.
You can try and catch him on the way out, and Crow says no. It's 11-11, Mike. It's closed up again.
I mean, switch him off the agent, but he's still fulfilling the exact same role. Delivering for ZETA there, finding 2 out of the 3 flanking players from now. This is absolutely crucial. And the key thing as well is, throws the Seekers out, maybe a little bit of an over-investment, but still buys so much time. He puts the pressure right back on them, which are only 2 on the other side of the map. There's not an awful lot you do. This is Laz single-handedly making sure they still have favorable numbers on site. Fantastic work from him.
But they're not out of the woods just yet. Bear in mind, Loud were stringing together rounds. Those 3 rounds look gorgeous with them. And now, perfect implementation of the Sniper's Pit. Les could not have been in a better position for this one so far. You know, the...
Going exploring elsewhere, though.
Does does Zeta even consider this? Do they clear back through this? They look quite meticulous in approach. They're being cautious, and rightly so. Let's see how well they clear back through here.
Problem being, if they find contact, the Rolling Thunder can be posted here immediately. Well, Sugar Zero is going to actually does show a little bit of discipline here.
Wow.
You can see him
from
actually
Sugar Zero.
considering it, but
The forethought to do that is.
1 लाख teaser आएगा नहीं चाहिए भाई MacBook ले लेंगे इससे.
Yeah, they're picking up the pace on the back!
They catch a Sassy! Oh
He
my god.
almost had him dead to rights. Aspas, Sassy, and Pancard are now sweating bullets on the side. Do they commit to the back of this Aspas? He's got the wall in front of him, does get caught, gets thrown up. Yes! They've just traded! Sugar Zero going to take down Sassy, but there's still
oh my
someone
god!
among us here. Aspas, how are you like, oh my god! Aspas! How has he found this many kills here? And he's gotten away with his life. Gone out, he finally goes down. Still doing damage in a 2v3. Deb needs a miracle now. Sugar Zero on 30 HP, Pancarda's there. It's surely going to be 12. Deb, do you have it in you?
What a round from Aspas.
3 to find. And Aspas just murdered your team. He's being surrounded. He can hear the steps. He can see the players. Lau couldn't make it to 12. How did Aspas do that?
I actually think they clash into each other mid-air. And then somehow Aspas, because he's traded places, but he's gone into the smoke where Zeta are stacked behind.
Yep.
What a ridiculous play.
Show me this.
Oh my god. I mean, Crow's actually blinded, backing away, backpedaling here. This kill, then the showstopper to come through. Absolute heroics from Aspas.
Increase game sound please. Yes, sure.
You can see as well the difference. Yeah, Sassy, absolutely mind blown.
Take them when you get them. They're few and far between those sort of rounds, but what a time for it to hit for Loud. 12 now on the board. Map 1 not done yet, but looking better, and Zeta once again picking themselves up, trying to have this aggressive approach, and they have players now relatively deep, but Loud are so prepared for this depth, and 10 go down. They've lost their front line completely.
It's done.
And this is where the issues really start to mount. The spike left loose, and Les filling that gap. Static by his side. Zeta now down to just 1, and Laz is dead and buried. Loud pick up map 1 here, and in some fashion.
In the blink of an eye, it's all over.
Wow.
Again, we had to see that pace from Zeta the last few rounds, indicative of how we expected them to play this, but Loud, man, recovering when it mattered most. Like I said, it come back to that one round where Zeta ultimately buy themselves map point, and Loud actually dig their heels in and flip it back in their favor. What was it, 10-8 at that point, I think it was? And the economy massively against them. The ultimates on the other side of things as well were becoming really concerning as that half progressed, but incredible stuff. What a map 1 to kick things off. I mean, between Def and 10, they managed 10 first bloods. They were absolutely nailing the one win condition they have with this composition. I'm really impressed with the switch up player style, because this is a bold move to bring out a comp like this.
It absolutely is, but I think they kept up to it. I think, once again, heroics from Aspas tilted potentially the outcome of this game, but you could say the same for Depp in a couple of these rounds. Certainly had influence, the amount of entries they were working down, but again, you're absolutely right. This game has been wondrous to watch, though, and you've got to give credit there to Zeta to hit those markers, but then even furthering that, Loud responding at the very end there, string together, I think it was those 3 rounds, and making this a close game again.
Coming out of that timeout and seeing much deeper holds, even after they find the first blood, they're happy to allow time for the flank to come through, making their numbers work for them. So credit really due in that regard to Loud, because it's difficult to really learn on the fly, right? And make these massive adjustments to how you traditionally like to play a map out.
Yeah, and if map 1 is anything to go by, though, we are on for a belting series. It should be a good one, Mike. Quick predictions, has this changed your mind, though, after seeing how map 1 went?
I think Ascent is still where my concerns lie on the side of Zeta, but I mean, with this almost rejuvenated elimination stage Zeta, right? Anything's a possibility.
Yeah, the lower bracket Zeta is certainly something to watch out for. So maybe there is a little bit more danger in this, but I think you're right. Ascent was always the one that does warrant a little more worry. But we're not the ones to tell you that, Taylor. With the analyst desk after the break.
there's one head of an advantage for Loud as they draw first blood against Zeta in this elimination match. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Tom and Achilles. I didn't think it was going to come down to the wire to that degree after the first half.
Yeah, I mean, credit where it's due for sure. Zeta, they played their hearts out. They put everything on the table in that map, but just unfortunately not enough to take us into overtime. Just a few too many mistakes, especially earlier on when they were on that defending side initially, that ends up, you know, leading to them having a disadvantage when they change sides. I think that if they could have cleaned those up a little bit sooner, had some cleaner round victories, not lose as many guns, we could be looking at them walking away with a win.
Yeah, for sure. I think both teams definitely had their sort of aspects that were really impressive within this one. I kind of want to look at some of the, obviously, the players that we had throughout this map. Like, Les just, I feel like just chugging along, but it's the same thing we sort of talk about when we look at Loud in general is they're not really needing a hero. They're not needing a standout player, even though maybe towards the end, Aspas probably boosted himself up that scoreboard a little bit. Yeah. He was insane.
Yeah, quite a bit. I mean, especially the last round, basically, that we got to look at from him. I mean, he's perfectly matched as far as his ACS is concerned right there with Les. So it was a huge effort from both of them, but it's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker here for Zeta.
Well, this is the thing. I wanted to take a look at a couple of the rounds because you see the adaptations actually coming out from Zeta initially, avoiding some of the ultimates, playing very far back, and then having their duelists who basically didn't have any utility being that little bit more aggressive to buy time. And that's where you start seeing that small amount of afterplant utility. But then there's the adaptations from Loud later. They play more passive, as Hypox said, and then they push very quickly into the site. So they don't allow them to actually get into positions where it's like, okay, we got our afterplants, we got our lineups. No, they're already being shot at the second the spike goes down. And that's what takes a good team who has a strap from the beginning and a great team where they can adapt midway through the game.
I mean, we knew they like to plant. We knew that.
They do like a plant.
They do like a plant every now and then.
Yeah, and that's the strat, isn't it, Achilles? You don't let them plant.
Yeah, I mean, but more so, you know, what Thomas been saying is just don't let them get that set up. Make sure that as soon as the spike is down, you are ready to swarm the site. The pacing, the calls on rotation as well from Loud. They were making sure that everybody was arriving on time so that they could retake those sites immediately. But you can see that they were fanned out until they were fully convinced that that's where the spike was going to go. They would just go ahead and say, okay, you two stay over there. We got the 3 here. And then by the time that you start hearing that initial plan coming through, everybody's already shifted over. So it's just really good game sense coming through from Loud. They're just started really reading Zeta well.
I honestly thought we were going to get overtime, and I'm a little bit mad at Aspas in our Verizon high-speed moment for doing this and not letting us get to overtime, but I don't even know what was going on here. Like, what is this?
The funny thing is it's high speed, but he is also stunned. So it's like what he's doing is incredible, but then he's actually stunned up by the ultimate, switching places with his opposition, but just managed to react individually. And that's the thing, you can see Sassy blown away by the moment, and I'm not surprised because he was in an impossible scenario and managed to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, it was just complete and utter chaos from the very beginning. You barely see 10 go flying past him on one side. Like Pansy and Hypox are talking about, they trade places, he ends up in guard, and then just somehow managing to survive there. Can't get the kill on the Crow, and it was great reactions, moment-to-moment decision-making there from him.
I mean, we've highlighted Sadak already in the pre-match, and a lot of what you were talking about, Tom, when it comes to the adaptation would have been his calling. Here he is in the aim lab shoot-around right now, but what an IGL, what an underrated in-game leader he is.
Yeah, I think that part of this is going to be based off him making calls, but I think it's also just the team feeding back this information, the coach coming through as well, being able to sort of take an outside look and slow things down. So I've been really impressed with this team in general by the fact that it isn't just like a lot of other Brazilian teams where you talk about them being hyper-aggressive, like almost just relying on someone like Digizin to do the craziest things you'll ever see. They don't need that because they have the strategy to fall back on, and yeah, this man is at the heart of it.
Yeah, but they also have shown that they can play that style as well. So they're more than comfortable if they feel like, okay, if we just go ahead and change up the pace here, we think that that's going to be able to give us the advantage. We can go on a couple round streak. They're more than happy to make that call, and that is one of the things that makes them so very terrifying. Is that there is an immense amount of depth here to this roster and the way that they play the game.
Why is he not pre-firing the wall? He seems to be aiming outside of the wall, whereas in the game he was aiming at it and still killing 10.
That's how he got 10. Just time and time again, just death in the showers.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 aim from Sadak there. I know you were talking about the lower bracket buff of ZETA. As we move on to the next map, of course, of Ascent. How are you feeling about that right now?
They're just waiting until they're almost being eliminated. That's what they have to do. It's when the powers are truly activated, that's when the muscles really start to come through. I'm a little bit worried too, I'll be honest with you.
Honestly, I was going to bring it up before, but I didn't want to have you be too downtrodden. But honestly, the biggest disadvantage is that Split is no longer in the pool.
Yeah, that is true.
That was always the deciding map that allowed them to be able to get those victories, and it's historically, I believe, their best map as far as their win percentage is concerned.
Yeah, and the worrying thing is on the other side. I think best map for Loud might be this next one.
Yeah, I think this could be a 2v1.
Yeah, I mean, they've already squared off against each other on this map, obviously, the last time that they did face, and it was...
You're jumping ship already?
I'm not jumping ship. I'm just saying that now they're truly against the wall.
Okay.
And that's how it makes the comeback even more impressive.
I would love to see it happen. I would love to just at least for this to go all the way to 3. If they can win on Ascent, that is going to be such a massive swing in momentum in favor of ZETA, and it might just be enough to make it happen. We saw Loud kind of fall apart a little bit versus Optic when they had to go into that game 3. We expected they would be able to put up a stronger performance on Pearl, but they kind of got blown out of the water. If ZETA can recreate that same scenario, kick them back, beat them on their map pick, then they very well could still win this series.
Well, Achilles, how do ZETA beat them on Ascent? We've seen them play Ascent already. How?
In the face.
I kind of want to see a comp change. I know we're going to be getting to that relatively soon, but just the fact that I don't mind Laz on KO if you have someone else who can replace him in other moments, and you don't. You don't have someone that can do what he does on Chamber. You just don't. Like, Depp has been pretty decent throughout this tournament on the Jet. I wouldn't even mind if they go back to, well, it's not a double duelist, but basically running double duelist, because I just think he is that good on the Chamber that it's worth it.
We're into the Priming Gaming Agent Select. And now, last time we saw 2 Killjoys come out. I don't remember before that, the last time we saw a Killjoy versus Killjoy. But if they don't change their comp, no. So I don't know what. Yes, I owed the right thing. There is a wee change. Sova coming in for the fade.
Yeah, I wonder if that's mainly just a little bit more comfort. I would say in terms of compositions, I do like to see the fade still run on this map, but I think for Crow, it might just be something like, okay, I feel like I can get more done with the Sova, maybe do a little bit more in terms of plant denial. I'm not a huge fan of seeing 10 playing the Killjoy and Laz playing the KO. I think it's just not the greatest scenario for them. I love the fact on Bind they went outside the box and they took a risk and they did something that ultimately isn't the norm on that map. This time, okay, maybe it's not necessarily the norm, but I don't think it's comfort for any of their players other than maybe Depp and Sugar Zero.
Yeah, I think Depp and Sugar, I agree. I think those are the two who are just like, yeah, this is totally fine. Everything else, it's a little bit in flux. So it's interesting to see. I would have loved to have had them swap back over to the Chamber, but off to...
On the other side as well, something very scary is the fact that I think Sadak is fantastic on the KO. I think his pop flashes are brilliant. Less on the KJ has been an absolute menace. Like, the fact is most players, they switch over to the Chamber and their stats improve drastically. I wouldn't even be surprised if his got worse. Like, he just seems so comfortable being able to play around his own utility. And then you've also got Aspas back on the Jet, which if you weren't a fan of Aspas a while ago when he was basically just that Jet carry, I don't think you enjoyed Valorant, because this guy was basically the pinnacle Jet. Like, him and the Korean Jet were like the final bosses of Valorant. So, yeah, I think we're in very dangerous grounds on the side of ZETA, and they're going to have drastically come up with some counters to what's on the other side, which is easier said than done.
Tom, I saw you on the Japanese broadcast earlier. I'm going to need you to pump them up a little bit. Come on, they have to win here.
I will say... Sugar Hero's who I'm looking at. Like, that's the man that when it comes down to those sight locks, I think he can do a lot on the Astra. It's what made him famous, Sue. That's why we know his name.
All right,
I'm relying on Sugar Zero.
We have a little bit of Kopi on the desk at least. ZETA, of course, they have to win this map, Pansy and Hypok, if they want to stay in this tournament.
पानी डाल दे.
This is now do or die time, and they need someone to step up. Find a bit of a hero amongst them on the ZETA side, because this map pool, Mike, rolling back to the start of the day, you see Ascent, you think, okay, that fits very nicely with Loud.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill struggle for ZETA. Whether or not we're going to see a total adaptation to the way they approach the map, similar to what, like I said, Bind still, I think, caught Loud off guard. You can see them really
there was like
in regards to the recovery factor, this one's going to be a little harder to do. Now, Loud did have an uncharacteristic performance in the first half of the previous meeting.
Okay.
But if they can right that, this is where it does get really concerning, right? Because obviously with the side half, we never usually talk about this too heavily, but ZETA need to do exactly the same thing. And like I said, with Loud having an uncharacteristic performance, can they repeat that? Well, we're going to see a lot of set pieces here on the defense to counter that, at least not here in the pistol round. Very passive setup on both sides, actually. Loud awaiting contact somewhere on the map. I think actually that's the trend set from Bind that
it was.
Loud are very conscious of.
And I don't think it's bad to be cautious. You invest 20 seconds or so, it's perfectly fine. You can see a little mid setup here, pop flash potentially for Sugar Zero. And that's waiting for it, but for now you can already see them navigating towards short. The spike is still left over towards that deeper side of B, so here does eventually start to test ZETA's discipline here to not start over exploring, but a great knife going to reveal two of the players here dedicated and posted towards mid.
Interesting to see actually Sugar Zero and Laz both making the decision on the back of that information to gamble stack towards A, and it's looking as if it's the right decision. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath here for the pistol. The audio cues noted on the other side as well.
Here's a commitment. First real contact found. Laz up by Heaven. Depth going to be listening to all of this. Notes plenty of players on the cross, but only going to get one. Aspas goes down, but the plant can be tapped. Sugar Zero trying to fill the void, but the trades come out, and it is a brutal bloodbath. Laz, the last one standing. ZETA off to a great start here.
Even a shock dark kill in the mix there from Crow. Great crunch from ZETA as soon as that pressure comes onto site. Actually, as soon as Depp loses his life, ZETA dial up the pace a little bit. I'm happy to actually, even there with one player committed towards that spike plant, make sure that they can take these engagements as quickly as possible. So confidence here, especially on the back of that knife, noting both players. And actually immediately they go for that gamble stack. They're fully confident 10 can hold down the fort on B site.
Scanning ahead.
That'll bring 3 sheriffs to the party here in round 2. A deeper hold once again on B side. And we'll be curious to see how much 10 is going to float around the map, where he's going to play, if that does actually enable any defensive aggression on the side of ZETA.
Initial look towards LA site, but no follow-up to this for Loud. Taking a tour of the map, picking the spike back up, smoke towards mid. We might just see 10 set up and solo hold. Pretty telling after map 1, or sorry, excuse me, round 1, that they're happy to leave a loss in this man's hands, considering how many players were on A so swiftly. Tommy, first one to really note the potential, but it is a split. It's a 3-2 split towards the B site. Let's see what you got, 10. Does have help here, he's not alone. Crow by his side. Invest some utility, but Pancada going to step forward. 10, good for one. That's Pancada going. Crow still standing, but it's mayhem. But Laz just barrels onto the site, and it is an absolute shutdown for standing. And that, well, they test the hold, I guess, and 10 passes.
Absolutely, it's crucial as well. The split comes through, and that's what deals with the turret. So they don't really have that, you know, concrete information that the push is coming through from main. Yeah, so even the Nano Swarm coming through here, finding the kill onto Pancada. Just no comfortable opening engagement for Loud to find that. Great discipline shown by ZETA. Actually rewarded for it here to come into round 3. Bulldog, 3 Spectres and the Sheriff. Laz already having a fantastic start here, 5-0. Loud actually leaning pretty heavily towards us. Actually the reveal goes up, but Aspas finds Depp inside that one.
That's a good first kill for Aspas.
A very early advantage here. Let's see what Loud do with this.
Bonus round for ZETA, so trying to make something happen. Take a chance, take a risk.
No, he's going for the shock dart
lineup.
lineup.
Take the site. ZETA looking to do some chip damage. Already going to have to know that adjustment going forward as Pancada is going to find Laz. So far so good. No real threats found in this bonus for ZETA. Unable to do too much. And Loud looking clean. This is really good for themselves. Looks like you're going to work it out with 5 rifles. And they do. Flawless here. The Prime Gaming flawless in the round 3. So Loud, no messing around once they got those rifles on deck.
No, absolutely. Got to keep 5 alive, and that's actually getting closer and closer to that lockdown. The other side, I think Laz won off the null command, but great early pick, and Loud, they're not barreling towards sight on the back of that. Showing restraint. Actually, a big boon to the economy. Actually, I think only 1 or 2 shields purchased on the back of that. On the flip side, just 1 light shield for 10. That's close. I don't see any gaps in the utility here. So, but ZETA tapped out after that.
So now Loud actually are in a good position. They have some bank now because of the flawless.
Any early information found? Looking to see when this knife gets invested.
That's actually, I was going to say, just pondering when to invest it, but actually does
Only
catch
1.
Sassy ahead of the drone, but you're right, it is only 1. And there's 4 other members of Loud stacked behind that. A double hold towards short as well, so Sugar Zero is really going to be tested here. But he's actually noted on the drone. I think he gets spammed a little bit through the smoke.
Oh, Sugar Zero alive. He's scrambling for cover. He's scrambling for any semblance of safety, but he stays alive. And Aspas on the side, though. Going to make light work of depth, so that's something. There's so many rotations here early on. There's still so much to break down, and Aspas, it's just a blunt object and is slicing through them somehow. 3 kills already. Sugar Zero still standing, surprisingly tucked towards hell, but it feels like a matter of time until he's taken out of his position. What? He just leans into the smoke, brings it back to a 2v2. The spikes on the move. Pancada ain't sticking around. Does he dare go back to this? They don't quite. Well, they're going to know 10's near enough bite with this. Do they commit off the back? Oh, 10!
Beautiful.
Quick as lightning to take down less. And that is the go signal. Pancada wants nothing to do with that, but he's only got 10 seconds to get here. He's got to get a wiggle on now.
10 seconds left.
We get the plan, but I mean, Ken's going to be able to close the gap. A smoke coming back up in 7 seconds. If he can get this one way towards stairs, he actually opts to come back towards lane here. And 10 cautious of Pancada playing this a little more aggressive. Actually, Pancada gives it. He comes out of that with 36 HP.
10's surely coming off the better in this one. A tap on the spike. Alarm bot to the left. 6 bullets left in the mag. Panic ensuing now. Pancada closing in, and they just they evade each other. 10 almost had him, but Pancada somehow so cool under that pressure. That felt like it was ZETA's round then.
Absolutely. Pancada plays it perfectly again. Just a little bit of timing. Unfortunate for 10. I think actually in another couple of seconds he had the turret back up as well. Great play with the alarm bot just to isolate that one side of sight. But this swing was beautiful to deal with less. You see the timing there. Actually, 10 just slips back inside the smoke.
Wow.
Loud get away with murder on that one. Said Pancada heavily tagged up from that first engagement as well. 3 ultimates online though for Loud. Bladestorm, Lockdown, and the TP for Pancada.
That was a very entertaining round. If you have to learn,
after that previous,
watch how Aspas plays it, how patiently he plays it.
For them to work with.
Okay. Then
ZETA very active around the map here in this.
watch how Sugar Zero plays it.
And
Sheikah
beyond
around, yeah, it's
the gamble here, you even pulled 10 across towards middle this time.
It's just Tommy to hold down the fort, holding B main. Depp actually nearly catches sight of somebody on that flash play, but and there's no real indicator here that it's a stack.
None.
Unless we see, Crow potentially use a dart or something, that will give away the presence of a 3rd player.
Placing swarm grenade.
This is the lineups here coming through. Big knife though. That catches 3, potentially 4.
The information on one, they're going to try and stick this. This is fraught with danger. There's so many players here. Aspas bolting forward, going to find one towards the back of the site. Spins towards heaven, loses it. Crow still lives. Pancada's going to see this. Finds you. Dep's gone now. But Sugar Zero still waiting. 2 players still in this 10. Can he do anything now? Did so well before. Maybe a second chance, but no. Once again, Pancada's got his number. And as dangerous as it was, they still survived. 2 standing.
So cautious on approach though. I think actually, misread from me there, it's actually the knife from Sadak that's invested right on the wall outside main, just to check the...
Again, look at how Sugar Zero plays around his moves.
Nobody absolutely hugging that wall next to bricks. Again, real discipline shown on the way through, and Loud actually now with a full stack of ultimates. ZETA not far away from the same situation, to be honest. Just missing the Hunter's Fury and the Cosmic Divide.
So I get a little nervous that I see the pistol sitting with, two rounds off the back of that for ZETA and want to go into these slightly, better equipped rounds. It has been 3 on the trot for Loud. I would say slightly. It has some great purchases for ZETA. Keep in mind the stacks that we've had coming out. And
look at the switch out again though with this rotation.
So varied. But also the pace change coming out from Loud too.
First time we've really seen them explore towards mid, other than that eco in round 2. Here, Depp is going to be the surprise factor with this operator. Does he swing close? Aspas posted for the angle. Depp just creeping closer and closer.
I either want ZETA to win. I think there's a 2-0 Loud.
Who blinks first in this one?
We can see there as well, actually, almost just.
No, I don't think so. I can.
Did Aspas spot
I'm
the
only
barrel?
allowed English.
He's actively clearing this. The timing's disastrous for him though.
Yeah, and Depp not going to follow that one up. He's got problems on another field. Now, at lockdown, yeah, it could be a problem for one, but Depp finally smoked off. They actually take Crow down on the way in, so ZETA now in danger. 10's got a note that, wait, they don't clear this. Sassy just walked on past, gonna pop down the lockdown of his own. Completely unawares of this. And ZETA have a second chance at life. A quick TP out for Pancada. He wants to get the hell away. Over towards the A site, shut that door. Certainly not born in a barn. I'm trying to get a plant down, but look who's quick to this again. Sugar Zero, not far away now. They've got to play together. Still has utility to invest, still has the paranoia. Smoke goes up. They want that door gone. It's 3 towards heaven and 1 towards door. He's picked the right fight to go for, but Depp gets to keep his life. And he's going to toy with him. Time, oh my word, Pancada steps in. And this time 10 shows him out. Diffuse going to come in.
A lack of awareness here. I think Sassy maybe just not anticipating such a ballsy play from 10, but you stick something like 10 on the Killjoy, you got to be mindful of things like that. The lockdown not actually clearing it all the way through the back of Boathouse. There's no confirmation either. There's no dart to come through, no knife to follow up on that. So a little lazy on the clear and sear, and actually Depp went to the collat as well. Missed that one at the kill feed, but well handled by ZETA. I think maybe just well, the confused face, maybe thinking, where did you put the lockdown? It was invested so that it couldn't be wall banged, maybe couldn't be destroyed with any utility.
Sure.
Close to the wall there. A slight switch up, but obviously it was very visible on the minimap.
Get out of my way!
Oh, it's a fast shot.
So much pressure very early on if they continue up this path, and yeah, the smoke's going to be invested too. So Depp, does he stick around for this? Aspas is just going to be trail blazing his way through. Nothing slowed him down. They had no idea he could get to this point. Loud so fast in this round. Aspas going to get the rifle to hand, but Lat's still on top. The flash comes in, but he goes down. And 10 in the blink of an eye.
Beautiful
The rest of his team
change of
has just
pace,
been
man.
shredded.
Massive pace change from Loud, completely blindside ZETA. No real opportunity to find value with the operator. Sassy, the one to close it out, finds the kill with his Hunter's Fury as well amidst that chaos.
Blistering pace there, Mike.
So that's just on the back of the knife as well. Able to close the distance almost instantaneously. ZETA actually going to call timeout here. Again, just noted a couple of times of how active they are around the map, maybe overcooking some of these rotations. Put it down to misreads, maybe just a little bit of pressure there. So conscious to have 3, potentially 4 players on the site that Loud actually lean towards. They're not allowed to actually use that to their advantage now and potentially start, you know, pumping or faking towards one site in particular.
Yeah, if they've been able to kind of extrapolate that information and be able to process that in a way that they can exploit, that's dangerous territory for ZETA going forward. But we'll wait and see. This time out is ZETA's, so their time to try and consider the next couple of steps, considering the purchase is not good. They have a couple of options to potentially play with, but an overall grip on the game now we've got into the buy rounds is what they need, and they need it quite quickly, because that pace change should have scared the life out of them now, knowing that that's a possibility that Loud can lean into.
Now a little offbeat now with the ultimates. Pancada getting closer and closer to that TP again that he used previously to try and clutch out that one before, but ZETA have some tools to work with. Blade Storm, the Hunter's Fury, the Cosmic Divide. Don't expect them to be thrown in the mix here, unless actually they're able to convert this round in their favour. Well, Depp actually going to get a little bit active with the Blade Storm. I'm looking towards the map. Yeah, he's over towards Spawn actually.
I mean, ZETA don't have money, but they have ultis. They have Jet and Sovak ulti. They can easily get 2 to 3 kills.
It's surprising to see ZETA lean away from some of that aggression that worked for them on defense in bind. And this isn't the round really to gauge it by. I say that, they're walking mid here.
And has to give away a little bit of the indicator towards this. takes a fair amount of the contact, but up and over the wall they go. Les just walks in and gets his head removed. Depp, comfy with that, gonna try and slip away. That's a rifle to be recovered. A second shot at it! And he goes back for more! Catching Sassy completely unawares. What a fumble here from Loud. They're gonna be kicking themselves.
This is where actually you look towards ZETA to have these factors to convert the round, swing it back in their favor. Blade Storm still in action here. Pancada doing his best to fake an A-site hit, but look at the minimap here. Aspas is all the way towards B main. Actually, Sadak unsure of what to do here.
They need Aspas to get this space, they need it fast. Pancada can only sell this for so long. They're already going, this feels a little offbeat now. He's actually following him with this, they're committing towards this. With all that clear to it. And that knife is incredibly telling, and now you're sweating, now you're not happy with the choices you just made. Now you're alone, and Pancada has no really way to deal with this. Yes, support's on the way, but Aspas is a mile off. He's got players 2 to the right, 2 to the left, and it does not matter. ZETA, depending on Depp in a round like this, and he just delivers. Aspas, irrelevant to outcome with 10 seconds left.
10 seconds
Loud getting lost in this.
44 HP on Aspas as well. Really noted early on in the round, Crow really wants to spot him out. Pancada's done so well here to bait all of this presence on A. I'm not sure of the indicator that...
Why did we come here with the spike?
Maybe it's just nobody's swinging through Pancada's smoke. Nobody's desperate.
Maybe they think that they have mid control, and if he goes back to B from A now, he's more in danger of getting killed.
But this was really strange. Less drifting into this smoke here. Again, no real information behind it. There's no knife. There's no recon bolt. There's no real concrete information to act upon. So it's a little strange to see that happen.
Pretty quite frustrating that that's the round that you get pressured on. It feels, you know, like ZETA did absolutely manage the advantage they were given in a couple of those moments, but a couple of mistakes showing for Loud that has cost them keeping this clean. And now a good purchase coming back in. Not ideal, still light armor with depth, but he's fine. Opting for this. Once again, we question the timing of the knife. When do they invest this? When do they get that information?
Hello, Igor.
That gets nothing.
Once again, another round. ZETA are so active.
I guess Depp didn't want to spend another 25, another 1,000 for just 25 credits. That's just so bad.
Just the drone this time around. Baits the full rotation, and actually Pancada sticks the TP to backside. 10's completely unnoted it.
What?
The kill.
10's so unaware at this point, and the site's now just free for the taking. They can flood on in. Nothing's going to stop it now. The spike's going to go down uncontested. That's a lovely bit of play coming out from Loud. Pro, let's get a fair amount of connection. Up to work off that. Depp already with a step in towards the site, and Loud a little behind the curve, but still, the battle begins. The trade comes out in a 4v3. 3 for ZETA, Sugar Zero and Laz trying to make something out of this. Pancada's had none of it though.
Beautiful
and what a response from Loud there.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. If Loud can use these
Dude, Pancada is such a good player, man. And especially on Ascent, I still remember his 1v3 against Optic.
On the back of an Aldro.
Back of Ascent A side, Ascent B side.
TP makes it even
here,
better.
exactly
10
from here.
slips towards a more passive position, comes back towards spawn, then second guesses himself because there's no follow-up.
Now let's just hold the lead, guys.
Beautifully done by Pancada.
Let's not be foolish. They can buy one more. They can buy one more.
12 and 5 on the scoreboard.
Big read for Loud in that. Again, obviously so obvious to us, but to make those calls to...
Then they can buy the next round as well now.
To have been over-rotating.
Okay.
10 getting given room here now. Hasn't explored this far. Pancada's noted it. Pretty sure just seen him call this one out.
No
Seen
ping coming through though, so... Well, maybe a flash coming through here from Sadak, yeah.
Cover going out.
Yeah, Sadak's been called back over. Clears out towards Subrosa. 10 on the other side.
Does it bounce far enough though? 10 still gets a kill.
Incredible, he was able to get away with one.
But look at Depp. Depp's
How
all the way
does
in
he get that
times.
kill, man?
I think he is unnoted to this point.
I don't think they noticed Depp. No, so unaware. Catching less completely. Blindsided by it.
The flash is perfect as well.
Keeps going, Depp.
Oh.
He's herding them around the map now. And they just have to go towards A. They're just trying to commit towards this now. Sassy's going to greet Laz with a smile. And Sugar Zero's the one to try and do some damage on this. Dev's gonna hear a whole lot though. And the pressure starts to mount. He can't deal with it.
Pancada again, man.
Bailing Loud out of some of these situations as well. Crow left in the 1v2. Pancada is low. 27 seconds is always
Hello,
injured,
Shango.
but that is removed. Loud once again. Brilliant work there, noting that mid presence coming out. Even with 10 doing damage like that, they still get across the line.
This could actually be awkward here. We have to see where the funds lie around.
No, they can still buy. They can still buy.
Great readjustment from Loud. Like I said, actually, Pancada, rightfully so, relaying that information, but it's the discipline around it. They wait for Zanak to come through. The flash goes over. The fragment actually goes down to clear the backside of Subrosa. He's a death, unfortunately. I noted to that point, but he's only good for the one in mid.
Felt like he could have gone a second there at some point. It felt super precarious.
You see how desperate Aspas was to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yep, did not want to stick around for that. Don't blame you. 4-6 though. Loud back into the mix here. And looking quite simplistic on approach. It's a 4-1 split. You're going to have that late presence from less, but beyond that, it's all towards A. Maybe see if they can test the nerve, and ZETA are up to the challenge. Deb caught less towards middle, trying to creep up short. Laz unmoved towards hell, just holding his own, but Sassy? How's he got this many players? And once again,
Beautiful space
the damage
making
comes in. It's like they are playing mental gymnastics with ZETA now. You want to go for over-rotations? Well, now we're going to start hitting all in on these sites.
But it's almost Loud's demise here because of how quickly ZETA are in a position to just throw bodies back. Sure. I'm not even sure. Depp gets this kill, and immediately he's like, right, cool, commit, let's go. Sassy somehow, though, comes to...
Oh, that's how.
Beautiful,
that's how.
Beautiful transfer.
Stunning.
Aspas
And already Loud actually righting the ship in terms of the previous matchup here on the first half, which is what I think ZETA actually closed out 7-5 on the first half, the second half being the side of concern, but Loud already setting themselves up for success. As I said in the previous, look at the purchase coming through here. No shield for Depp, rifle, but Zero. How has he got that?
I don't know, but he doesn't get to keep his life this time. Spike can fall back into the hands of Loud. High risk, not sure about the reward just yet. 1-for-1 trade.
We're curious to see here what the decision making is with the lockdown. 10's actually slipped all the way back onto B site. Conscious actually, I think, of Pancada's TP being available now.
Loud has gone here so many times that they're now stacking A completely.
Already falling foul to that, you know, once, maybe twice. You don't want to keep getting caught.
But it's tough because the lockdown's such a pivotal tool for the retake that if they overinvest in this triple stack on A, it almost becomes pointless. Laz actually preemptively pops the null command to buy some time. Hunter's Fury posted from deep here.
And look at the combination in timing. Crow did actually get Pancada, which is quite surprising. They still haven't quite broken towards the site. No 3v3, we look at the utility left. They're going to start running low here for Loud on the way in. There's that lockdown coming through.
30 seconds left.
And there's the response.
They're both actually going to cancel each other out, but Loud looking to still try and clear their way through. Aspas good for the one, Laz responds on less, but 30 HP has to back away.
Has to respect this now. Loud eyeing up getting the plant down. 10 seconds. Guard duty now called into effect for Sassy. Has to hold him safe here. Sprays him wildly, dips down towards hell, and now it's just him in a 1v2. 10 and Laz. Sassy with a 4, almost at the fire on 1.
Nearly had the shock dart kill on Laz.
Yep, getting real close to working that out. The scoreline actually going to get some really good spot here. It's going to be 5-6.
Actually, the mirror reflects that previous matchup as well. Like I said, this is success in the second half.
It certainly does, and I've got to say, Pancada this half to me has been an absolute nightmare to handle, a real nuisance running around this. Any quick prediction who's going out the better here?
It's got to be Loud, surely.
All right, fair enough. We'll leave it at that, because I think the desk will be dying to break this one down as well, leading into the second half.
Thank you very much, guys. I know Seth is dying to talk about Pancada because we speak about the other Loud players so often, and this guy is just popping off.
He's going insane. And one of the people that we were talking about needing to step up, needing to find an immense amount of impact is Sugar Zero.
What's up? Hello, sir.
Currently trending along the bottom of the standings right now for ZETA, whereas Pancada is well out ahead of everybody else in the lobby. He's been putting on an incredible performance so far. 320 ACS so far from Pancada. As an attacking Omen, this is an incredible performance from him.
Yeah, I think in some of the early rounds we saw Sugar Zero able to survive around his own utility, but it's sort of that push and pull of Loud that was so impressive, switching across to either side of the map, and honestly, I feel like because of that, neither of the anchors on ZETA were ever particularly comfortable in their positions, So you saw them get caught quite a lot, or in Ten's case, a lot of the time, just having to rotate all the time.
Yeah, I mean, the movement, everything that Pencata is doing is just played pretty much to a T. His aim is crisp. It's very much right now. So even if he's just swinging around the corner and not being escorted forward by a thing like a Paranoia, oftentimes he's coming out on top and he's just doming people and taking them down.
Yeah, I think going into the second half is something also that really worries me. Like, I'm looking towards what ZETA are going to be able to do here. Of course, we haven't really seen a massive amount from them, but clearly want to lean in towards that A site. I want to kind of agree with what Hypog was saying, though. Loud have set themselves up fantastically. Their defensive half last time was 8-1. That's where they brought the game back from a troublesome position. Now they're already in the lead. They have to be in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, and it started with 6 consecutive rounds picked up from that second pistol round. They then dropped 1, as you say, and that's the only round that ZETA were able to find for themselves on the attack. So we need to see massive improvements. We need to see everybody stepping up on the side of ZETA if they want to bring this back. 5-7, it doesn't feel insurmountable, but with the way that Loud's playing right now, and with Pencata going over onto the defense, it feels like this could be done.
Yeah, well, Loud, they're on the precipice of making playoffs here at Champions, Pansy and Hypog. Let's see if they can close this out.
Do you guys watch
The worry this could be the swan song of ZETA is certainly on the mind, because as you noted, Tom echoing it there, this is a good performance thus far from Loud, teeing them up into the second half, and they have that map 1 advantage, of course.
Yeah, they do. And coming into the second here, my eyes immediately go towards Les and Sassy. They were instrumental to shutting ZETA down on the defense previously. And actually as well, Aspas having a quiet. Actual, okay, not a quiet one. It opens it up depth. Chomping at the bit to find this first blood.
Oh, and the info off the back, it's just non-stop. Aspas ringing the bell, Crows down as well. 10 and Laz, can you try and tell me a different outcome to this round? Because I'm not going to believe it until I see it.
It's just ridiculous. Aspas stands his ground and actually looking to seal the deal, but 10 responds. Actually, the spam coming through.
Oh, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Got to stand and fight and Loud, kicking things off. But what a way to begin for Aspas there.
And I think this is confidence relying on their previous success, right? And just happy to greet depth with open arms. I was going to say, actually, Aspas had a quiet defensive half last time, but typically he is one that as soon as that operator comes online, he becomes such a troublemaker for Loud.
True. Yeah, and seeing them start to heat up a bit, feeling out the game, the confidence start brimming. That's when you get a little worried when you're ZETA on the other side, because it's easy to go quiet. Because we always say, you know, being that player who's emotional, who puts their heart on the sleeve, which we know ZETA are like, when that loss starts to kick in, it gets bitter, it gets very hard to pry yourself out of that.
Well, it was 6 rounds unanswered last time as well. Now, if you look at the scoreline, like I said, set themselves up for success. That would be map and series here. Depp actually facing off with Aspas here, but Aspas the one to find the tag. 10.
What? 10?
He's just double open B with a classic.
Can you believe it? Absolute scenes. I mean, he's given them a gateway.
He's got the upgrade as well on the Bulldog.
What
Sugar
is
Zero's
happening?
found one.
What is happening with these classics, man? I don't get it. Aspas and Sadak are probably just reeling off the back of this round.
What is actually happening?
10 HP, barely alive. Blast still standing. Gotta get something here. Laz looking to the left, spots out 1. And Depp wants it. But he has to be patient. They have to play this to perfection. Nothing else will suffice. The pop flash comes in. It's decent. Laz turns in. They're already at the doorstep. And Sadak is there. Back in, threat neutralized, but that got completely wild out of nowhere.
I mean, it happened off screen, but did 10 literally just W key towards the outside?
It looked like it. It looked like it.
It's just ridiculous.
He was that close. You didn't see what I just did at home, but that close. There you go, let's see. Yep.
Literally just
shoulder
charges.
checks it. Oh, that's borderline disrespect, man. Look at this. I love it. Oh.
Free gun, by the way. Cost you nothing.
Best things in life are free, Michael. That's what they say. Well,
interesting decision here, actually. Well, 1 away from the Bladestorm. Aspas actually going to throw the operator in the mix here. The round 3 operator. You look at the rest of the purchase. 2 Sheriffs, a Bulldog, a Spectre to round things out. Now, I mean, this could be Giga Brain from ZETA reading the possibility. because they're playing very cautiously here in the open. And Aspas posted up on a pretty deep angle and not noted with the knife, I think. Yeah, not suppressed.
Now, do they re-clear this knife back? Find nothing again, similar scenes, but you're not going to just shoulder check this, are you?
Surely not.
Oh, Laz, no! Easy work for Aspas, just waiting patiently.
The problem being that's the only flash. So it's the only thing really to force Aspas off any of these angles that he wants to re-explore in the mid-round now.
Crow going through the motions now towards middle. Static with that flash ready. Underhand's lovely. Really good underhand. It actually going to get you two. It does. Look at this combination in utility. Loud. Beautiful in approach. That was actually perfect.
And the concerns start to grow. Zeta unable to get anything done on that first buy round. They haven't got many more left to play with. Loud already on double digits. They can keep this clean. They almost can't afford to buy themselves out here. Play a couple of rounds off trades alone. Get a little more aggressive.
One enemy remaining.
Stingers will come out for Zeta. One off the lockdown. Two off the null command. Operator now posted in mid. Actually, Depp going to find the opening. Pancada with a massive paranoia, but no kills. He's going to get closed down here.
I'm amazed that that just happened. It felt as though he had potentially 2 for free, but Aspas now going to pick up the mantle, but actually missing the shot will at least allow them a little bit more step towards the site. And tell me how we've got here, but the flank's coming in. That's what worries me. The less is on the way.
Spike planted.
Whether or not Zeta actually going to adjust here in anticipation. Aspas down to 38 HP though. So he's got to be careful. He's got to land the shot.
It's do or die for him. Less though, timing now, everything. Do they even expect this? They look so vulnerable to it.
Crow's position.
His patience is going to pay dividends. Going to get 2. Let's going to spot the 3rd and finds it. Zeta crushed under the weight of Loud at the moment. This is now 11. Zeta looking a little lost here, Mike. I'm getting worried. The worries were on the half, but now they're starting to really peak.
And it's Les, the one that had such a phenomenal half previously, to steal this one with the 3K. Completely unconsidered. I thought actually with the smoke there was going to be some element of consideration of the flank coming through, but Crow out in no man's land here. And Les seals the deal with the 3rd. That's 4 unanswered now.
Yep.
Zeta have to make a stand here in round 17.
It's got to be now. It's now or it's never, at least in this event. Zeta, I mean, it's not comfortable. They are close on a lot of ults. Maybe they can activate some of this.
Here?
It looks all in. And who's on the other side? The close down. Depp's going to be charging on it.
He's blind as well. He still gets the kill.
Frag towards Sadak. And the site is open. One towards shot with the flank. It's so fast, Mike. There are 2 players on this flank, but he's going to note them. That's huge. Aspas. And now Depp quickly gets to work. He is on the case. Would you expect to? Depp, this is so dangerous. 2 towards heaven. The swing from Aspas demolishes Depp. And now it's game on. Lockdown from either side. Going to go with the fight. He's going to split out 3. And Zeta are charging on forward. Pancada now put to task. Laz gets depleted. They're putting everything on the line now. It's 10 and Crow. How much can you do? Loud in response saying absolutely nothing. Diffuse going to come in and Loud weather the storm and make it to 12.
It's heartbreaking to watch that round for Zeta. There's so many different things they have to worry about. The flank coming through, they have the numbers advantage. They send 2 back, and they still lose out on that. As soon as they lose this kill, you can see straight away they want to push 3. That's 3 people. They force their way back into shore. Loud play it perfectly, ripping Zeta apart. Loud on map and series point now. Zeta going to call the timeout. It's do or die. 4 ultimates available. A Blade Storm, Cosmic Divide, the Null Command, the Hunter's Fury.
They've got a good hand to work with here, Mike. Perfect time for the timeout, right? You've got what you need. I don't know about the economy behind it, though. That could be lacking in some areas, but they should be able to get somewhat of a decent buy around this. They've got options. Tell me something. Give me that silver lining.
A silver lining. They love pressure, right? It doesn't get much worse than this. It doesn't get much worse than this. A huge deficit. Like I said, if Loud repeat the previous 6 unanswered on defense, it's wraps. It's wraps.
We were worried about this map from the very start. Seeing this in the map pool, there's a reason a map 1 felt like it had to have been for Zeta, but now in this predicament, in this position, this buy is everything. And all these ults to work with, they have to find value. They have to.
Does Depp donate a weapon here?
Surely.
Nature struggling bad.
I feel
It's
like
okay,
he had
DRX will
no
win.
other choice.
They have to spread the funds. See, and actually just the last consideration here, it's if Depp's just they're preying on winning this so they can get an operator online.
I don't love that.
Yeah,
I don't
same.
love that. Get maybe one of the other players up to at least maybe a rifle with the full armor. I don't
If
love
Laz
this.
has got the Spectre, give it to Depp.
Sure,
Got blade
sure,
shot, give
that's
him a
fine.
rifle.
Yeah. Oh, and Aspas is potentially the one to do this. Mike can go up and playing ahead of it. Aspas with a punish. Finds Sugar Zero and gets away with his life. The shutdown going to try and come in. They're trying to close down on this. Aspas does the
Oh my god!
Oh, he finally goes down. Depp does get the better of him. Just about. And now we look towards the side. They're trying to come towards that B side. The spray and the spray from Sassy. And someone's answering this time, leaving just Crow alive in a 1v3. The reveal towards ZT, and he just can't do it. Zeta's heart's broken, but Loud roar their way through the game.
What a performance again. This is the kings of consistency here on Ascent defense, closing this one out so comfortably. And it's hard, but you can still see Zeta trying to drag themselves online, still playing with blistering pace here on Ascent. In the opens, Depp finding 7 first bloods here.
He tried.
Put everything on the line. A Loud stand tall.
Yeah, Loud, I've got to say, I mean, we've seen them go out early in events, but you look at the opponents they've gone out to, you look at the caliber that these boys can play to, you look at the map pool they're coming in with. I think today you saw a good version of Loud coming out here, and I think they actually
मैंने बोला था भाई नाइक्स क्या करें क्या कर सकते हैं हेल्पलेस हर्शियस GG's yup Saksham guys, like the stream and subscribe if you're new. Helps me grow my channel a lot. जल्दी से like कर लो, subscribe कर लो. Also share my stream with your people if in groups, anywhere you want, anywhere you can, because it helps me reach new people, you know, if you want to, right? That is very important. अगर दिल में प्यारा तो कर दो. Usually I like left, yes, इसलिए नहीं करेगा ये damn. दिल में प्यारा तो कर दो guys, share जो streams को share किया करो if possible. Such. Yes, that's it. Not just EME, every team. That is how a team should be here. With this, you guys. Thank you for watching. Roster Redemption. Let's see. See you. And see you tomorrow. Bye.